He took the easy way. What was the easy way? First double cross her heart. He wants to start a family. She always thought she would not. If she weren't writing in blood, she'd bring him the jokes, a new liver and a shovel for the mud. Deep in mud, he'd bring her his jokes. He'd get her a typewriter. If this is the life, why does it feel so good to die today? Blue to gray, grow up and blow away. If this is the life, why does it feel so good to die today? Blue to gray, grow up and blow away. First double cross her heart. He wants to start a family. Her body is the baby. If this is the life, why does it feel so good to die today? Blue to gray, grow up and blow away. If this is the life, why does it feel so good to die today? Blue to gray, grow up and blow away. 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 Blue to gray, grow up and blow away.
What I'm searching for, tell it straight. I'm trying to build a wall. Walking by myself down avenues, every good time to kill. If you see me, keep going, be a pass by a waiver. Build me up, bring me down to leave
Hey. Dipset. Come on. Blackout. Let's do it. Dip, 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 dip. Now this here's that bomb diggy, diggy, diggy dang, the Don's with me. Killer, a killer nigga, you think about harming me. Capo's corrupted, he's the wrong Vato to fuck with. Labeled and known as a young Pac to the public, and me, human crack in the flesh. I'm the last of the best. One word to describe me, spectacular, yes. So stay calm, shorty, when you see that Palm 40, I pop it slow, you rock and roll like Bon Jovi. So don't fool with the click, don't fool with the dips. You will die, you will lie in a pool full of shit. When that gun with the clipping, start dumping and ripping. At y'all head, y'all some dead, some of my bitches. You give a chick hard dick and bubble gum. I give a chick a hard brick and bubble yum. Like here, take that, shake that, break that, in half, and please bring my cake back. You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist. This is that bang, bang, bang to my hula gang, gang. While you moving them things and your toolies go bang. Cyrus. Call me Ricochet Rabbit, cause I click and spray Maddox and my nigga straight savage.
Goonies.
Penelope Pump let off 6-hole round, one shell, hit the ground. In the hood, known as the capo, to the goons and the heights is on Dato. Okay, I know me some vato, to the life of moving on batos. Okay, muchacho, they told me that you got it, Paco. Or no one moving, someone lose, you know we gon' pop you. At my time. This that 911 with a 9-double-M. If it's crime, let's have fun, let's have fun, let's have fun. This that old Trizzy 1, triple O, whoa, whoa. If you scared, get your gun, get your gun. This that up top crunk when the truck stop dump. This where the buck stop chumps.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid.
Killer
hot like space, 4-5
let's
on
go.
waist.
Yo, that Rudy Tooty Fruity Louie, what I usually
What's
do.
this?
That jump, stomp, breathe. Gas in the truck, pat, casket the duck. I'm the menace, owe me money, tat, what the fuck? Y'all reppin' that 5 still? I'm reppin' that 5 mil. Neverland, Thriller, Killer, Cam, Jackson, 5 bills. So what? Let's style a bit, Italian and 5,000 fish. Show you how to get that powder shit. Foul to flip that out of it. I'm proud of it, it's your turn. Gym so burn, live bitch, why kiss on my wrist a glowworm? 50,000, and I keep heat. Cause in these streets you just hear whoop whoop, wham wham, beat beat. And you rumble never, me hit a humble diva. And I stay with the white, I got jungle fever. So tell Lucy that the boobies, loco, kooky, monster, who he. I'm the one that represent, left to left, death to death. You'll get yellow tape outline at your sketch.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist.
Sucked down the alcohol, feeling so much better. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Don't know the meaning of devotional. Pictured me there, threadbare in the bathroom floor. Purposeful, your secret disguise. Surrender to his arms, fixing up the seated dice. So you sing happy birthday to death. A hater's wealth and a lover's rest. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this Captain Story soul. Buy this car to drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work to work.
Welcome to the Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and tonight we got some big fights. That's right. Teofimo Lopez, I think I said that right, versus Vasiliy Lomachenko. Also, we have UFC Fight Night, or Fight Island, whatever the fuck they want to call it. Brian Ortega versus the Korean Zombie, however you say his real name. But first, please consider donating to Devon's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe link is in the description box. If you got $5 or more laying around and the site's still taking donations, give it a try. Devon's Journey to Recovery. GoFundMe link in the description box. It's for charity, not for us. Gotta make sure everyone knows that. What's up, Anthony? Muay Thai. No way Lomachenko loses. Well, have you seen Lopez fight? He, a little tank motherfucker. You know, at his best, as far as, like, if I was, like, a fan of his, I'd be like, oh, he's like a mixture of Tyson and Roy Jones. This little tank guy who also is flashy and has plenty of fucking speed and that leaping left hook. Anyone in that division gets hit by him is liable to get knocked out. So, that's why this fight's so big to me. And I'm wondering why it wasn't even on pay-per-view. That's a good thing, I'm just saying. It's like that worthy. Maybe the names aren't big enough. People don't care about these guys. Like Triple G doesn't get ratings like, Pacquiao gets ratings, but like Triple G doesn't really. And I'm like, why not? Maybe it's because they're Eastern European or something. Who knows? Oh, you haven't seen him fight? This dude's he has punching power and speed, and he's legit, and he's big for the weight class. Like, this is probably, I don't know, if he wins this, actually probably if he wins or loses, he's probably moving up weight classes. Like, he's bigger for the division. and fast. Still has plenty of speed. And Jesus Christ, his left hook. He has like a leaping left hook like Roy Jones. Not as fast. Pound for pound, not as fast. But it's still much power. He has power in both hands. He has a little Triple G thing too, man, where he can hit guys and they crumble. But you'll notice it. Triple G doesn't punch fast enough to where you're like, oh my God, he's dead. He just has so much power that when he makes contact, guys crumble. This guy has the speed and the power behind it. So this is going to be, hopefully, a very fun fight. Right now we got Almeida versus Martinez in the UFC. They're still in the prelims, I assume. All right. Fuck. Try to keep an eye on the Braves game. The fuck? Do we have a guy on base or something? The freak? Ah, okay. Oof. Yeah, exactly. He does have bricks for hands. And no, I'm not going to wear a wife beater for the stream. No, thank you. I don't want to scare anybody. Ooh, right hand by Almeida. Yeah, so I can't fucking wait for that fight. Can't fucking wait. Now, I'm a big boxing fan. I'm more of a boxing fan than a UFC fan. But I'm not, like, a fan in the sense of I like watching the sports and I love when big fights are happening and all that shit. I'm not like, I don't know every single boxer and watch every single fight. I know the bigger names. These two are throwing fucking bombs at each other. Don't worry about it, Anthony. If they want to, they will come. Pause. And it's early. We got a long time. And we got like 3 hours till the boxing even gets going. We got a full main card for the Fight Island shit. So it should be a good... Oh, Ortega versus Korean Zombie. That sounds interesting. I'm a bit of a Ortega fan, I would say. Yeah. So yeah, I am open to maybe if or when there's more people here, I'll go over videos. I don't mind that. If you guys recommend videos, I will play them. We should wait for if there's more people showing up first, but I'll definitely play some videos. Boxing has lost its lore. Yeah. But, I mean, is it boxing or is it like the fans that watch this shit? Yeah, is it the fans that are looking for something more brutal, which is why the UFC would take over as far as popularity? They're looking for more, blood and knockouts and cuts and guys being, like, knocked dead and all that shit. Which is why, like, Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua were like, oh my God, these guys, they're going to bring boxing back. They're going to bring back the heavyweight division. And then someone with skill outclasses them, but fans don't know what to do with that. Oh, what? I only understand guy, hit in face, knocked out on the ground. That's all I understand. So, yeah. Gustavo, what's up, Gustavo? I'm not going to show the fight, but you'll definitely hear the fight. 100% you'll hear the fight. And I might be able to recommend some sites that may or may not be showing the fights for free. If you got a, good enough computer or tablet or whatever. So if you want me to, if you're like, hey Jordan, is there anywhere where I can wink wink legally watch this fight at? I'll do my best. Yeah, I enjoy the big fights. The big fights for boxing. And obviously I like UFC. Even though, see, they have so many, like, names. Like, even, like, this guy, Thomas Almeida, who just fought. I remember him being, like, near, like, top of the main card. He's fallen off, but it's still, like, a name I recognize. Boxing, like, I mean, getting rid of, like, HBO boxing and all that shit, which was definitely a part of the lore that you were talking about. As far as, like, what people want to see. It's like, it's sad. And then they don't have, like, an official organization. They don't have, like, the UFC. Like, we're all here in one thing called the UFC. And we got an ESPN contract in. We're on ESPN every so often or whatever. Now, you don't have to choose. It's just, let's be honest, UFC's fucking popping off. In boxing, it's like every so often you find major fights. This is one of them, but it's... You know, there's no build-up to it. A lot of people have no idea who Lopez is. People recognize Lomachenko, but if all he's fighting is quote-unquote nobodies, even though he hasn't been fighting like nobodies. He's been fighting real guys, but those other guys are not built up so that when Lomachenko fights him, it's like, another scrub for Lomachenko to take care of. Meanwhile, like, Rigondeaux is very good. He fucking ate shit in that fight. Smelt a little funny to me. I'm like, this guy's actually a really good boxer. And he's just gave up in the middle of, like, the biggest fight of his career when he's undefeated. I don't believe that. So I was like, a little suspect to me. But, you know. Yeah, it was awesome. It had I'm not saying like, the announcers are the greatest or this is the greatest or whatever. I'm just saying it has the lore behind it. It has the fucking Tyson in the 90s. It has the Mickey Ward, Arturo Gatti. It has those things in its catalog that it can show off and say, see, we put on good fucking fights here. Come watch us. And you had HBO After Dark, Boxing After Dark, I think it was called. Where you can, once in a while, find, like, an awesome fight. And no offense to Showtime, but they don't have that lore behind it. Right? Right? Mayweather started out on fucking HBO. Pacquiao, HBO. The Berea-Morales fights, HBO. So, like, the Foreman fights, Tyson. Did you see the Mexican cartel snuff video? No, I did not. What's up, Maddie? How you doing? You dabbing? See, they're giving the emojis legs now. Something's going wrong here. He has almost legs. Something's wrong with that. You're not a mod, Muay Thai. Sorry. One day, Muay Thai. See, if I wasn't worried about getting banned, I would let my my second channel. You'd be a mod there. It'd be fine. But we need to save that channel in case this one goes down at any point. Maybe I should turn this volume on. The TV volume. Give it a little bit of... See, how did boxing and the UFC figure this out? Turn this down a little bit. How did boxing and the UFC figure this shit out? To where they have a big boxing event, or they have a big UFC event, pretty big, I would say, if you're into the sport. And then you have the boxing event, as opposed to Trump and Biden having town halls at the same fucking time. Unfucking real. When you split them up and give them separate time slots, that's called catering to your audience. The other one is just, fuck you, we don't like you, pick one. We don't care, vote. They don't tell you, like, the real characteristics of the people you're voting for. They just say vote. Just vote. What's the point? Just vote. Vote. Who cares? Vote. There's a problem with that. Just saying. You didn't, bro. Or you didn't? Bro, need to get with the times. How dare you say no to me in that tone of voice? I've got this wrench, bro, and you can never take it off me, you communist. Shut up. Shut up, Muay Thai. What's up, Karen? Karen! What's up, Karen? We're going to watch some big fights tonight. It's going to be fun. Is it 24? Oh, that's next week. Gagey versus Habib. Or, excuse me, Khabib. There's a K in there. People don't notice that. There's a K in his name. What's this? Yeah, I can't even tell if we're on the main card for the UFC or it's still prelimming shit. That would be fucked up is if they are actually playing at the same time or fighting at the same time as the fucking big boxing match. That would fuck me up. Claudio Silva. Sounds like an action star's name. Claudio Silva. Let me look that up real fast. Wait, what? There we go. Oh, it started at 7? Why did something tell me it was at 7:30? The freak? Freak you. Whatever. Oh, Andrade's fighting tonight. Okay. Alright, we're in the main card. Even better, they started even earlier. Wonderful. Pull your wieners out and call me a BB? No. That's gross. That's alright. Like I said, my main focus tonight is the boxing match. So until then, I mean, I do want to see. I want to see the Andrade Shokagan, whatever her name is, fight. That sounds interesting. Also the Ortega Korean zombie fight I want to see too. But other than that, like I'll play videos, talk shit, whatever. And I'm going to pay attention to the Braves game, the Braves score. Braves are brave. Right now we're down 3-1. Killing me. HS Mac, you dumb? He's not even in the chat. I don't see him. Unless he's hiding. He could hide. He smells like a hider. Mr. Wilson did a live vlog today. The man is poor as fuck. Oh, that sucks. How the fuck is he playing Minecraft? On PC, isn't he? He does better shit than I do.
Most recently seen coaching and cornering some of the UFC's finest, Kraus is back to remind the world that he is far from done as an active fighter. With his knockouts of Vasiliy and Sergio Rice, and a February fight of the night with Trevor Giles, prime examples of his continued prowess in the octagon. Coming up next, Claudio Hannibal Silva battles the James
Claudio Silva, starring in. He has an action star name. Tony, what's up, Tony? What up? What up? Like I said, I don't know if you heard me or not, Tony. I'm open to playing videos until some of the bigger fights start. We got some time, so if you guys have videos, hopefully don't make it fucking 40 minutes or 25 minutes long. Try to stick to something that's like 10 minutes or less. That'd be helpful, so that we can get to other people's shit. But if you guys got videos you want to recommend or whatever, something we can look over, please drop that link. Drop it good. Then drop it again. Then I'll click it. Click it. Come on, Braves. Fuck the Dodgers. Fuck the fucking Dodgers. Assholes. I hear the footsteps of a soy boy. Did you play that 13-minute video I dropped last night? No. Who are you talking about? You mean the night before? Alright, am I tripping? Yeah. Was the, what's his name? Inklikesh? I can't say his name. The one that wasn't fucking opening? The Richard Medhurst one. I did not. I don't think I did. Oh, let me look at something. I might have missed that one, Tony. I remember the one where you linked it and you were like, "Can you see this?" And I clicked on it and it would send me back to YouTube's main page. Like the video's just like whew, disappeared into thin air. Oh, okay. I've seen this guy. I've seen him on Twitter. Is it the bill that gives UK undercover police license to commit any crime? Oh, you guys pitched in and got him that PC? That's cool. Or are you fucking with me? Better not be fucking with me. That's cool if you guys did that. If you're lying to me, go fuck yourselves, all of you. Okay. I got it, Tony. Let's see. Hopefully YouTube isn't fucking with me again where the video's disappearing. Like the screen was like turning white when I would move around. It was very weird. Yeah, it's doing it again. Right, you can see his watermark. Let me try this. Let me try this real quick and see if this works. You can see his watermark. You can't see him though, which is very weird. Yeah, let me remove this. Yes. Yeah, it's still. That's fucking weird, man. Let me mute this other microphone real fast, and I'll turn on my desktop audio. I got you. Alright, here we go. This is Richard Medhurst. Bill gives UK undercover police license to commit any crime. It's from a day ago.
So in the UK, today, Parliament, they had their third reading
Sorry if that was loud.
of a new bill, okay? This is also referred to as the Spy Cops Bill. It's the Covert Human Intelligence Sources Bill, okay? What this bill does, it allows undercover police to legally commit crimes. Yes, you heard that correctly. It allows them to commit crimes. You're an undercover agent, you can just do whatever you want. You can kill someone, you can rape them, you can torture them. You will be protected under this bill. That's not an exaggeration. That's the only purpose of this bill. I'm not joking. That's what this bill is for. Do you want to look at how they voted? You ready? Wow. 313 to 98. 313 to 98. So now, of course, the bill...
Now, surely there's got to be some nuance here, right? You can't just have cops going around raping people. At the same time, it's probably a bunch of, like, legal jibber-jabber to where it's like, it's not rape, it's unwanted sexual intercourse. To where they, like, play with words and shit to make it more legal for cops to do shitty things. But I'll listen more for the context here.
Goes on to the House of Lords, right? From the House of Commons to the House of Lords, and they will debate it. Pay attention to this giant blue blob over here. That's the Conservatives. Where's Labour? Oh, that's right, they abstained. So what Keir Starmer did, who's now the Labour leader, who's a former member of the intelligence community, yes, he whipped the party into line and said, you abstain. Meaning, let the bill through. Just let it through. And then we can worry about amending it in the House of Lords. So the very few people that voted against this, okay, who actually have a spine, who actually stand for something, who actually respect and value human rights, Jeremy Corbyn is one of them. I would like to point your attention also to the 3 shadow ministers who were sacked just a few weeks ago because they've also voted against the Overseas Operations Bill, which legalizes war crimes by UK troops. Yes, the UK is trying as hard as possible to become even more evil. Yeah, so they're trying to legalize war crimes with the Overseas Operations Bill, and now they're trying to legalize crimes at home, torture, rape, murder, by undercover police. And so Jeremy Corbyn, he voted against it. He gave a good little 10-minute speech in Parliament, which I watched, and then, of course, we have the 3 shadow ministers, right? So among them, Olivia Blake. We also have Beth Winter, Nadia Whittam, and there's also Afsana Begum, who I remember seeing at the Assange hearing. So all of these people here on the screen, they voted against this bill. And we also had Dan Carden, who not only voted against this, but flat out resigned. He's the shadow financial secretary to the Treasury. He represents a constituency in Liverpool, working class background, comes from a working class family. His dad was involved with unions, with dockers who went on strike in the 90s. And so when you see a bill that is giving police the power to spy on unions, which is what they've done and been caught doing, and you're not even allowed to oppose it, understandably, he resigned over it. You have to keep in mind, he's in the front bench. Okay, this is one of the leaders of the Labour Party. He resigned. They've been using the police to spy on NGOs, on human rights groups, on activities that are 100% legal. Nothing wrong with them. So he resigned, Dan Carden. Now, I just want to point your attention to something else, to another vote, because they tried to amend this thing. So this was Amendment 7. 317 no's, 256 ayes. Do you know what this amendment was for, Amendment 7? This amendment, Amendment 7, was meant to prevent the police, to stop them from being able to commit murder, rape people, torture them, detain them. That's what that amendment was for. It was shot down. 317 no's. They shot down the fucking amendment that specifically barred these crimes.
And I think I already, just by looking at it, understand what the, the creepy police guy's counter argument's going to be is, well, what if we're trying to get like a drug bust, and these guys won't trust him unless this undercover does like a line of cocaine. Then they can be like, oh, he's not a cop. See, he did drugs. He did something illegal. Or whatever. Or, whatever organized crime shit happens. But it's like, fuck. And it's almost like there's all these other factors that happen where it's like, hey guys, these are all the things that lead to guys in a warehouse, getting ready to exchange cash for, kilos of cocaine. But once again, I don't know, the hyper focus on incident by incident and not exploring the reasons these things come about. So of course, what they'll come up with is a rule that allows undercover cops to snort cocaine or beat the shit out of someone, or to even shoot at someone. So they can say, well, he has to do it because he's trying to maintain his cover. Fuck. Anyways, I don't even know if anything I said made sense, but I said it out loud. There it is. It's on wax. Let's continue.
Unbelievable. And then, of course, they shot down another amendment, which was meant to provide a clause where they have to get a warrant, a judicial warrant, from a judge before they can actually commit these crimes. So any kind of safeguards imaginable, all down the drain, all out the window. But any current amendment. Unbelievable. And then, of course, they shot down another amendment, which was meant to provide a clause where they have to get a warrant, a judicial warrant, from a judge before they can actually commit these crimes. So any kind of safeguards imaginable, all down the drain, all out the window.
I bet, not counting the corrupt, creepy ones that voted for this shit, but just the normies, the ignoramuses, they're probably thinking like some like movie situation, or like Donnie Brasco or something. Like, what? Yeah, if you had to get a warrant before you start shooting at that guy or beat the shit out of that guy or started doing cocaine or whatever, it's like, you can't do that. Look at Donnie Brasco. He needs to be able to go on the fly. Unfucking real. Anyways,
this is what we're dealing with. There's no opposition party anymore. The Labour Party and the Tories are like this now. Do you understand? There's no semblance of an opposition. It's gone. It's erased. Unbelievable. This is really unbelievable.
that's what I said.
You can see here, we have this massive inquiry going on we're still waiting for the result, which you can imagine is one of the reasons why they're trying to push this bill through Parliament and the House of Lords as fast as possible.
That's an interesting point right there by Tony. If or when they go after Vanessa Beeley and Ava Bartlett, and this thing's allowed to happen, to where you could have someone, people trying to approach them that are actually, undercover cops or intelligence or whatever, And it's like, they're legally allowed to do some shit. Which means they could be like, they sniffed me out as a cop, and then they threatened me. So I had to pull my gun out and shoot. Indiscriminately, of course. I couldn't control myself. I was threatened. It's legal though, right? I'm undercover. It's like, whoa. Or, well, I just thought of it'd be like a funny type of sketch for this story. Dark but funny. We're not gonna use it, but like, I'm undercover as a serial killer. It allows me to just kill anyone at will, cut up bodies, eat bodies, whatever. I'm undercover though, so it's legal. I'm undercover as a psychopathic serial killer, so it's okay. It's like, I'm undercover as a hitman, so it's okay I killed Ava Bartlett and Vanessa Beeley. It's okay I poisoned them. I was undercover as a hitman, you see. Dark humor, forgive me.
So, the police, they've spied on over 1,000 political groups since 1968, and we don't even know who they are. There's no official list of these groups. So once again, we have a national security state that is running wild, that is spying on people doing completely normal legal things. As I mentioned, human rights groups, unions, they're violating their privacy. They're engaging in sexual relations with them. They're just running wild. You can't make this up, man. You really can't make this up. And the best part,
what was the shit I heard? Oh, I think it was part of the Bartlett and Beeley thing, right? Fuck. It's something where an undercover got in with the neighbor of someone who's an activist. Like, they started a relationship with the neighbor, like tricking them and shit like that. You know, got in her pants or whatever, as an excuse to be in that area to spy on these people. What fucking story am I thinking of? Oh shit. Fuck, I saw this story somewhere. You guys tell me if you know what I'm talking about. There's something where a guy was undercover and he started hooking up with this activist or journalist, their neighbor, hooking up with their neighbor in order to get close and spy on this activist or journalist. Fuck. Where the fuck did I see this at? Or was it that Susie Dawson fucking thread? Fuck. Alright, sorry. I'll play more.
the bill, let's take a look at when they've given
See that
themselves
GTA
the authority
poster.
to kill people, murder them,
Wait, fool,
torture them,
nobody.
whatever. Let's take a look at the condition. So, a criminal conduct authorization. That's literally what they're calling it. We will authorize ourselves to commit criminal conduct. This is fucking insane. A criminal conduct authorization is necessary on grounds falling within this subsection if it is necessary in the interests of national security, of course. The blanket justification. B, for the purpose of preventing or detecting crime or of preventing disorder. Or C, in the interests of the economic well-being of the United Kingdom.
Wow. Now that first one, he was right. That covers everything. As soon as he's put national security onto it, you can anywhere. You want to fucking raid a lemonade stand, some little girl's lemonade stand? National security. It's the interest of national security. That girl's dangerous. That's basically blanket. Thank you, George Bush, Tony Blair, the war on terror. The war on imagination thing. War on thing that's not physical, which means we can just go anywhere physically. Lemons. Girl. Antonio Banderas? Yeah, I know he's an actor. Oh yeah, yeah. That this letter C that he just read that's fucking weird. In they are authorizing criminal conduct if it's in the interest of the economic well-being of the United Kingdom. What the fuck? I'll read the initial statement here. It says, a criminal conduct authorization is necessary on grounds falling within the subsection if it is necessary in the interest of the economic well-being of the United Kingdom. Now, what the fuck does that mean? I would figure national security covered all of it. But if they're like, I don't know. Oh, this guy's he has $80 billion in his bank account. He's giving it all away. We need to sack this motherfucker in the interest of the UK economics. Yeah. That one's weird. I'd love to hear one of these people who voted in favor of it. I don't want to hear them. I want to hear the people who wrote it. I mean, what do you mean by that? People who voted for it are already chalked up for yes or no or in any scenario. The creepers, there's no wiggle room there. They're straight up robotic, ones and zeros. I do whatever I'm told. I do whatever I'm told. Anyways, here we go.
What does that mean? What does that mean? The economic well-being, the economic interests of the United Kingdom? So as Jeremy Corbyn put it, does that mean if they deem a trade union going on strike to be a threat, a quote-unquote threat to the economic well-being because it would disrupt trade, right? Workers going on strike because they've reached the end of negotiations, they can't get any further with management. They go on strike, they withhold their labor. This disrupts trade, that's the desired effect. Is that also a threat now to the economic well-being of the United Kingdom? That means we can now go and spy on trade unions legally, we can kill people, union leaders. Endless possibilities here. Let your imagination just run wild, whatever that means. This is insane. I mean, I'm laughing because it's like my brain cannot digest that this is real. It looks like something out of 1984. It really does. A criminal conduct authorization. They're literally writing legislation that lets them act like criminals. You know, and I just like to point out the irony here. I just like to point out the irony of how when the government declares that something is in the public interest, it's okay for them to break the law. That's exactly what they're saying here. However, if you are a journalist and you expose government wrongdoing because it's in the interest of the general public, oh, we will extradite you to the US. Fuck you. Interesting how that works, right? Interesting. If you expose lies, propaganda that is sold by the BBC, that is sold by Western media, you will be threatened with legal action by the government. All of a sudden, real journalism is not in the public interest, but the government killing people, raping them, committing sexual violence against them, spying on them, that's in the public interest. Wow. Wow. Fucking hell. I'm speechless. You know, I was looking at the Overseas Operations Bill from a few weeks ago, and I was like, I don't know how it can get any worse than this. They're legalizing war crime. They're just black on white. They're legalizing war crime. They were already illegal. We all know that. They're not going to prosecute anyone. No one is ever actually held truly accountable for war crimes. But nonetheless,
except those Nazis.
It is a new precedent.
Not their scientists, the other guys.
And here they just outdo
They need
themselves.
some faces to burn.
Now they're legalizing.
They needed
things
some
akin
faces.
to war crimes at home. Wow. It's really like a competition now, right? The UK and the US are trying to see who could be more evil. They're going to run wild.
Yeah.
There was another amendment that was shot down today that would require the government to provide a tally at the end of every year to show how many of these criminal conduct authorizations took place, right? How many people they've killed, what they've done. You know, some kind of checks and balances, right? Some kind of accountability. So that the police, even though they're being given permission to run wild and kill people and do whatever they like, they still have to show something for it. That was also shot down. So the police, undercover police, will be able to get away with murder, with rape, with sexual violence, with spying. They don't have to report to anyone, and no one is going to hold them accountable. This is madness. And it's not just police, by the way. You have to understand something. The government runs several kinds of undercover operations. Not just the police, it's also the national security state, so it's also MI5 and MI6. They also have things like operations in regards to counterfeit medicine, right? Counterfeit drugs. They have people running operations on toxic waste disposal. So this has far-reaching implications. You need to understand that.
I bet they feel fucking
I love how they
important.
call it also James Bond-style bill. Yeah, it really is a
I'm
license
important.
to
I
kill.
work for
That's
the
literally
government.
what they're doing. So,
Saving the world.
as I mentioned, it's not just the police. It's MI5 and other intelligence
Creating
bodies,
problems so I can fix them.
police forces,
People
and
will
the
tell me I'm
National
doing
Crime Agency,
something.
immigration and border officers, customs, the UK military, of course, the Ministry of Justice, investigations in prisons. What the fuck does that mean? And this one, here we go. Competition and Markets Authority, Environment Agency, Financial Conduct Authority, Food Standards Agency, Gambling Commission, and Medicines and Healthcare Regulation Authority. So it's really a blanket bill that gives the government sweeping powers. Sweeping powers. Not just with the police, but all kinds of organs, all kinds of bodies in the government that can just go after and start running undercover operations and infiltration and killing and murdering people. And get away with it. And we can't even know. I really wish I was exaggerating. I'm not. I'm not exaggerating to you that these amendments were shot down today. An amendment that would say the police can now just kill people because they're running an undercover operation or rape them. That was shut down. And the Labour Party did nothing. They were all whipped.
By the way, I just want to throw in, like, that is rape. If you're approaching someone with a false persona, you're just faking, pretending the whole time just to get in close to someone else. Like, yeah, I call that rape. I don't know about you. I'm probably calling that rape.
Into allowing this to go through. So now it goes to the House of Lords. I'm going to give you a spoiler here, and I will tell you that it will come back to the Parliament with hardly any amendments, and this thing will go through, unfortunately. That's the fucking state of affairs. I told you, you're going to think I'm exaggerating when I tell you this. You're going to think this is, it's madness. Yeah, it is madness, but it's also real, unfortunately. And you know, any kind of semblance of human rights, the Human Rights Act, you can forget about it, because the Human Rights Act, which is the implementation of the European Convention on Human Rights in British law, they've been trying to gut this for a long time. Even 10 years ago, I was hearing how they would debate it in Parliament and say, oh, it's preventing us from doing this and that. They've always hated this thing, right? Now they're trying to gut it for several reasons, because they want to get the Overseas Operations Bill passed, which allows them to commit war crimes, as if the UK just gives itself the right to violate international law. They're trying to do that so they can also get rid of Assange, extradite him. You have to remember that Gary McKinnon's extradition was blocked because Theresa May cited the Human Rights Act. So it has its uses. Yes, human rights actually have their uses. They're trying to get rid of this thing. Just a few weeks ago in the media, in The Guardian, we saw an article how they're trying to gut this. So there is a real concerted effort here from the government to get rid of one of the only pieces of legislation that provides any kind of semblance of a guarantee to life, of a guarantee to privacy, to human rights. They're trying to gut it completely and then get this kind of draconian, Orwellian shit passed. I really wish I was exaggerating. I'm not. I think I'm understating how fucking severe this is, if anything. Disgusting. Absolutely disgraceful.
That shit works, though. Whatever. Very interesting.
Little things can become your big moment. That's why
Yeah, I've seen this guy before on Twitter. I made fun of his voice. Like, yeah, are you acting? Some other video he did. It was just like over the top. I'm like, whoa. But yeah. I mean, not surprising. It's hard for me. I guess I'm a little bit more jaded to be disgusted. I mean, or it's that, or I need to see someone's face, and then them explaining them doing it. Like, I'm going to sign this bill, and then them explaining it, that would gross me out. Seeing a person do that, knowing, like, what? Hey, there's more to life, and you're doing this. It's like, damn, I feel bad for you. But, you know, hard to be too surprised by things like this. I'm probably more curious what the people in the UK. Is it like the typical shit where it's a very small minority who are actually even hear about this, and then an even smaller amount who are going to say anything about it? So.
With an entirely new team, the Lakers fan has been reveling in their success this week, but tonight he comes to victory of his own. And like his opponent, Chanton Jong has been in great spirits all week.
Twitter is censoring the hell out of people, as is YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of funny too. Like, I'm not, fully taking the conspiracy route of, a whole lot of people are in on it or whatever. I think it's a lot of just, like, people they're just lazy. Being honest, man. They're just lazy about their own existence. What they call comfort. Huh? Like, there's this whole thing at Twitter, and damn near all the ranks all know about what's going on, and they're all for it. As opposed to guys who are like, I got this job a year ago. I really want to do good, and they're just typing away. These are our rules here. Janice, can you bring in coffee for everyone? Thank you. Our job is this. And they have no idea that they're, like, probably ruining someone's income here. Like, we're banning this guy. Okay. Or they believe it's bad. There's another possibility. I genuinely believe this person's bad. Yeah. To some degree. I still leave that as a possibility, as opposed to that's what's going on.
More details I'm getting out, I would straight up say, yeah. What they'll do is they'll ban a bunch of shit with proper information and source content. But it gets engulfed with a bunch of shit.
Yeah, but it always seems to be these things that normies can make a real argument for, a semi-real argument for. Like, let's say they're banning COVID videos, right? People are saying, like, oh, this how this virus came about is suspicious, or even its existence is suspicious, or shadow ban, or whatever. In their minds, take a normie's mind, and they're like, well, if this is a dangerous disease, and I truly believe that, if someone's going out there saying it's not real, and it starts spreading and it hurts everyone, like, don't we have to fight that? I'm saying there's probably a lot of those type of people working for these organizations. Just saying. Just saying. Or, a lot of probably, there's probably a decent amount of, like, straight up social psychopaths who just
I'm not saying they're all in now. Absolutely not. Is there somebody that's like, as far as like, off authorizing specific things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's someone above their heads.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's someone above their
Yeah,
heads.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's by far a minority, though, right?
It's a minority, yeah, but it speaks volumes.
But that's by far a minority. Not just a minority, but by far a minority.
I could, weasel around that, if I wanted to.
Please do.
Take it as far as a minority, right? Let's say Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can say the same thing as far as YouTube.
Okay.
You can say the same thing as far as any type of platform. By whatever means that has any relationship or is owned by Google.
Okay.
And vice versa with any other site.
Okay.
So then it becomes more of a, how would you say it? A close-knit working relationship, even though they can claim, we remain distant. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I think Jack Dorsey's probably a dumb fuck.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? No. That kind of shit.
Yeah, so then it's the scenario I said then.
It may not seem like a minority when it's like almost everywhere. Seemingly.
I'm talking about number of people. That's an extreme minority, right? It's not thousands, it's hundreds.
Take someone we know.
Hmm?
He knows, yeah.
Who?
Somebody that you know.
Okay.
I'm sure he doesn't know what the fuck.
Yeah, that's the scenario I said.
Okay.
I didn't mean like it's only in one spot. I meant like number of people. Everyone else is just, Franny, can you get me some coffee? And Franny has no idea what's going on. That's what I meant.
They meant like certain positions that have a very big effect on what happens if they have their review, as opposed to the
No.
Johnny press that button. Okay.
No.
Like that, like not like
No. I meant the normies that are like, yeah, we should ban him. I mean, look at the things he's saying. He's saying COVID's fake, and if it spreads, it's like that shit. Shit, hold on. Please tell Muay Thai we love him, so then he won't act out to get our attention. You tell him. Have you heard about Stephen F. Cohen's death? He was the Russian scholar. No. Stephen F. Cohen. You heard that name before? Stephen F. Cohen? Feels like I heard that name before. Okay. Yeah, I've seen this guy before. Okay, I've seen this guy before. Didn't know what he did, but I've seen him before. I'm looking at a video from Katie Halper, and that shit's from 3 weeks ago. So I guess he died 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I've definitely seen this motherfucker before. The Russia expert. He was the man? Okay.
Just tell everyone, oh, you're from the UK.
Jimmy Crute told us he was going to chop up the legs of Bukowskis in the fight, and he thinks he's going away. Just that.
That tar person was constantly trying to shame Vanessa today. Who's that? Oh, he's done.
Leans over the table. Dude, they're like that dude. See that guy at the table? The guy's like, I'd fight anybody. They're fucking keyboard dick riding that hell out of it. To be fair though, he's like, I'll fight anybody. Like, I'm a Muslim now. Don't care. By dick riding, I mean, I'm not saying he ain't good, but some people are just straight up like.
Max Boot versus Steve. I can't play this, Anthony. I can't play this. It's CNN. I can't play CNN shit.
Collapses him on the spot like a newborn giraffe. Fires that left hook as he closes him down against the fence for the finish. Let's have a look at this in real time. Just watch the speed of this.
Okay, I actually have that video in front of me.
Shot selection, right hand, right uppercut.
This I can play.
Reaction. That's got bonus all over. Body kick. Yes, exactly.
And there you see UFC vet Dan Kelly and then Sam Greco, who's been with him a very long time. They're going to be celebrating back at the hotel. We're making a
Yeah, you talk about.
Can't believe it.
What? I don't even know. It's on the podcast.
Hey, Kurt. Movies? No. How easy it was to say who guy comes.
Click it. Click it, click it, click it.
Wade is getting his holiday shopping done early at Amazon. So come December, he'll get to be
Yeah, CNN will fucking definitely ban our shit. I got the one I have on screen right now is the one propaganda just put. Yeah, New Cold War. Stephen F. Cohen on the New Cold War. Alright, I'm gonna play that. Alright, here we go. This is on Rebel HQ. Stephen F. Cohen on the New Cold War with Michael Tracy, I guess.
Yeah, you talk about the people that Democrats and others rely on for information on the subject. I think it's worth calling attention to a comment that James Clapper made recently on Meet the Press. James Clapper was speaking of Russians, and Clapper said, quote, typically that they are almost genetically driven to co-opt, penetrate, and gain favor. So that's James Clapper, the person who is sought after as an authority on these issues, demonstrating that his mindset is one of attributing inborn qualities to Russians that make them somehow inherently disposed to carry out spycraft or subterfuge or what have you. And you have to assume that the mindset that Clapper exemplified there is shared within elements of the intelligence community, which he essentially headed. And it's this intelligence community who are behind many of the anti-Russia leaks that we've been seeing, and which are then seized upon by Democrats as the unadulterated truth. And there's so little skepticism of motive that's applied, and so little cognizance that people who might have a pre-existing commitment to a hostile.
Those guys like he's like, why are you using words like this, man? Just say it.
On the part of
Say what you gotta
Democrats, who
say.
really ought to know better, you would hope.
So let me play poker with you and call you and tell you things are even worse, but then step back a bit. What Clapper said about Russians, that they're genetically disposed to do us in and be evildoers, is of course a form, I guess, of racism. I mean, like
he was
saying,
like, let me play
Jews
poker
are
with you.
genetically disposed to cheat you financially, and blacks are this, and the Irish are that. This is something that we wouldn't tolerate.
Michael Tracy tries.
And nobody protested. I think he said it on NBC or someplace.
He said it on Meet the Press. So he said
Meet
it on
the
the
Press.
flagship television show that the establishment kind of
All
organized
right.
themselves
And,
around.
and by the way, he had said it in Australia 2 days before. That's where I first heard him say it. So it wasn't an accident. But let's step back a minute. And you're right. Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think that there has been an intelligence operation run against Trump surreptitiously, going back at least since early 2016. And that I would call it Intelgate. And it's that, not Russiagate, that really rivals Watergate and needs to be investigated. What these intelligence services have been doing, in addition to breaking the law, with this pattern of secret surveillance and leaking to the press for months and months. So you're right. Who are these people that have sat, I guess, through most of the Obama administration and only now departed, and who have run our intelligence services? So we know that Clapper is a Russophobe. He thinks that they are genetically evil people. But look what Brennan said.
That's where we're going to part ways. That Clapper is what do you call it, a Russophobe? It's like, you really think that? You don't think there's something bigger going on here? You just think he doesn't like, he grew up in the Cold War era, and he was raised to not like Russia and their government. Or he's a staunch pro-American guy, and he remembers the Cold War, and I don't know. Let's just say I think there's something bigger going on there. Yeah. Let me rewind it so you can say it again.
Obama administration, and only now departed, and who have run our intelligence services. So we know that Clapper is a Russophobe. He thinks that they are genetically evil people. But look what Brennan...
I didn't even hear him say that. He thinks they're genetically evil people. I definitely don't fucking believe that shit. Not 1 second do I believe that. But let's continue.
Said in his testimony, he was the director of the CIA. He said something absolutely astonishing, but it's good we now know it. He said, and I can't quote him exactly, but I do not misparaphrase him. He said that Americans who have contacts with Russians have a risk of heading down a treasonous path that they are not aware of until they commit treason. Stop and think about that. This is a guy who was downright paranoid about unofficial contacts with Russia. Now, he might have told me 50 years ago when I started my career, because I've had, I don't know, scores, hundreds of contacts with Russians over my life of all kind. That's what I do. I try to make contact with knowledgeable Russians, and sometimes just with Russians who are a lot of fun. But imagine saying that. That was the director of the CIA. And then we have Comey's astonishing testimony where...
You're saying Clapper said that, Anthony? If he said that, I still don't buy it. Still don't buy it. There's no way. No freaking way. Now, if it was like... What was it? When's the Red Scare? 1950s? It's like, maybe I could believe someone from that era, like, really just didn't like Russians at all or whatever. But a guy this high up in this fucking time period? Get the freak out of here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he was calling WikiLeaks basically like a Russian outfit. I'm sure he was doing that when we all know, like, that's horseshit. And he should know that's horseshit. Which means, it's like, oh, is he just he's just planting the Russian thing on different people? In which case, what does that have to do with hating Russians genetically? There'd be no reason to lie about that. I don't know. Clapper has said Russians are predisposed to violence and evil. Okay. That doesn't move me in one bit for what I think, somewhat what I think motivates this fucking guy. Other than strictly like electrical signals in his brain. I don't think he has much else going on. Let's continue.
He comes forward and says he's a great authority on Russia, and he knows they hacked this, he knows they'll be back, but then he admits he's been one of the leakers. So we have these three top intelligence guys essentially outing themselves, and the strange thing is nobody pays a mind to what they said, except to a certain extent Comey's leaking. But that was okay because it was against Trump. But my back away is this, is that when I was teaching at Princeton, I had a number of very, very good students at the undergraduate or master's level, and even a couple at the PhD level, who didn't want to be academics. They wanted to go to work for the CIA because they didn't want to kill anybody or spy on anybody, but the CIA had a unit on Russia, and it may still have it, though who knows. They did nothing but research. These young people, if they got the job, sat in the CIA in Langley or someplace, doing exactly what I did, studying like scholars, Russia, but they had some declassified material. And back in those days, occasionally, I would actually be invited to join one of their seminars, and we have a discussion. I wrote an article once that they adopted as a kind of test model about reformers and conservatives in the Soviet political elite. So these people in the agency were good people, intelligent people. They could have been professors at American universities. Which reminds us, the intelligence services are highly factionalized. There's no the intelligence, no the FBI, the CIA. There are rival factions at the top in there, warring with each other. And they have been throughout my lifetime. One of them, for example, sold President Kennedy on the Bay of Pigs adventure, which was a disaster, while another warned against it. I think what we've been seeing for the last year is an element, but a powerful element, at the top of the agencies, particularly the FBI and the CIA, less so the national security agencies, waging a kind of surreptitious campaign against Trump and his, quote, associates, and leaking. But I wouldn't say that all these agencies are tainted by this behavior. I think this is just was a leadership group. Now they're out, but some of their adherents evidently are still there because the leaks continue.
Interesting. I wonder if this is what, I guess, drove Michael Tracy away from TYT. Because he was trying to bring people on that are debunking the Russia narrative. But, Anthony says, I agree with you in spirit. But, he's selling a narrative, not necessarily racism. Yeah. And he says, I don't think xenophobia drives him. Me neither. Yeah. Yeah. The narrative is what it is. Propaganda says, you may be right, but Clapper knows that the majority of people do believe Russians are genetically predisposed to be evil. I also think Clapper believes what he says. That, or he is a sociopath. I'd lean towards sociopath before I'd say, he's really like, oh, I'm worried about the genetics, or I'm worried about these people, like that. I just don't believe that at all. And again, he's either a driver, or he was told that we have to have this feeling towards Russia, which means it's not a real feeling, right? You'll project it in order to either, like a rube, like he's trying, like he's fulfilling the steps that need to be taken for someone else, basically. I'll sell the Russia bullshit, so that the guys above me can get to where they want to get. But I don't even think that. I think he's just another one of them. Like, oh, there's a reason why we need Russia to be the bad guys right now. And I will go out in front of a camera and sell it. No problem. And then, Purgatory. Clapper's a piece of... Stop insulting shit like that, Karen. Call him a piece of Clapper. Call him a piece of Clapper. I think most people in the U.S. government truly believe that Americans are genetically better than the rest of the world. I think there's... Fuck. Probably on that right-wing type angle thing. There's probably some people. The ones that are really into it ideologically. Like, I think, like, the normies are like... Well, this is a place where I could express my Christianity, and these soldiers and stuff, they go fight so I can practice my Christianity. Then there's what's the documentary, the Netflix one, where they're like they believe they were chosen by God, the family, like that type of ideology, or it's like we were chosen to be this. See, if I kill someone and I get away with it, I was chosen to get past it. Yeah, you're special. You're above everyone else. You're above the guy who would get arrested for murder. Because it's God's will that way. You're a chosen one. I think there's some of that shit in the higher areas. Think Crowder. Think Steven Crowder. And his daddies, they're probably in that territory. To where no matter what you say, no matter what evidence you provide, they will say, go America. Killing, they'll justify it. Whatever happens, they will justify it. Anyways. Yeah, I think they fired Tracy soon after this video. Shank locked Tracy in a basement. They were doing that with when I first started when I was like looking into the I guess it was like 2015, 2016. I'm like looking into the election stuff. I'm like, who's this Jordan Sheridan guy that they have in fucking he's doing videos from his bathroom and shit. The fuck? How come he doesn't get like a primetime seat or whatever? And it's like, you look at the stories he's doing, and you look at the stories that are happening on TYT's main channel. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, you guys like, like here's a cell phone. It's old, but you know, it still records video. Here's a bathroom. Use the bathroom. Plenty of lighting. Turn the lights on. Shoot a video. Tell them about all the crazy stories that we should be covering. That's what it looked like with Sheridan's son. No joke.
Desk, better camera, my own show. I'm thinking kitchen.
This dude's just in like motels and shit, recording videos about the stories that people actually cared about. And TYT's main channel is like, here's why we have to vote for Hillary. Come on. And you can just see people starting to gravitate away from TYT. like you see Dora start gravitating away. Tracy left. Sheridan left. Even though that was like some controversial shit. Sounded like my fucking spring popped for a second. Whatever. Clapper has a tell when he lies. To me, Clapper is a xenophobe. I doubt it. Fucking doubt it. I mean, you might have a case that he convinces himself that he's that, but somewhere deep down, he's like, nah. Perception is reality. Not really, but I get it. Huh? Oh. Tony says they were pro-Russia during World War II, but dropped the A-bomb on Japan to prevent them from surrendering to Russia. To prevent them from surrendering to Russia. I've never heard that before. That sounds interesting. I remember, what's his name? Fuck. Oliver Stone in the Secret History of America, or whatever the fuck it is. Untold History of America. And he made it sound like they just dropped it to see what would happen. And then dropped another one. Huh? By Oliver Stone's thing? That's well, I'd never heard any of that before, so definitely interesting to me. Let's see. Can we just all relax and hit the crack pipe like Hunter Biden? Jesus. I haven't seen that picture yet. Is it an actual crack pipe? Is it an actual picture? Does it look photoshopped? A whole bunch of things. Yeah, that is the status quo guy, Karen. Right, yeah, that's Jordan Sheridan. That's the status quo guy. And you watch all of his, like, he was never really on the main TYT channel, I think. I think he was like on all the side channels doing the actual reporting of like what's going on during the campaigns and all that shit. And he looked like he was just in like a kitchen somewhere or a bathroom. Never seen him on the main show. Yeah. She's not a jobber. No. She's number one. She's number one contender, dude. She fought fucking. Her last fight was against Valentina.
Whenever I see, like, I don't know, it's just like a look. Like generic, like, clothes looking shit.
Yeah. Propaganda says, yo, so is James think we can't look up old videos of his beautiful face? Oh, does James think we can't look up old videos of his beautiful face?
You don't have a twin, right?
You already fucked it up by saying, you know I have a twin. That already fucked it up. Now they know that you're you. Yeah.
Assuming that I was making assuming I was saying that was me.
Yeah. Let's see.
She does so straight up against the fence. She also said that her game plan is lift girls up, slam them, impose her ground.
Status poo. How dare you? I haven't watched this channel since the fucking Democratic debates. Talking to the fucking Trump supporters have no fucking clue. You know they lied to us about weapons of mass destruction, right? And it's just well, you know, some people believe one thing and other guys believe another. It's like, what? Like, huh? Nah. Back out, Tank. Oh my god, her legs got huge. Look at Andronja's legs. Her legs got huge. Nah, she moved up here.
The hamstrings.
Yeah.
They do this. Yeah,
Did she move up? Yeah, she did move up. Weight class. Dude gets on my nerves. Oh, fuck. That was the whole reason for dropping the A-bomb, but it was on 3 different places, not just Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Alright, I gotta scroll up. He says, yeah, I read it on Consortium. Consortium News, yeah. They made multiple stories on the A-bomb. Okay. That's interesting. When I didn't know better, I like Jordan. And Steve got my mind right. Pause. Anthony, pause. All he does is beg for money. Alright, you got into it with a lot of Tulsi people. To where it was like, all we have is Bernie Sanders now. And it's just like, I wasn't watching him too closely after that. So I don't know if he like, fuck Bernie, fuck him too. I don't know. That was weird. That was weird and slow. I don't know what the other chick. What the fuck she just she was like a That's Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the 2 on paper locations that were bombed. Oh, this could be trouble. It's easy to see Jordan thinks he knows the best path towards growing his network. All while he censors important topics. Jordan Sheridan. I mean, wait, me? Oh. I censor everything. Oh, a body shot. It's like,
I am Joe Frazier. You told me, Joe. You.
Key lesson for fighters: don't show when you're hurt. She literally stopped and grabbed her stomach. Let's see.
Oh, what the fuck? She's like, Joe Frazier.
She had a loose gut when she got hit. That's 100% sure, which is not. You're not supposed to have. Not supposed to happen in the pocket at all. In the pocket, you're supposed to be like fucking. And then you definitely don't fucking show it. You don't say, "Oh, that right hand you just threw to my stomach really hurts. I'll probably be knocked out if you do it again." Yeah. Yeah. No.
That would be the most brutal KO ever. Like, more than
Actually, yeah. I think Woodley would be vicious, but I think the person who would be the most vicious is actually Floyd Mayweather. If he saw some guy just, ow, and turn around, he's like, ugh. He's
I meant
like all efficient, accurate,
she was like
kill you punches.
30 feet away. As he's turning around, I mean, will he go like?
Yeah.
The worst would be him.
Foy would fucking quick sprint too.
Oh, I meant like Goliath. Like
He looks for like wounded animal things. That's what he does. Tyson's more of like, I know you're wounded. You're wounded before I even hit you. You're always vulnerable. Floyd's like, oh, you're vulnerable, huh? Oh, your Achilles torn? Okay. Just trips the other leg out. Are you dancing?
You know, like the referee's not happy. Shit. Bit my house on. You know, she knows about it. She knows about it.
I got a link from Tony. Let's see.
Jessica Andrade, what a fantastic performance. New weight class, same type of result. How does it feel?
How does it feel?
Ah, this I knew about.
How does it feel?
It was Tulsi and Thomas Massey, right?
First female to win in 3 weight classes.
Jordan and me were getting at in a live stream about Miki Const and her DNC sheepdogging. She smells like a normie career girl type thing. This political chick, Miki Const. I think I'm saying her name right. I think. Const. Konst. Cunt.
YouTuber Jordan banned from calling it.
Jordan charlatan. Jen and Jordan both stopped the stream to tell at me and tell me how Tulsi is trash. I'm okay with that, as long as they're not saying, well, she's trash, but go Bernie. As long as I don't hear that shit, it's like, explain why you consider said person trash. Everyone for me starts at guilty until proven innocent. Not really. That's not really the case. It's more I just take it as it is, and I've seen too many things to be like, oh, I trust you with being the most powerful person on the planet, quote unquote most powerful. It's not actual power. It's he sent his girlfriend alone to that protest. That was fucked up. Pause. Pause to you, Propaganda. Propaganda says, I love James and would cut his lawn. We know that. I think Vicious Z is the most vicious. He's an animal. I've seen some of Vicious's live streams. It's fucking hilarious. Jordan Charlatan and his toady Jen. Yeah. I think that was supposed to be on an undercard.
It was. That's at 2 o'clock. So.
Oh shit. Are they in Mother Russia or something?
Something like that. Oh no, they're like in I don't know.
Halfway house.
God, it doesn't look right.
Did you know that Toady comes from an old story about The charlatan. The toady licks a frog to trick the crowd to believing the toad cured the toady. Yeah. Tony says, I haven't watched it yet, but I saw how short it was and figured you may show it. Pause, Tony, pause. I'll play it. Oh, just from today. How come it didn't show up when I looked his name up before? What? Alright, real quick, I'm gonna put this shit up. I was gonna play it anyways, I was like looking through the comments.
Oh, 5G. Fire new phone.
It's from fucking 30 minutes ago, that's why. And my screen turns white. Yep. Yeah, Jen got tackled and stampeded live, and her phone was left live on the ground. I was OG worried she was hurt. You mean OD? Or is it OG in Canada? So she was just on her phone doing it? Okay. Okay, that's what Karen was talking about. Huh? I didn't hear you. You found out something was a thing? Okay, whatever. I don't know where Anthony is. Alright, I'm going to play this video. Fresh off the presses from Richard Meadors. Tulsi Gabbard introduces bill to drop charges against Julian Assange. Here we go.
Tulsi Gabbard, she put forward a new bill, okay? She proposed this a piece of legislation in Congress which would essentially reform the Espionage Act, okay? So let me pull this up for you. This is House Resolution 1175, okay? So it starts out, first of all, by saying that this resolution is expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that news gathering activities are protected under the First Amendment, and that the United States should drop all charges against and attempts to extradite Julian Assange. So this is a very short bill, but its intention is very clear. So it's...
Sorry, I see a video recommended to me from the dude you guys saw, Caleb Maupin. It says, the socialist future of America. And it's just a picture of like paradise looking thing. Like, come on, guys. Like, just be real about it. You already know people already, as soon as they hear the word socialism, are reacting in a negative way. So it's like, what makes you think, like, what are you going to do to get those motherfuckers on your side? You explain it to them? Shit has been explained to certain people over and over and over, and they don't fucking get it. Went from the Dark Knight to fucking Avengers. They don't get it, man. But, you know, it's cool to dream, I guess. Nah, socialism is not the answer. Healthy-minded people are the answer, straight up. There's no system involved there. It's just, they'll figure it out because they're healthy-minded. Anyways, I'll play this. Yeah.
Meant to reform the Espionage Act. Now, look, I want to be very clear here. What Tulsi Gabbard is doing here, this is light years ahead of any of these other hacks in Congress. I mean, have you heard anything from AOC? Have you heard anything from the Squad, which are lauded as these brilliant, young, bright progressives?
Yeah, Kyle.
Silence. Radio silence. They haven't opened their mouths about Assange.
Listen,
even Bernie Sanders. You know, they all said something vaguely when during last year when the indictment was served, but then ever since, not a peep. So what she's doing here, this is light years ahead. She's not just criticizing the extradition. She's not just criticizing the persecution. She's actually trying to do something about it. So I credit where credit is due. Seriously. The only problem I have with this, because I was in court, I was there at the hearing, I listened to 4 weeks about the Espionage Act. My only criticism here is that I don't think reforming it is enough. The Espionage Act is a political tool from the beginning, man. From 1917, from its inception, it was designed to shut people up. If you are a political dissident, you will go to jail. It doesn't matter if you're a journalist. And so when she makes a point about news gathering activities, that's great, and this would help Assange, definitely. But it goes beyond Assange. And I think Julian himself would agree with that. Look at Eugene Debs, for example. This guy was a presidential candidate. He was jailed in 1918. He's not a journalist. He had the audacity to speak out against the First World War. They jailed him for 10 years. They took away his fucking citizenship because he dared to speak out against the draft. Can you believe that? And the Supreme Court upheld this decision. And of course, he's not the only example. Ever since, they've been trying to use it against anyone, any political dissident. They tried to use it against Daniel Ellsberg, for example, for the Pentagon Papers. And it's only because of government misconduct that the case was thrown out. And of course, Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange, they've been trying so hard over and over to establish a legal precedent where they can get a successful conviction of a journalist using the Espionage Act. So you can't reform that. That's my point. The whole thing should be scrubbed. It has no purpose whatsoever. It's been used almost overwhelmingly, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, overwhelmingly against political dissidents, journalists, whistleblowers. Not spies, as the name implies. That's my point. That's my only criticism of it. So I don't think you can reform that. It's really not something that was ever designed to be fair or transparent. And a broader point that I would
It's a game about perception, really.
like to make here, which goes beyond just this piece of legislation, the Bill 1175. You have to understand something. It doesn't matter what the law says, because the prosecution are bending the law to their will. They don't care what it says. You know, the Extradition Act itself, the Extradition Act between the UK and the US, which was written in 2003 and then was ratified in 2006, 2007 by the US, it forbids extradition for a prisoner to face a political trial. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They're still trying to extradite him, even though the trial is political. You understand? The most basic fundamentals of legal, of a right to due process under the British legal system, under the US legal system, have been thrown out of the window. UC Global, on behalf of the US intelligence services, was spying on Julian Assange when he was talking to his lawyers. Any judge would throw this case out immediately. You can't use tainted evidence. And yet here we are. It's going ahead as if nothing happened. We heard the 2 witness statements from the UC Global employees. Just continued as if nothing happened. It was left till day 17, the second last day of the hearing. So do you understand my point here? Even when the law is being violated in plain sight, they don't care. They're still going to do it. And moreover, if you look at the fact that the US served a superseding indictment, past the deadline, with no new charges, no new counts, just this added spam inside of there, as they refer to as conduct, right? Trying to paint Assange as even more sinister and nefarious so that they can get him harsher sentencing once in the US. She accepted it. The judge accepted the superseding indictment past the deadline. She was even holding Assange in Belmarsh prison on an outdated indictment, just randomly. Like, yeah, we don't actually have an indictment to keep you in jail, but we're going to keep you anyway because you're a political prisoner. That's why. This is madness. So my point here is that it doesn't matter how many resolutions you put forward. Unfortunately, we're dealing with a duo of two monsters. Okay, as I said the other day, the United States is essentially a demon spawn of the United Kingdom. They don't give a fuck what the law says. They will bend it to their will. And you saw the same thing with the mass surveillance, right? Dick Cheney, his lawyer David Addington, within 24 hours of 9/11, he signs the presidential surveillance program, and they start mass surveillance. On 9/11, within 24 hours, it started. And Congress only found out years later. Well, some of them already knew. You can guess which ones. But once...
Totally no one who supports Trump now. No one. None of them knew about it. They're all tricked by the Democrats.
They found out, it wasn't shut down. They legalized it. They found a way to legalize what was illegal. So yes, unfortunately, I'm being very pessimistic with this outlook, but it's the truth. These countries do not govern based on the rule of law. They're rogue states. They're tyrants. They will find whatever justification they can to bend the law to their will, and when they're presented with a roadblock, they will make what is illegal legal. They will get away with murder. They will get away with wars. They will get away with war crimes. They will get away with persecuting journalists. It is very unfortunate. Nonetheless, I commend Tulsi Gabbard for this, although I'd like to point out that if you read the bill, you can see here that this line, for example, says that the disclosure of United States military documents exposed war crimes against civilians in the Middle East. I mean, this is 100% true. My fear, however, is that just based off of this line alone, you know that there are going to be people in Congress who will shoot this down immediately, because they will never admit that the United States committed war crimes. Even though Tulsi Gabbard herself is a major, right, 16, 17 years in the National Guard. I mean, she can clearly see that. But you will have people, of course, who will never admit that, who will refuse, just based on this line alone, to accept this.
I'm here for boxing.
This bill in any capacity, right? It's very unfortunate that this is the reality we're dealing with on both sides of the Atlantic. You know, you have governments running wild, killing people like gangsters, pirates. And to hold them accountable, even one iota, is impossible. I mean, you would think that they are being named in this document. We're 17 years after the fact now, after the Iraq War started, right? No, they won't accept. They will not take responsibility in any regard. You know it. And we're not just talking about Republicans, even people in the Democratic Party.
And it just pans out, no one's
All right. And another good video. I'm liking it. It is fight time, though. Shit.
And across the octagon, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. A jiu-jitsu practitioner with a striking background. At 5 feet 8 inches tall, he too weighed in officially 146 pounds. His professional record an outstanding one. 14 victories, just 1 defeat, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Los Angeles, California, USA. Here is the number 2 rated featherweight contender in the world, Brian T. City Ortega.
I saw that shit too. Oh, what the freak is
I
that?
saw you like this. I'm like, you saw it too, dude.
It's like-
Yo, you trying to like...
He's looking down. He was like... He's like...
There
"The
was
fuck?"
a touch of gloves, but this one, more than that, is for a shot at Alexander Volkanovski. There is the Korean zombie.
He's like, no way.
And there's the new look.
I got Ortega, second round, TKO.
This fight clock is brought to you by Toyo Tires, the official tire.
Ortega
of the
decision.
UFC. Zombie in the red.
Here we
Ortega
go,
in
main
the
event.
black.
Ooh.
Zombie coming straight in with power punches. A power kick from Brian Ortega.
If you guys could see my man Hardy, he's been standing up for the last 3 fights. He can't even contain himself. This guy's like a kid in the candy store. He loves it.
And there's an eerie quiet about the Flash Forum. Everyone's in anticipation of this. It's a couple of years in the making, but we are finally
Zombie looks
here.
ready to throw bombs right now.
Nothing like a UFC main event, right? Like,
This
no
is
matter
the
what
posture
it
of his
is,
shoulders.
what's happening,
Like,
how
I'm
many
gonna hit
people in the
you.
building, there's just these
Just give
nerves
me
that
one
surround
opening.
Tried
I'm
my
gonna
hand
fucking
5
hit the
times
shit
in
out of
ever
you.
Since they rang the bell.
Especially when they're so evenly matched and there's animosity to boot. You just kind of waiting for.
They can't even talk to each other.
Zombie's so heavy on that lead leg, he's waiting to counter Brian Ortega, slowly eating away the canvas, forcing him into a boxing range.
Yep, and every time he steps to the side, he takes one little slight step forward, trying to get Brian Ortega close to the side of the octagon. But now he goes back to the middle.
Patient is the Zombie, looking for his counters.
Ortega looks good to this point, doing a good job of popping that jab.
The Zombie said if he had faced the Korean Zombie 2
Very
years
underwater
ago, he would have
so
absolutely
far.
destroyed him.
Both of them in like an
And of
underwater
course,
style.
Brian Ortega with an entirely new team, apart from Henna Gracie, who sadly isn't with us here. this evening. We're waiting to see what new tools they've added to his game.
I mean, but just looking at Brian Ortega already, you can see improvements in his stand-up. You can see from the confidence that he feels much more comfortable standing there, opposed to just rushing to get a takedown.
And he said he wanted to look completely recognizable from how we saw him before, and I don't think he meant physically. I think he means skill-wise as well. But he's kind of certainly ticking one of those boxes already.
Yeah, he's already in a longer stance. It's much more of a striking, adapted stance. But I also noticed as they circle past the commentary group, Brian Ortega has some redness and bruising already on that left leg.
And maybe that's why he switched stances. He started in conventional. He's already fighting solid.
I don't think so.
Quite possibly. One thing that's
I think
watching, and I was
I think he'll be comfortable in either stance.
When he's under attack, he brings his lead elbow up high. And in previous fights, he's used it as a defensive tactic, but against Frankie Edgar, he used it as an offensive tactic. He was actually able to catch him on the temple on the way in. So Korean Zombie's got to be careful moving through distance onto that lead elbow of Ortega.
Korean Zombie tied for the most performance bonuses in UFC featherweight history. He's been piling on the pounds out of camp, really indulging in a strength and conditioning program to make him even more powerful, which is terrifying.
I know the clamp that he's already got on that squeeze is something
Ninja?
that,
The video game guy?
Zombie's got to be careful of. If he closes distance, Brian Ortega can clamp onto people like a career rock climber.
But honestly, whereas the Korean Zombie at this point is behind Brian Ortega. Brian's doing a good job of fighting behind the jab. He's landed a lot of right side, outside leg kicks. And the only time the Zombie has really entered and taken any chances when he threw the double jab right hand.
Yeah, but
he hasn't done much more.
he's looking to go. I think you see him blowing his right hand like that? Like he's looking to hit someone hard. So I don't know what DC's talking about. We haven't seen Zombie really do much. Like, oh!
He's trying to make.
Watch your cup. Why is it that big?
Fine with his striking.
Can I touch it?
For sure.
What the fuck is going on? That's a dude.
So the patience here from both fighters, particularly Ortega.
I know what happened.
Two high-level strikers. Somebody's just waiting to return with power shots. Picking at him in the moment, landing some really nice clean shots and blocking a lot of the return shots from Zombie on his guard.
Ortega, he went to his locker. He's like, he picked up the jock shot. He's like, Derek Lewis. Oh man, Derek. Oh, I pranked that fool. Don't wear it in weigh-ins, bro. You won't make weight. Oh. He's trying to hit him with that shit that Yair got him with.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with
It's probably already trending.
quality chicken.
It's probably
We
already
believe
trending.
Everything, not just the food, should be grade A. A is for all the little
Alright,
things
round
we do
one.
to
I got
bring
Ortega
our
that
best
round.
every day.
The A in Chick-fil-A means
Couple.
that one big caring team. We're all very supportive
It's
of each other.
undefeated.
It goes beyond being a team. It's like a family, you know?
I'm undefeated, man. That's Derek Lewis's voice. We're undefeated.
A little more water. Be patient. Use your face as well.
Oh, Tampa Bay's up 3-0.
I mean, right here you see him come together. Korean Zombie throws a front kick. Ortega catches it and lands a
Look at that shit. What the fuck?
Hey man, that was a very good first round for Brian Ortega. We thought this was going to be striker versus grappler, but in that first round, Ortega did well.
UFC Fight Pass is launching another wave of shows this fall, including new episodes of Fight Law, Year of the Fighter, and Knockout Zone. Get caught up on the most in-depth shows in all of combat sports, and head to UFC Fight Pass now to catch up on the new series everyone is talking about. UFC Fight Pass. Step into our world. This is kind of reminiscent of that Till Whitaker battle that we saw here on Fight Island.
You read my mind, John. I was just thinking exactly
Real chess match.
It's all about the nuances of movement for both of these guys. They're reading each other. They're using feints. They're trying to set things up. And they're also checking to see how each fighter reacts to the shots that they throw.
And it's stressful.
It's stressful.
Well, when we talked to Korean Zombie on Wednesday or Tuesday, I don't know what the days are here, but one day we talked to the Korean Zombie, and he talked about trying to keep that guy out, right? The zombie, the guy that just goes into danger. But I think at some point he's going to have to let him out so he can...
I don't like that reaction. That's not a good reaction.
And also, what about training himself not blinking during the fights as well, so he can see things coming?
Ortega looking for that lead elbow then as he was backed up against the fence.
Good counter there by Zombie. Ortega nice and light on the outside.
I'm sorry, this is so like, you know,
The approach of Zombie though, heavy on that lead leg, quite happy to put himself at striking range in order to try and counter.
Now
Another fucking Subway.
With a bit more of a wide stance, shoots on that single.
Can he finish this takedown? Zombie has excellent takedown defense.
Fantastic takedown defense by the Korean Zombie.
That was a show me right hand.
Very smart by Ortega to go and take a shot and just make him think that takedown's still coming. Sure.
You can hear DC's voice echo.
Zombie got out of the way of the elbow that was incoming on the break as well. Showed great awareness. There you go, DC, to your point.
Tried
Touches the
to
leg, goes high
Khabib.
with the left hand.
Yeah, because now Chan Sung Jung has to respect the takedown because of that attempt.
Dan, you've got to mix your arts.
You have. You've got to mix your martial arts.
Jab got through.
Looking so good though. I mean, Ortega's looking very, very patient in comparison to previous fights. We know that he takes his time when he's, in those early couple of rounds.
I know it's not as big as yours.
Smart approach from him, but look at the marking on Brian Ortega's that right leg, the shin is bruised and red.
Oh, he's gonna have fucking like jock itch.
And the left leg on the outside
Two
calf, which
just
is why
red
it's
marks like
predominantly
this.
standing southpaw, perhaps. I know it's got some real redness to it. Doesn't seem to be affecting
That's
the
crazy.
movement too much.
No, he's still moving very well. He just never gets to go forward, right? He's constantly skating along the fence. The Korean Zombie always has his back to the center of the octagon and keeping him on his back foot.
Oh.
Up the center channel through the guard of Brian Ortega.
That's a big body kick there from Ortega. Ortega's been using a lot of science since we saw him last. Really felt like he was neglecting certain areas of being a professional athlete. But he's fixed all of that.
That's the thing as well, when you can get as far as Brian Ortega did on skills alone, when you start adding those other facets to your game, discipline with your eating, oh beautiful, little touch on the inside leg to stifle the attack of Korean Zombie. Very intelligent move.
I love those feints that Brian's showing him, right? Showing him at the leg, showing him up top. Because right now the Korean Zombie's having a better...
Oh, he did it to him! He did it! He did the fucking Yair, yo. He's hurt. He's hurt. Oh, Ortega's hurt too. He's getting hit too. Yeah, that was a bad attempt. Why would you bail him out with this? I don't know. I mean, Ortega's, he got kind of hurt too. Oh, he's trying to get, oh.
Go to his wrestling there. His coaches were yelling, Brian, don't mix it up, don't brawl. Take it to the ground, and now he's in complete control.
Nice takedown, and the danger for Zombie is scrambling back to his feet. Short time, less than 10 seconds to go. But a huge round for Brian Ortega with the spinning elbow.
I mean, massive moment.
He's trying to.
The Korean Zombie was having a good round until he took that big elbow. I mean, look at this. Korean Zombie's doing really good, but as he starts to enter, look at Brian Ortega. Spin, boom.
The same move twice.
Dropped the Zombie, hurts him really, really bad. I mean, I had Korean Zombie winning that round up until that.
Yeah.
You cannot, I mean, he didn't do nothing wrong. That was just a great technique by Brian Ortega and showing how many more tools he has in the toolbox.
Rodriguez in that moment.
Absolutely. But again, you know,
더블을 들어가지 말고 one step, short step, okay? And score and chip away.
All right.
Chip away.
Yeah, to Ortega.
Different looks, okay?
And Zombie has some good exchanges. Uh-oh. Demon.
This third round is brought to you by P3,
The demons
official
here.
protein snack of UFC. Good round for Brian
Open this
Ortega.
goddamn
In a
door.
fight that's lacked big moments, he's certainly...
I hear you. What round is it?
Somebody stretching out the second round. As you were saying, John, in the break, the Yair Rodriguez knockout there. I think Ortega felt. I think Zombie felt like Ortega was turning and moving away so he could chase him down.
$50 riding on this shit.
But Ortega set him up perfectly. Drifted away, chopped a spinning elbow right to the jaw, and you can see Zombie still stretching his jaw out. Is there an injury there, perhaps?
it's also about game planning, right? When you're fighting Yair Rodriguez, you expect those things. You don't expect those things against a Brian Ortega. But that's the old Brian Ortega, not the guy that's out there right now.
Now you do.
And that, as I said, that lead elbow was what started off the Frankie Edgar knockout. He uses that as a guard, but in that fight particularly, he turned it into a weapon. And now we're seeing developments in the game, the elbow game of Brian Ortega. I do like the fact that he switched it up and went for the takedown in the second round as well, just to continue making this a mixed martial arts fight.
I'm not looking to disagree, but I look back to that Ortega-Edgar fight, and the elbow really set things up for him there, and he was trying to get his elbow off against Holloway as well, but he's certainly refining that technique.
Holloway's a full patient
good
fighter.
right hand.
He stays at range and uses the full length of his arms.
Sneaky hook.
Whereas Zombie, as you can see, is heavy on that lead leg. Tap, tap, tap. Just making sure
That's
his head's in one piece.
good, actually. He reset.
Ortega with
I
that
need to
offside
reset
to the
myself.
right knee. Range finder.
Now he's ready to fucking throw.
Not breathing heavy. He's still bouncing and moving. The Korean Zombie's down 2-0. And now, because he got hurt so bad, he can't even attack in the way that he used to.
No, I didn't read it. He shook that shit off already. That's a good body kick.
That was finding the liver as well.
Yeah,
Notice Korean Zombie's guard a little lower after that one.
nah, he looks fine now. He's doing what he's doing already. Like, measuring. You can even see, he literally like reset in real time. Just watched him reset. Told us he reset by slapping himself in the head. Like, all right, start over.
But he hasn't missed a beat.
Well, he's gotten better, right? But he took the time off to get better.
Good left.
And you never know what happens to an undefeated fighter when they take that first loss, especially in the championship, in the way that Brian did. But if you look at him today, opposed to back then, he looks like a better
Uh-oh. You better get out of there, Ortega.
He had a couple of surgeries.
You better get
at
out.
the time that he went away, so everything's been fixed
Better
up.
circle out.
I like when Zombie swarms with combination punches because at least one gets through the guard of Ortega.
Well, again, you know, this round is starting very, very good for Chan Sung Jung. He's doing good to start. He has to stay the course, though, if he hopes to win this round and ultimately win this fight.
Zombie in the center of the
Sometimes I go in other chats and say homoerotic things, asking for Anthony Reyes. Don't tell Anthony. He kind of. Now it's in the world of the internet. Who knows if he'll find it?
And the jab of Ortega is doing some real.
Yeah, his jab's been good.
Managing the distance between the two.
Well, Ortega has the Korean Zombie very confused right now. He's reaching down, grabbing his leg. He's throwing the jab. Like, look at this. He's just giving him so many things to think about.
Good right.
100% this is
Yeah,
a very
he's
buried attack from
really
Ortega.
good.
And when you get a counter striker like the Korean Zombie, you're used to countering punches, right? He's not used to countering all these different actions, so he doesn't know where Brian Ortega is going to be.
It's like a jab kick. What the fuck that was?
First of all, it reminds Zombie that the takedown's there. But then once he feels comfortable that Ortega's just using it as a feint, that also opens up the takedown for him.
He might have threw it, like hoping he would get some sort of reaction where he'd throw it back. Now spin an elbow.
There it is. Can he finish it? Beautiful strike on the break from Ortega.
Oh, fuck, that was solid.
That new streamlined haircut that he's got. No more, no wind resistance.
He did Zombie back though. Like that was nothing.
So much quicker than normal. Really good decision.
When he sees it coming, he's fine. Like that elbow where it's like came out of nowhere, and it's like, oh shit. You tried it again. What are you doing? Oh, and he kicked him in the face. That was stupid and silly. Yo, I have been writing James, aka OCB, a love song. It's in 3/4 time, and I reference all the great things we all know about James, like the size of his head. I don't know if that's pause for him. I don't think that. Right? Actually makes sense. Let it go.
I need you to follow up now and do that load step 1, 2 when you feel it, and put him on.
The fucking Foreman. Shoot it as hard as you can. Alright.
Plus, Megan, Daniel, and Michael Chiesa join me to break it all down after the main event only on ESPN Plus. Waiting for the door to be secured. Alright, round number 4. Teddy Atlas tuning in for this one.
Alright, 3-0 Ortega.
Shout out to Teddy Atlas. I stole his phrase, water in the basement, and that's exactly what Brian Ortega's
Who do you
doing
think
at the
will
moment.
win? Who is the champion of the UFC?
We're seeing a higher percentage of strikes landed.
Yeah, Dana White wins every fight.
Slowing the Zombie down, disabling that lead leg. This is better for Zombie though. This is where he needs Ortega. Back up against the fence where he can unload those combination strikes.
Well, this is what he has to do, right? Because stay in that range.
When Ortega goes back there like that, he might be thinking like, I can sneak an elbow in somewhere. Like, block, parry, and then throw an elbow down the middle.
Round of all of his fights. He's the most dangerous in the 3rd round. But he's so patient in this fight. He's taking his time. Oh, sorry, 4th round. This fight's flying by. We're going to need a few more rounds.
Yeah.
So John Gooden alongside Daniel Cormier, Dan Hardy here for the main event.
Oh.
Ortega versus the Korean Zombie. And Ortega's starting to feel himself now, exploring with that jab and landing that big, lively left hand.
Snapping his way into range, giving the Zombie different looks every time he steps in. So it's difficult to start setting him up and counter.
It's crazy. This Brian Ortega, in his last fight, he stood
Have you seen the Veritas Omar video? Do you think it's telling it straight?
he looks like a striker.
I haven't seen it. That dude does smell like a shithead though. Oh! That was amazing what he just did right there. He stopped his takedown for a split second just to throw a right hand, then went back to the takedown. Oh no, that hurt. He's a zombie, isn't he? He doesn't give a fuck. So yeah, all right.
Zombie doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. And the referees.
I hope they replay that. As he's going for a takedown, he fucking snuffs him with a right hand and then continues on with the takedown. Not sure I've seen that before. Where he's like following through. Look at this. Takedown, 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 takedown. Takedown, 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 takedown. Stop! Throw right hand. Sliced
that,
him.
though, DC, the fact that Chancellor John was really pouring at his eye there, obviously felt bad for him to give it so much attention.
Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
we're watching the fights, man. What do you want?
Maybe it was because it looked like the cut came on the takedown. So I don't know if the head came together. I don't know.
Ooh,
what
good body
happened.
kick.
But Brian Ortega looks phenomenal right now.
It looked to me like a potential clash of heads as Ortega was closing distance. These things do happen, unfortunately, but it's not a problematic area for Zombie. The reason it was stopped, though, for the doctor check is because he was wiping at it.
Well, and if the doctor thought that maybe it was a clash of heads, he was wiping at it, he would stop it to check. Or the referee, I mean.
There's a fight that stands out to me, and it was on the Ultimate Fighter. It was Edwin Dweez got caught with a shot and opened up, and he actually took the fighter down and was ground and pounding him whilst holding the cut closed with one hand. Sometimes you got to work around these things. Zombie needs to pick his pace up. Ortega's nearly doubling his output on total strikes, landed 81 to 47.
Ooh,
Nice
right hand.
shots by Ortega.
Ortega cracked him with the right
Very
hand.
good. That's very
These guys
good,
have been
man.
waiting a very
After all that,
long
you're
time to
expecting
share
some
the
sort of
octagon.
head, like a punch at the face, and he throws one straight to the body.
Hands on one another.
That's what shit Mayweather was doing.
Even defensively, Brian Ortega looks much improved.
Where it's like, you're expecting this, I'm just gonna fucking hit you with a right hand to the body.
And his punches, but he looks so much better defensively. He does not even look like the same fighter.
And if we think back to when he was in the dressing room warming up, we saw Tiki Gosen throwing hooks around the sides, and Ortega was covering, and countering. And it's prepared him perfectly for what he's seeing from the Zombie right now, who's winging lefts and rights around the sides of the guard, and Ortega's catching them on his arms
He's fake
and
spinning.
leaving himself in the pocket ready to counter if he chooses.
Last 40
Jab.
seconds in the fourth round here on Fight Island in this main event. The winner of this contest gets Alexander Volkanovski, of course the champion of the 145-pound division.
You can see how comfortable Brian Ortega is now. He's cruising at this stage. Beautiful level change there. Good defense by Zombie so far.
Last few seconds, however, still goes after
He
it.
keeps throwing that fucking spin.
But misses.
No reason.
Round 4 done.
이게 마지막이야?
This is last round.
자, 네가 데려가지 마 발차기. 갈 거면 다리가 얘 다리가 완전히 갔는데 두 번만 더 때리고 밟았고 그거는 주먹을 가야 돼. 박싱을 이겨야 돼 지금. KO를 이겨야 돼. 오케이?
We need more boxing.
KO를 이겨야 돼.
Here we see as Brian
Okay.
Ortega reaches in for the
Drink
leg
water.
and drags
Good.
the Zombie close. He lifts his head up, and there's an unfortunate clash there, completely incidental and not intended by Ortega as he was closing distance, just trying to get good head position. Here we can see the blood start to flow from the eye of Zombie.
Oh, the
Last
headbutt.
round, though, I don't think it's going to affect this fight.
So fifth and final round. Ortega's worn just to mind his head, but as Dan said, totally unintentional. They touch him up, get ready for the final 5 minutes of this top of the tree featherweight clash.
Well, you heard Eddie Chop telling the Zombie, you got to punch more. You've got to do more. This is the last round. You cannot be patient anymore. More boxing, more punches. He's got to try and get Brian Ortega out of there.
And you've got to think Brian Ortega knows where he's at on the scorecards here. He's expecting the Zombie to push the pace in this fifth round and try and get the finish, try and land something significant. Beautiful low kick.
DC, I'm looking forward to discovering what the strategy is for both of these guys. You know, Ortega's strategy, whatever it is, he seems to be sticking to it very, very well.
Oh, very nice.
He is just mixing it up so well, man. He's grabbing the leg, letting go, throwing the punches.
That was a nice attempt to drag the leg to a lead elbow, which I can't think I've ever seen that before in the octagon.
Yeah, he's getting very creative.
It's kind of trash without fucking fans there. Ooh, 1-2.
we're really seeing Brian Ortega take on a second stage of his career. This is a dangerous fighter in this division.
Well, they went into the lab and they recreated him, right? They went and chipped away at all the bad things, and they fixed them, and they improved them. And now he is standing for 21.5 minutes with Chan Sung Jung and winning the vast majority of these exchanges.
And this kind of performance, snapping left. This kind of performance makes
Ooh.
me very excited about him potentially having a title shot, because he
That is like Mayweather's offense. Catch you on in-between steps when you're not looking for something. It's like, okay, we all agreed that no one throws punches here. Oh, Floyd's going to throw a jab. While you're like half-stepping back.
Which has been emphasized by the jabs.
And Alexander Volkanovski, right? A fantastic wrestler. Do you take down Brian Ortega? Or do you stand with him? And this version of Brian Ortega is a problem for everyone.
You mentioned the submission threat down
He slapped his leg.
We have to obviously mention Henrik Gracie, who has
That's probably a
been
training
the
thing,
setup
man.
for T-City.
When Brian Ortega said, hey, if I got to leave anybody, I leave my jiu-jitsu coach. And I watched the way he's fighting today, right? If I have to lose anyone, I'm confident in my jiu-jitsu. Well, bringing these strikers with you obviously has paid dividends, because look at the performances put on Korean Zombie right now.
The fucking dinosaur egg in his fucking trunks.
Down to the final seconds. And of course, Brian Ortega is never out of the fight. He's got 3 of the biggest statistical comebacks.
And when you look at the Korean Zombie, right, it seems like he has not gotten out of first gear. Even as he's losing the fight, you start to question, is this one of those fighters that needs the crowd? Whereas
There you go,
Justin
there's a left.
Gaethje did better. He was able to stay aware and stay composed without the crowd. Does the Korean Zombie need the crowd to push him and get him going and fighting with that zombie style?
And you could even see the hesitation when Zombie is in punching range. He's not willing to just throw like he normally does. He's trying to find the perfect shot, which is allowing Ortega to kind of pick at him. He's using that long side kick to the midsection to maintain the distance.
Oh, another headbutt.
Controlling the lead hand.
There's never been a more clear case of not finishing takedowns paying such strong dividends as it has tonight for Brian Ortega. But because he has
Great fucking jabs. That stops guys. Alright, you don't have your head, you can't really do anything. Oh, good
That
left.
hasn't stopped the Zombie coming forward like you would expect. Still always in the fight, looking for that finish. Possesses some of the most powerful hands at 145 pounds.
Last minutes as well, last 45 seconds. Zombie trying to close distance. Ortega's still quite happy to stand and counter though.
Well, Brian Ortega has never been knocked down, has never been dropped and stopped. So he's got a lot of confidence in his chin. So when the Zombie's going forward, he's okay with standing there, even though that was a big left hook by the Korean Zombie.
And Ortega approaching a personal best for significant strikes landed. And we don't know the result, but if he does come away with a win against the Korean Zombie after what he's been through.
Oh man, he's just been popping jabs all night, man. Other one.
He has completely outclassed the Korean Zombie on the feet tonight.
That might be the best jab in the division right now. Performance by Brian Ortega.
Yeah, he's good, he stopped himself. That's a fucking 5-0 wash.
T-City looking good out there after a long layoff. And we see the damage there. We will be back in 30 seconds to get the judges' scorecards.
Oh, Jesus.
Doug. You know Limu?
Yeah. What? Ah.
I have won this exchange. And my prize is your beverage. Pause. Yes, thank you. I will pour it in the memory of those who are not here with us.
There's no seaweed in this, so I don't think you'll like it.
Spiders will have fun with it. You like seaweed?
Did they stop Vicious yesterday? What, he was live streaming? They cut him off? Gotta be careful, man. For some reason. Let's put a halt to creativity and free thinking. Everything. Everything's wrong with it. It looked like it, but I wasn't sure. Do you know, what was he playing when it got fucked up? They don't catch you in real time with words and shit. I mean, on paper they don't. So. Damn right. Cheers. Oh, what the? Oh, their thing actually like crashed. We ended it before the weather delay in effect. Did you see what I'm saying? Okay.
Korean zombie starting buying people and shit.
Yeah, and so I was like no to Anthony when he asked me to play like a CNN clip. I can do that like an uploaded video, but live streaming, right? That CNN debate didn't even show video of it. They just heard the audio in the background. Yeah, it's more for like demonetizing and stuff. The other side, it's either flagging or they'll shadow ban you or whatever. It has to be a community complaint if you upload it for it to get taken down. Otherwise, they'll call it fair use. I thought he stopped the stream himself. Maybe. Let me see. I think we know the results anyway, so.
Get your Copper Pit Ice knee sleeve online now
All
at
right.
copperpitice.com or call 1-800-364.
Muting that.
Order right now and your shipping is free. Sometimes you just can't.
I muted it on here.
Feel the power of Copper Pit.
I'm gonna turn it down.
Really noticeable in listening in to the corner of Kendo Castaneda that he's in great discomfort. He was complaining a lot about the pain he's been dealing with.
All right, we moved on to boxing. Waiting for the. Oh, I should play you highlights of the kid. I should play you highlights of Lopez, so you can see what I'm fucking talking about. He's an animal. Or like, you know, athletic, powerful animal. Not. He's not some fucking Mayweather skill thing. Where do I go? This thing? And go to YouTube or something? That's right, it's delicious, Tony. It's wonderful. Hey, let me see. I think this is a short fight. I can show you.
Against the IBF lightweight champion Teofimo Lopez as we are underway from New York.
He's from Brooklyn. Lopez.
Teofimo Lopez trying to establish his jab right now, trying to get respect from Comey, trying to get the distance down. There's the right hand of Richard Comey. That is what Richard Comey is Roger Comey, the must-do, can-do on the
Well, they told us in a fighter meeting, you know, must-do, pressure is the thing that sticks out to me here. He must pressure Lopez, take him into deep waters, and drown him. And the three things that he told us that he couldn't do, the thing that sticks out to
He
me
doesn't.
not locked up in front. Don't
Makes you
get
get,
him up zone.
get hit.
You become an instant punching bag when you do so.
And when you do, you're going to be absorbing a lot of power. Lopez, 11 knockouts among his 14 wins.
Nah, all the fights I've watched of him, there reaches a point where he's just playing around. Like, literally, I've seen him jump and throw a jab. Like, jump straight up and throw a jab as a joke. I've seen him throw a behind-the-back punch, which I'm still not sure if that's legal or not, where he turned and just threw a punch like that and tapped the guy in the head.
I love that fight for him. It wasn't, you know, the Teofimo Lopez that we're all used to seeing, and that's good. It brought him back down to earth and let him know that he's not invincible.
He tries to use the Mayweather, like, shoulder roll shit. But he usually breaks out of it in order to hit people. He also does, well, he has fast hands to do this, to where he catches punches and throws immediately after, which he said he got from Bruce Lee. Where he's like defense and offense at the same time. Where he's like, as I'm blocking you, I'm throwing a punch. Yeah. I can't see it. Oh, behind me. Oh, he's over there. I know we're over there.
I don't see it.
Lopez has a little more variety to his weaponry than Comey has. He can be effective with that.
Like, this is a like, you know, I'm not saying all that shit ain't useful, you know? It's just
high level.
Like, it reminds me, like, I got an argument with Justin. Like, he said Donnie Yen could fuck up Mike Tyson. Like, if Mike Tyson was 170 pounds versus Donnie Yen is, he'd still fuck him up.
Yeah. It's like,
I was like, what? Like, Ronda Rousey would probably fuck him.
it's possible.
We just grabbed him.
That I'm not doing. Playing highlights, I think I'll get cut for that shit. And we got now is Top Rank, or ESPN Top Rank.
Millennial undefeated heavyweight champion, and stand there toe to toe, only to see the talent gap widen as the fight went on, and Fury won that fight back in September, of course. Now setting up what is widely reported as the mega showdown that'll happen after the new year, with the two undefeated heavyweight champions, Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury, meeting up in a rematch with both fighters in different places. There's that short left hook by Lopez that sends Comey back here at the start of round two. Oh, what a big shot by Lopez! And Comey is on spaghetti legs here in round two. The champion is hurt badly. Can Lopez do it? He has 2 minutes to work. Big right hand. He's got him hurt. Lopez, Brooklyn born, coming here to Manhattan, looking to make magic. Comey is hurt badly. Lopez moments away.
Stop the fight. Stop it.
So you don't want to be the referee? Teofimo Lopez delivering on everything he said he would. The signature celebration.
And he normally does a flip, but everyone's in the way. Okay. Yeah, I know. Look at this. He's a child. I think he's like 21 or 22 at this point. Yeah, I know you, man. If I play, I don't. That's risky, man.
And a new world champion at only 22
child in like a glass warehouse.
His mom's like, I'm so proud.
Cynthia now up on the apron. Joey Gamache, who's a great addition to that camp.
Protect yourself at all times, honey.
Now, father and son, who said they would. They said, fight number 15 of our pro career, we will have a belt. And now, the showdown with Vasiliy Lomachenko will happen. In spectacular fashion, Lopez wins a world title.
Bob Arum's like, you're making me a lot of money, kid. Keep that up. You got any more dances left?
Now with his newest titleist.
What the fuck is that?
Well, that's, what's his name?
Let's make it official. Here's
For a second, it looked like Lennox Lewis, but no. No, it's not Lennox Lewis. I know that.
Gentlemen, we have the time. 1 minute 13 seconds in round number 2. Our referee in charge.
She looked mad startled. So.
He's the winner by way of technical knockout. He is still undefeated.
Show the fucking replay.
When this dude puts bread in the fucking toaster and shit, and pops
Yeah.
it, he's like this. Just in the morning, he's like this. What?
The emotion running high. The celebration will be
I
running
want
deep.
y'all to see how special this young man is. There he is, Diplo right there. Took the eyes of Comey down. That is a right hand with the right hand. Look how Lopez got his head off the line.
They didn't show the left hook before it. It was extremely short and extremely quick.
Shot by Lopez right there.
It was like the way Roy Jones would use his left hook as like a jab almost. Like this is my like first punch I throw to you is a leaping left hook, quick as fucking lightning.
A lot of power. And Lopez has a way of winding up with that right hand. We've seen it before. We saw it again tonight.
Alright, let's see. Fuck this dude up.
There's a mean, nasty transformation that he undergoes right before a fight.
Diego Magdaleno, the southpaw, the two-time world title challenger, fought for the title of junior lightweight against.
This dude I thought died when he knocked him out. He hit him, and then there was he doesn't happen yet, but he hits him, and there's a spot where it's like, you're stunned and your arms drop, but you're still standing up and you're just left open, and he fucking, no mercies, throws a hook at, like, just murders him with it. I mean, the guy was talking shit to him, but I think he seems like the asshole who would do it anyways. This Lopez dude seems like an absolute douchebag. At least like fighting, you know. Yo, you gonna watch this debate going down right now? Where? I agree with Karen. Where? Where is thou? I'll definitely put it on. As long as it's not CNN or NBC or Fox News or...
After he went over to England and lost the title, his second title opportunity. And, you know, he's fighting in Mexico, but he said he had to find coaches to help him out, you know, just to, you know, help him in his fights. And also...
CIA being exposed live. Let me see this shit. I'm interested.
It's not a good opponent. We talk about Teofimo as if he were a prospect. The reality is that he's a contender, and like
I didn't see anyone talking about Ortega's cup.
sights.
But I didn't really go like all the way through everything.
Sights a target at a time.
This fight is designed for Magdaleno to give Lopez some power, being a southpaw, and also...
I was having weird things. Remember when I was playing? I'm like, your shit is all fucked up. I thought it was the internet lagging. Yeah, I hear it.
fight is designed for Magdaleno to give Lopez some rounds. You gotta see your fighter late, see how he reacts under pressure.
Yeah.
Lopez has had success with that right hand to the body here in round number 1. That's Magdaleno.
Interview with Rusan Abbas, Uyghur activist and ex-Guantanamo Bay translator.
That's the right hand killer. There it is, right down the middle.
Oh, good right hand from Lopez.
I'll play it on here.
Attack at the end of round 1. As Diego shakes his head right in his face, but he got to him.
That's all you got.
Speaking of guys who can get to an opponent, arguably the pound-for-pound best in the world is here. Bud Crawford running routes downfield outside the star. As he comes up with the catch there, now sitting ringside. I mean, there is nobody who gets ringside earlier for a fight night.
I'm doing what I'm doing about Xinjiang. This is very, very important to why I'm pushing back, why I'm asking for actual evidence. When you say there's no evidence, and I said there needs to be evidence, because I think never again is also a very important phrase in terms of never again.
Should I rewind, or is this okay?
To go in and kill innessent people
Oh
because
my
of
God,
something. There are
I can't
multiple
believe you are saying that. Let's go back to my sister.
Do you think that's important? I'd like to know. Why am I disagreeing with a lot of these activists? I'm telling you why now. This is directly related to Xinjiang. I am disagreeing because never again is also very, very important to never be tricked by American propaganda again, to excuse atrocities. Do you agree with me or not that that's also an important never again?
I completely understand your position because you are living in China. You have a very luxurious life and business. You are making Chinese
they're
money.
debating the
And you are
Uyghurs.
you are being benefited from the Uyghur forced labor, Uyghur
Muslims
slaves.
Do you not agree with that statement?
You
do not agree with that statement? You think
all that. I understand you say all that. At least, you are wonderful. You are Canadian. You are in China. You can criticize America. That's wonderful. That's true. We have to do the right thing. But what really upsets me and hurts me is how you are completely repeating the CCP's propaganda.
Oh my God.
The CCP propaganda said what I said. They've said what I've said. I'm just asking a simple question, whether you think that is a legitimate thing that we should also say never again to. That's all I'm saying.
Never again to all atrocities. That's right. Never again to all atrocities. Never again to genocide. Never again to Holocaust. Because there is a genocide going on, and the Chinese government is destroying all evidence because they are learning the lesson from what happened, how the Nazi Germany kept all the records. So the Chinese government is destroying and they're feeding us with false evidence and the false videos.
So do you see the dilemma here though, that for my never again, having you coming here and saying, or all these other people saying that there's a massive genocide going on, there's 3 million people being incarcerated, but we don't have evidence. Do you see that is really problematic with my never again? That
I am not saying we don't have evidence. Chinese government is destroying the evidence, but we have people are talking the witnesses, and we have 600 pages of Chinese leaked documents. And just because
he's big, he's supposed to be moving up.
Maybe your wife can read that for you.
But he was
600 pages of Chinese leaked documents says exactly what you said. They said West will cry out, West will say human rights abuse, this and that, but don't distracted by that. Keep doing what you are doing, because they knew someday people like you will come and defend and they say, show me your evidence, what you can. But just recently, the PBS Frontline did a documentary, China Undercover. A Chinese official, a Chinese man said, talking about this complete surveillance police state and all these atrocities that Uyghurs are facing. When the gentleman asks him, isn't it violation of the human rights? And he giggled, he smiled, and he said, what human rights? They don't have any kind of human rights.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I've seen some of these PBS documentaries. I've seen how the BBC did it, and it's like, they go in and they report on all these things that they haven't seen. And then meanwhile, they go over to Indonesia, and then they cover their de-radicalization camps, and they put beautiful music over top, and they cover it in a completely different way. But I think, I know you've got to go, but what I want to know is, because you were trying to paint me in a way when talking about me as a businessman making Chinese money and painting me as being corrupted by the fact that I'm making money here. That's what it sounds like. So what I want to ask you...
No, I am just giving you back your own medicine, because that's how you have been accusing me for Guantanamo and how I made money from this, and that's why that's the same thing.
I'm not working for an organization that is known to be a regime change operation system. You are. There's a big difference here. I own a brew pub here. If you think I'm lying about that, then
I could label your attitude of profiting of cheap Chinese labor and exporting masks during the pandemic as imperialistic.
You should come here and talk to my. You should come here and talk to my staff sometimes. They've been. Some of them have been working for me for 5 years, and they're making.
You are so content to attack the West while China's cracking down and brutalizing the vulnerable ethnic groups like Tibetans and Mongolians, while they're conducting genocide against the Uyghurs and the stripping off people's religion and
what about the Uyghurs?
Demand a uniform ideology of just propaganda.
Tell us gotta go find
Chinese
Temple.
Communist atheist ideologies, and you are content to promote this robotic denial of freedom and indeed free thought.
I think the onus is on when somebody is claiming genocide and they're being funded by a organization that has lied about atrocities before in order to excuse aggressions. I think the onus is on you and the organizations to come up with the evidence that there's actually a genocide going on.
I started my activism. I started working and promoting the Uyghur human rights long before the NAD grant. And they by the way, you mentioned my sister might have been taken because of that. My sister was taken more than 2 years ago, and the NED grant just started like October 2019. So it has been just 1 year because
So you're saying you weren't involved with the NED before then?
No. Campaign for Uyghurs was established 3 years ago, and
I have looked it up. You were elected as the director of communications for the Uyghur American Association in 2006. They were receiving well over $100,000 per year from the NED. They had a $280,000 grant in 2016, and they had additional fundings for their other programs. So you were involved with the NED in some capacity before.
Because just like what the name said, democracy. The NED is endowment for democracy that promotes democracy, not totalitarianism.
That's fine, but you were in fact. You just told me that you weren't involved with them. You were involved with them before.
I was not paid because I was living in California. The organization may have, the project may have, but I was not the paid staff. I was volunteering.
As a director of communication.
Yeah, I was volunteering. Okay. I didn't get anything from any other organization.
Yeah. I mean, these connections are really problematic. And then the military-industrial complex also, right? L3, you're working with L3, who does battlefield training and makes parts for missiles.
I don't know.
That was a little weird what she just said. And he's pushing her. That was a little weird.
They're a battlefield military training company.
And right now, the main issue is China's genocide.
When you were being...
There's 5 elements. When you look at, Geneva Convention, there's 5 elements of genocide. If one act is happening, you can call it genocide. But China is doing all 5 right now in our homeland. So it is China's genocide, and that's what I am working on right now. And thank you so much, and we can do it another time. It's
I'm gonna rewind.
I appreciate the time. I know you've got to wake up early.
A lot of this shit.
Thank you. That was very nice, actually. I enjoyed and looking forward to it. So let's talk based on facts.
Yeah, definitely send me those other things you were talking about also by.
She did the rapper shit.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to go way back.
All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up here. I see there's a lot of super chat questions that came in. I might be able to stick around for a few minutes to answer some questions.
I think we got a good amount of time before the fight starts. So
stuff that I didn't want to.
I'm going to rewind this back.
We've already got 150 people here, so maybe we should jump right into it. So
He has
first of all,
1,400 watching now.
Rushan Abbas, thank you so much for joining me today. Particularly considering some of our ideas are at odds with each other sometimes, and you've been the subject of some of my tweets, which is what you reached out to me about, and a topic we'll eventually go into. But I just wanted to thank
all right, all the pleasantries, we get it.
In your tweets or your interviews, and some of them,
looks like a lemon.
Not some of them actually. Every time
Fat
you
lemon.
make a comment, it was baseless.
Actually, I
and
have some
unreal.
in my
So
bag.
I decided to reach out to you.
Which I might eat.
And then when you asked to interview me,
Is it a
I
sweet
agreed
orange?
because I had nothing to hide,
Yeah,
and I thought we will start this in nicely with
Grazie,
respect and with
grazie.
trust. But
Bella,
it's
thank you.
incredibly unprofessional, actually,
Thank
to
you,
not
thank
to
you.
inform me before that you are using this interview with the interview with me here to raise money for China's poverty alleviation, which is a tool for genocide of the Uyghur people, while Chinese
Okay,
Communist
so
Party.
if you-
Please, I ask
Oh,
2
that
minutes.
booger.
2
Okay,
minutes.
sure,
I'm
sure,
in
sure.
trouble,
Go
okay,
ahead,
please.
yeah.
So this is something that China's using, that propaganda tool to manipulate the international platforms, and right now more than 3 million Uyghur people
That's-
are in the China's
Are you talking about that, what we
concentration
just
camps,
saw?
and China is basically destroying the Uyghur economy.
Oh, he knows how to throw
not
all his punches.
alleviating the
It's
poverty
just
for
when he does
Uyghur
that,
people.
where he catches it.
As you know,
and
there
then,
are
like, I only
many
have a split
Uyghur
second to
elites,
do that.
scholars,
He just
professors,
throws it from the hip.
famous singers, and successful businessmen, and the farmers, who were living very
And when
good,
he throws,
successful lives
he has
currently,
the triple G
and now they're,
fucking
they were
L-shaped
living
elbow,
successful
all that
lives,
shit.
but currently now they are in camps. So you didn't tell me that you would be raising money for a
We can
tool
change it.
of genocide.
We can, I'm seeing what they're doing overseas. I see what they're doing in Nigeria. I see what they're doing in Nepal. I specifically chose one that does something international. The thing is, every time I do a live stream, there are super chats that come in, and people attach a money value to it. So from my perspective, I didn't feel comfortable you talking about your sister and you talking about this situation and me profiting from it. So I just randomly chose a charity. But if you want, what
You
we
must
can do
be a
is after
Canadian.
this, we can jointly choose a charity together that we, for
wanna
any.
profit
I don't
from
even know
this
if any
or
super chats will
whatever.
come in. But if they do, we can
let
have a
it be
joint
free.
agreement
Give it-
on
give it away.
what that will do. I had no idea that the efforts of the China Poverty Alleviation Fund was also
an
being twisted
ex-Guantanamo
into
Bay translator.
this story about a
This guy,
genocide-related thing. But I
never
don't
heard
think.
of
I
either
think if
one
we
of
get into that,
They're
and
debating who
it's going to take
Yeah,
us a
let's
little bit
just
off
change,
topic.
as you said, that this is not something that's mutual, especially that,
Okay.
I did not know this. So I was absolutely appalled by this. So let's not use that one. Let's not use any business in China. And
Okay, so
as you said,
I don't want to keep the funds from any super chats that come in. So like I said, we will talk about it afterwards, and we'll choose something else. Maybe an international organization for poverty alleviation. I particularly like a poverty alleviation fund, so we can talk about that afterwards. But yeah, maybe we can get into the main topic, because that will take us way off course here about now formally introducing yourself and a little bit about what you do.
alrighty, as you know that my name is Rushan Abbas, and I have been living in the United States since 1989. I was born and raised in Urumqi, and I was educated there. I went to university there. I came here to go to school, and then since the April of 2017, when the situation deteriorated rapidly, and the Chinese government was holding over 1 million people back then. Now it's the number went up to 3 million, but when I
It's gonna
heard,
be fucking interesting.
the situation is
This
getting
dude will
really
eat punches just to hit you hard.
unprecedented
Hit
atrocity
me a
is
couple times,
happening
I'm gonna hit you really
against
hard.
the Uyghurs by the Chinese Communist regime, and
I just
it
don't
was not
pot
really
shots and moving the
getting
guy around.
On the
Little pot
mainstream
shots.
media, and a lot of people don't know what's happening. So I established a campaign for Uyghurs to raise awareness, and because of my activism, because I was being very vocal about what's happening in my homeland, my sister
Exactly, scuffed.
and my aunt was abducted 6 days after I give this speech.
Somehow they avoid all these
at
other
one of the, I
fucking
think,
horrible
things here in
things.
Washington, D.C. And since then, I give up my
was on the
full-time
undercard
job
for
in
that.
order to focus full-time on my activism.
No.
So since October 2019, I have been
right?
basically being the executive
Oh, no,
director
maybe
of
not.
Campaign for
He's
Uyghurs
fighting-
and the
he's fighting
raising
this guy.
awareness on the current genocide against the Uyghurs. And my aunt was released a few months later. Let me just tell you a little bit about what happened.
Sure.
So my aunt and my sister, they both abducted on the same day, 6 days after my speech, from two different cities. One from Urumqi, my sister lives in Urumqi. My aunt is from Atush, a town near Kashgar, about 900 miles, which is about 1,400 kilometers away from each other.
Let me
Both
make sure this fight's
innocent
not actually on.
people that doesn't need any kind of
I know. I'm
education
so
or
worried about it.
vocational training. As
You got the picture. I'll
parents
just
are,
fucking play it.
like euphemistically say. My aunt was 64 years old, housewife. My sister is a retired medical doctor. So after me being very vocal about this, my aunt was released 4 or 5 months later, but it's 25 months now. There's absolutely no information on my sister's whereabouts.
Okay, so because when we were chatting, I was asking you about that, whether it would have been related directly to your work, and it seemed you weren't quite sure whether it was directly related to your work, but you think it was related to that interview you did at Hudson Institute, because you were saying I think it was after that, right? That, she went.
Well, I guess I don't know if we had misunderstanding there, because I thought you were talking when we are chatting on direct message. You said my sister may not want to speak to me because of my work, and you were convinced that she's out somewhere, but she doesn't.
No, I'm not convinced of that, but I just was posing the question. But let's get to that. It's kind of going through the sequence of events, because I remember, during your Reddit AMA, you said that you had escaped Chinese oppression in the title of your AMA. So when you made that transition from China over to the U.S., did you enter the U.S. as a refugee? Is that how you, as a refugee status?
No, I don't think I ever said I escaped. I said I was a victim of China's concentration camps because my sister is there, and I am a sister of a person being held, and my husband, his entire family is there. My parents-in-laws, 3 of my husband's sisters, their husbands, my brother-in-law and his wife, and 14 of his nieces and the nephews.
She ran for governor.
I never said I escaped, but I came here in 1989, as a visiting scholar, going to a school at Washington State University. I was doing research. Then I was accepted, became a graduate student. My major was then pathology.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that might have been a misunderstanding. The title was Uyghur Activist and Survivor of Chinese Oppression, was how you described yourself. But back then when you immigrated,
I see you properly.
if it was through normal channels, was the situation okay in Xinjiang back then? Was it?
Yes. Yes, actually, you know what? I would like to speak a little bit here about what happened, why the situation got to the point it's happening, like active genocide now. If you remember, I don't know your age, but I remember clearly when China started to open up to the West, establishing diplomatic relationship with the United States in the late 70s. And then right at that time, and I was born in 1967, so right the time of I was going to high school and the university, like beginning of the university years, we had a little bit of, especially right after China opened up and established diplomatic relationship with the United States in 1979, China started to give us a little bit of freedom to read our books. There are a lot of Uyghur books about our culture, about our history, and what happened.
Religious also, or?
Yeah, some religious books.
Okay.
And those are the times actually we saw some like mosques being built, and the people were free to do whatever they want, basically. So, I think those are the times that I would call the golden period of East Turkestan, since the occupation of 1949, when Communist China occupied East Turkestan in 1949. Right after that, they tried to use different labels.
When would you say that happened? What year? What kind of year time frame?
1949, you mean?
Oh, no, sorry, when the situation kind of, you said there was a period of freedom.
No, I'm just going back to the history, sorry.
Okay.
I was like,
the point
after
when
the 49, they started to label the Uyghurs as nationalists, and then during that's 50s, during the 50s, after the Communist China took over. And then after the 60s, it was a great cultural revolution. The Uyghurs were labeled out as counter-revolutionaries. And then after that, after 79, it started to loosen up a little bit. And then later on, then again, it really got bad.
So the period of time, because you were saying when you left, during that time, it was okay, it was pretty good. What was the year? What point did it start kind of turning bad again, do you think?
It started, when you go back 1989, when the Tiananmen Square massacre happened, that's when China, basically not for the Uyghurs, but just overall to, in Tibet, in southern Mongolia, and also for China. Imagine, they did that to their own children. Those young students at Tiananmen Square basically got massacred. Those are the sons and the daughters of those Chinese officials in Beijing, basically. So, many.
I have quite a few threads on Tiananmen Square, but that again will take us a little bit off of topic.
Okay, let me
So
concentrate what you're asking here about
our time is a bit tight too, but that's something I've spoken about also. But just to understand the dynamic also.
Yeah, let me just tell you this. Please let's not interrupt each other. If we do that, then it's going to take more time.
I know, just because we have an hour, so I want to try to get it back onto, because we want to definitely get to the topic of your sister also, and that's why I want to. But yeah, if you want to finish off.
Let me just finish this then. After after 1989, during 1997, the Volga incident happened. Just a peaceful demonstration was met with brutal killing and the arrest afterward. And then, before that, it was actually 1990 was the Baran massacre, and then the Volga massacre, and then. After the Volga massacre, basically when it started to turn to the China using the religion, Islam, to persecute Uyghurs was right after 9/11 tragedy in the United States. Because that summer, in 2001, China was actually advertising, they were like propaganda videos. They were saying, come and invest to the, Westerners. I even saw that here in America. They were inviting the American firms to come and invest in East Turkestan. They were saying Xinjiang is the most beautiful, peaceful place with peaceful, friendly people, and come and invest. Your investments are safe here. But then what happened right after 9/11 tragedy? Overnight, the Chinese government came up they played this opportunity as a chance to. Basically getting rid of the Uyghur people, and they started to label Uyghurs as Islamic extremists.
And so you would characterize what was happening as a genocide? Do you use that word when you're saying?
Yes. Absolutely.
So your sister came to visit you in the U.S. a couple of times before she went missing. Is that correct?
Yes.
What years were those?
She came in 2014, and then 2015 she came for her youngest daughter's wedding, and then 2016 she came for her daughter's when she had the baby, when her first granddaughter was born. And
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she was here until August 2016. And we started to hear actually the situation was getting really bad at that time, especially Xinjiang was brought over from Tibet to East Turkestan. So me and my nieces, she has 2 daughters, they both live here. We were begging her to stay, not to go back. She went back because she thought, the way she is, she's not a political person. She's not outspoken. She's nothing to do with anything. She's not a religious person. She's just a simple, just an Uyghur woman living a peaceful, law-abiding life in Urumqi. So
I mean, I think because if 30% of the population is being put into camps, or 3 million or whatever it is, I mean, I think no matter what you are in Xinjiang, if you're a non-political person, you're not religious or something like that, if you see this going on around you, and also you're doing your work, your activism, I don't understand why she would disagree with you guys and still say, I'm going back. I mean, the scale of what you guys are talking about going on is massive.
No. The massiveness did not start until April 2017. She went back August 2016. So when Xinjiang came over August 2016, that's right about the time my sister went back. The things didn't happen in overnight.
Look at him, very
I mean, but
clown-like.
you've been talking about the situation in Xinjiang from, your time at
Look at
Radio Free
Nico
Asia, I think, was in the early 2000s, right?
What's wrong with
It's
you?
1998.
Yeah, so you're at that time you're already doing a lot of activism related to Xinjiang and talking about the terrible situation and things like that. That's a long period of time. And if your sister had the first opportunity to get out and apply for refugee status, I really don't see why she wouldn't do that, and why you would have to convince her from the U.S. that it's so bad there, the place that she lives, that she shouldn't go back. That's the part that doesn't really.
No. You are trying to, you are trying to make something out of.
No, I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, let me explain to you. By the time 2015, 2016, even early 2017, still people were going back and forth. Many people were coming to U.S. We have a lot of Uyghurs here. Their families, mother and the fathers, brothers and sisters came for a visit. The situation started to deteriorate, if I said it earlier, very rapidly in April 2017. So again...
What are you guys thinking? Corrupt or just a normie dumbass? Or what are you thinking? Because me, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't pick a ex-Guantanamo Bay translator or anything to do with Guantanamo Bay and have them be like my spokesperson. But I don't know.
Respecting China as a law-abiding country, developing, and we thought, just like the whole United States and the whole world thought when they basically rewarded China with 2008 Olympics and also 2022 Winter Olympics. Nobody thought that China was going to conduct genocide starting from 2017, 2018, 20.
So what was your purpose and your activism and your kind of coverage when you were at Radio Free Asia then? What was it about? Were you what drove you to do that?
Corrupt.
Radio Free Asia was. When they added the Uyghur service.
This woman's in it to win it. Double agent.
End of 1998. It was not so much of activism. It was just.
I've had these thoughts. Pause. I'll say pause to preface this. I've had these thoughts about Tim Pool.
Access to free media.
And James is like, he's too stupid that they wouldn't trust him with that type of shit.
Radio reporting anywhere else in the world. Radio Free Asia is the one and the only news media that the Uyghur people hear the news for what it is.
And was your coverage?
Government propagandas.
Was your coverage positive about Xinjiang back then?
Well, we used to report whatever happens. Whatever is happening there, we used to report that. Like,
did you have any positive stories about Xinjiang in your coverage?
Well, my concentration was not
Yeah.
covering Xinjiang or East Turkestan.
She openly
My
admitted
coverage was,
to working for
reporting
NED.
the Uyghurs in diaspora,
Yeah, but
what we are
doesn't
doing
NED
basically.
have like desk
That was my
clerks and
responsibility.
mailroom guys and
Okay,
shit
so
like
what I
that?
want to do is because just watching
It's
the
like the
time here, and I
discussion we were
wanna
talking
make
about
sure
with
this point
social,
because you have
like
a chance to
these
kind of clarify
giant
this,
social
because this is
media
some of the
companies and
criticism
shit.
on the
It's
Reddit
like,
AMA, and it's also one of the
you
things I've
know,
tweeted about a number of
little
times.
Susan who,
A bit more of
you
a
know,
controversial topic.
who's just a secretary, doesn't
So
know
it
what
was
the
in
fuck's
regards
going
to your
on.
employment at Guantanamo Bay with the U.S. military, where a number of Uyghurs were held without trial. And you received a lot of criticism for that.
Radio free is CIA
Again, I think
propaganda no
around the
matter
AMA
what
period
country.
of time, for not reviewing
Yeah,
this
it could be
beforehand.
propaganda, but
So
does that make her propaganda?
I know we can get to your answer in a second. I think it's understandable, though, why somebody would think
That's
that
a very
this would
interesting.
hurt, your credibility.
These are all
But you told
interesting
me,
questions about
you know,
perception.
So in our chat, you said you had,
Obviously, I haven't heard all of
kids
this
to
yet,
support,
but
and
I'm just saying.
the pay was good. But what was more important than that, and as a valid point, is that like
That one
everybody
thing
else,
that we just watched
you
before it ended
didn't,
was
know
very
about the
interesting to
terrible
me.
things that happened in
To
Guantanamo
where he's
Bay
like
at
throwing
that
out
time,
points
to
that
some
counteract what
prisoners.
she's saying, but she
So
still
can
has
you,
to like.
because this is the big
She doesn't
topic
say
that
like,
everybody wants
"Oh,
to hear.
I don't
Can
know,
you- can you
man."
explain
She
your-
doesn't
your
do that.
employment
She
at Guantanamo?
floats back to the talking points. That's very suspicious.
And, I am speechless.
Which is why I say the thing about politics, like, oh, this guy kills kids. Well, like, do they shift back into?
And we can just have screenshot and have people.
We can,
see
yeah,
it.
absolutely, because I don't think I did. Yeah.
Hold on, you asked me a question. If I
Yeah.
was getting paid when I was
never asked that
working
question.
translating,
I never asked
and
that
I said
question.
yes, of course. I was not working for free. I was translating and I was getting
She's
paid
an
because I have three
unscrupulous
kids to support.
careerist
I didn't
that only
say I
cares
took
about
that
herself.
job to support my three kids.
That's
There's a
all.
huge
That's
difference on it.
that I
Let
have
me
no
ask you
fucking
a
clue
question.
about.
Okay, so first of all, on that AMA, there was nothing about Gitmo. I was not doing AMA about Gitmo. I was not doing AMA about that I translated in Gitmo. I was doing AMA about my sister. So I said, I am a victim of a person who's in
real
the
quick.
detention center. So anyway, let me just clarify one more thing here, if you don't interrupt me, please. In your
Definitely
recent
smells
interview with Arson
suspicious.
about 2 months
Huh?
ago, and the
Max
you
Kellerman?
were so comfortable. Basically,
Why is
you were
that?
very comfortably distorting my words. And
To be honest, he
distorting the
smells
facts.
suspect
And
as
when you
fuck.
said
To be in
it,
like
1
act
hour,
like just
48
Jordan
minutes
talking
more,
right now. He smells
quote,
suspect,
unquote,
but it could be.
Rochelle
It smells more
Obama
like
AMA, then people
from the corporate
uncovered that she
sending
worked
letters
for,
out
Gitmo overseeing
and directions
workers who were
and
detained by the US.
you guys got to do
when you
this.
said those
He's the first one in
words,
line. Like, yeah, I'll do it.
What is
I'll
your
do it. I'm me.
evidence
I'll do
for,
it.
calling
Like he's
me,
that guy.
saying that
Corp-
I was overseeing
That's the word I was looking for.
Well,
That's the word I'm looking
repeatedly,
for.
I said that I was working
And he's
as a
overly
translator.
like.
And
He's
what is
overly the
definition
white
for
guy
word
defending
overseeing?
the black
in
guy
my
thing.
limited English,
Kinda weird.
because I learned English in my adulthood
Clearly,
when
he's
I was 21
racist.
years old when I came to US. But even in my limited English,
What?
in my vocabulary, I understand that overseeing means someone is supervising in an official
He's also
capacity.
trash
I was
replacing.
not
What's his name?
supervising anybody there.
Yeah.
I was not overseeing.
Not that the other guy was that great.
I was just a translator.
So you were
Because
overseeing
they
all
need-
of the communication between the U.S. authorities there and the Uyghurs.
He's amazing.
Or-
No,
you-
that's
For-
wrong because I
he
was
does
just
what he
a
does.
translator.
It's
I was
amazing.
just a
That's what I'm
translator.
saying. You're overseeing the translation. You are there. You're the middleman between the interrogators and the Uyghurs who are being held there. So
Yeah, I was just saying whatever the interrogators say, translating that to the Uyghurs. When the Uyghurs say, I was translating back to them. So I was just being this machine.
All right,
She's
so let's
high
clear
up,
that up
though,
right
and
now,
has a
and we can
great
finish that.
resume.
You were overseeing the translation. You were not overseeing them in the capacity of a supervisor or anything
Yeah, but
like
you
that.
didn't say she was overseeing the translation of the Uyghurs. And then secondly, you kept saying that, and the two recent videos
These are
that you
professional
said
disinformation
that I got
agents.
exposed quickly. What do you mean
Possibly.
by exposed?
Very possibly.
Exposed is something when somebody is hiding, but I have been saying about my Guantanamo work everywhere. I have been so vocal. There is like documentaries are being made. There is like interviews, news reports. It's on my resume. It's everywhere that I translated in Gitmo because I'm proud of that work. Because I helped those innocent
you change course?
Uyghurs so the American interrogators can understand who they are.
Well,
And
well,
then
so I
they
wanna-
got released.
Yeah. I want to ask you about that because you're talking about and I noticed you mentioned that recently also a number of times that you're proud of your work there. But you're right. There are some videos of you that does mention it. I think from the perspective of people participating in the AMA, they would think that that's a pretty big conflict of interest that should be mentioned. But that's, whether you need to bring that in or not, it's a debatable topic. But when you're talking about you're proud, as I know you said you're proud as an American citizen also that you served there and did this stuff. But I watched your video from 10 years ago when you seemed really disappointed at the United States for not closing Guantanamo Bay. So was there a period of time where you went from that? Because you seemed very upset in that video. And now to where it's more this, I'm proud that I took part in this thing that was, in the capacity of a translation. Was there a transition where you said, okay, you know what, maybe it's not so bad?
Well, again, that video is not something that I was so upset. It's just that I was disappointed for the time it took to release those Uyghurs. And it was not because of the U.S.
Gray Zone, this guy, and Consortium covered Radio
US
Free.
will approach another country to release those
I'm talking about a different video, sorry.
I'm sorry?
It's a different video, sorry. Because the one I'm talking about, you were specifically talking about the deadline for closing Guantanamo Bay coming up, and that the U.S. wasn't closing.
I was so happy President Obama said he's going to close Guantanamo, and the deadline is approaching. I really hope that
this guy's, if you're talking about this guy, Scuffed,
that's
Dan,
what I said.
then I believe he says he lives in China. I heard that part.
I said on that tweet about Gitmo, I said the Uyghurs who released from Guantanamo, Uyghurs in particular being in Guantanamo, they said that they had a better life in Guantanamo than the current Orwellian hell, the surveillance police state in our homeland as the Uyghurs. And I even said it clearly because they had the praying rugs, they had Quran, they can have a holy Quran with them, they can pray, they can fast. Even during Ramadan, I requested to bring some dates for those Uyghurs so they can bring their fast with dates. And the government arranged to bring dates for all the Muslims there, not just 22 Uyghurs. So they could practice their religion. But currently, what's happening in East Turkestan is China's waging war on Islam. China's outlining all the regular, normal Islamic practices as extremism. So that's what I meant.
Yeah, I guess the U.S. has a different approach. And while you were in there in Guantanamo, did you see any evidence? Did they have any de-radicalization programs or skills training programs, as far as you know, or they didn't really?
Not at all. Not at all. I stayed there from April 2002.
I was about to pause it.
December 2002.
See, I don't think they had any conversion therapy thingies there.
And during that time, there was nothing was happening there. Later, after I left the base. And
Guantanamo?
Years later, when
I don't think they were trying to de-radicalize them.
Or some other news reports came up and said there were some enhanced technology was implemented and things like that. I just read on the news, just like that. You are saying there is no evidence about this and that. I didn't see any evidence. I just read on the news a couple years after I left, and they said that during the, I think, end of 2002 or early 2003, they were implementing some of these, but I was already gone by then.
Okay. So
Anthony, stop deleting comments.
And regardless of the positive role that you played personally, you did still participate in the Guantanamo Bay economy, so to speak. And so have you been doing any activism related to trying to get Guantanamo Bay closed, especially because you were disappointed before, but you haven't really done any activism surrounding that?
Well, because the Uyghur case needs more attention than anything else. Yes, I don't agree with any kind of injustice.
It better be a mistake. Don't ever do it again.
Right now, there are
You're on my shit list.
Disinformation
I don't know.
and the false narratives and the propaganda coming
I'm gonna make a video about this.
And a lot of people are trying to discredit our work and calling us liars, and whatever we say about this active genocide, they are trying to undermine our work. So I am not a human rights activist for the world. I got involved with activism because of what is happening to Uyghur people. And because of China's information blockade, not many people know what's happening.
I mean,
Like
could
in
she
all
be
United
manipulated
States,
into doing
there are
this?
only like 10-15% people know
Right,
exactly
'cause
what's happening. The
if
Uyghur
you're like,
women are facing
I don't know.
forced marriage. And the
If you're in a
Uyghur
higher,
children are
like a
taken
higher
from
spot
their
as far as
families,
information,
and the Uyghurs
and
are
like you guys
being,
said before, like you don't bring up, like she keeps calling this a genocide, but never brings up Yemen or anything like that. It's kind of like weird, right?
to raise awareness.
But
we
if
need to let
someone's
the
a
world know.
dipshit and never
plus,
heard of this
it's
thing
my
over
first
here,
priority to
just throwing it out
let my
there.
sister release.
Absolutely. You know, just to kind of give you the perspective of somebody
Things to think
who,
about,
like,
not
may have
saying
been on the Reddit
I
AMA
know or
and,
anything.
criticized you for the kind of position. I can understand if somebody was a Uyghur activist and they were trying to provide evidence for what was going on in Xinjiang and they had nothing to do with Guantanamo Bay. It would be a silly thing to say to them, and people do this still. They say, well,
You
why don't
just
talk about
censored
what the
him,
US is
Anthony.
doing? Why don't you talk about
Stop
the terrible
lying.
things the U.S. is doing? But your situation is a bit different. You actually took a salary
just
and
playing.
participated in the Guantanamo Bay economy, and then you moved on and you forgot about it. So I think from the
Can I
perspective,
ask you a question on that? If you're, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm also, we are already 30 minutes in, so I'm trying to save time here. Can I ask you a question? So you have been living in China for how many years? 20 years now?
12 years.
How many? 12 years?
12 years.
Okay.
12 years
12
in
years,
China.
yeah. So China is basically right now being the totalitarian regime. Everybody knows what China is doing to the Uyghurs, to the Tibetans, to the Southern Mongolians. And you have a business there, and you are making money in that system. And the government is actually promoting you. There were like interviews in the China's Global Times Network, which is basically funded by Chinese Communist Party.
I was not in
So,
Global Times. I was not in Global Times. If I was, I don't know. But I was in China Daily.
No, it was like there was like articles about promoting your business, and also
nobody's promoting my business. But that's the point, though, right? Is that I'm
So
here
you're
to
not
ask
some
for
just
that
some
evidence,
sympathetic
because
grandma. You're also a researcher
you're on
and all
Twitter
that,
and you're
but you
retweeting
didn't
things
find
from
out
guys
about
like, Erkin
Yemen or
Sinti,
Syria or
Sinti,
here or
I
there.
don't know his name. And he's basically, there's this army of people who are downloading videos off of TikTok and misrepresenting them, saying this is a Uyghur child crying because they've been separated from their family. And it's debunked over and over and over again. And you're following these people. And even in our Reddit AMA, people were posting things underneath.
Yeah, it's
exactly
starting to
like
smell
that,
even
saying
more
this
fishy.
is a Uyghur person who was separated from their child. She was dropping her child off at school, and she's a frontline worker for COVID-19. She's a hero of China being misused for this propaganda. So from my point of view, I'm sitting here saying, if this is so big, if 3 million people are being taken away and imprisoned, why does this narrative have to rely on so many liars? And I think it's a valid question. And especially when...
You are right. You are absolutely right. That is a valid question. Because of the information,
Someone's just behind the camera holding up cue cards, like, say good response. That's very good question.
Here and there. And then, of course, yes, sometimes we
Come
try to
on.
verify, and some of them it's difficult to verify. And if there's any mistakes, we quickly we delete them.
No, it doesn't. They're all still up there.
But I don't think I have done any, those kind of videos that's not being verified.
Are you joking? Or
The
she
ones
said
that
something
I
about
am
that.
using,
Scuffed.
I have a lot of backup.
She said something about Syria and
Assad.
Assad, or are you joking? You're being sarcastic or something.
Kids situation you just mentioned, let me see if I know how to.
We're at 34 minutes though, so if you keep it quick, and then we'll just go.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm just going to show you.
I didn't read
because
the
we're
room, though.
talking about
You're fucking up.
the kids situation, and I want to show you something. And I heard that you have 4 kids, and look at this one here.
Hey, this is just my opinion,
Okay.
Anthony.
Look at
But
this.
like, if I listen to this, I'm just like, dumb bitch. It's like, that's not. Am I helping any? I don't know.
What?
For me, well, he called her a dumb bitch, and I'm like, I get why someone would be angry or upset with this person.
Okay, look at.
At the same time, it's like,
Okay. Are you sharing your screen?
What I.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I'm trying
Where did you
to.
send it
I'm
to?
using my
I
super
don't see
ego to
that.
recognize what other people are gonna
I
say
played
or
the
feel
thing.
when I
Did
say
you see
that.
it?
Oh no.
That's all I'm saying.
You have to share your screen.
I mean, I call people
think it's
fuckfaces
on
all
the-
fucking day long.
Oh, I
But
see.
if they ever approach
Okay.
me, I'll explain what I'm saying here.
Hold on. Okay, it's not working. Can you
All right,
give
it
me
was
permission to share my screen?
I figured that. I just didn't read
you
the.
have to request
I didn't read the
it.
room correctly there.
Let me see here.
Yeah, please, no.
I only have a way to edit your name. It should be on the bottom of StreamYard. It should say share
Yeah,
screen. It should be.
I did, and then it's asking.
I'm not getting anything here.
All right, then.
So, what do you think about Syria? My computer crashed. My computer crashed.
Basically, what I wanted to share with you has this young girl.
That fucking like the 1920s sound effect, or there's like the giant tinfoil thing. It's like.
This is legitimate. You should see her face. This is young girl there. He's asking her to sing the Chinese, communist propaganda song.
I mean, that's
something like
absolutely
this.
that's absolutely terrible. If I see something like that, that's terrible. When I see Joe Biden, doing the same thing, getting a bit too touchy-feely with kids, I get uncomfortable too. I don't care who it is. If I see a video like that, it will be very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
but to say,
especially for being a parent, how do you feel about that? And also, there are so many children that are missing. We've got parents looking for their children everywhere.
Oh, I don't know. I started with the Red Sox.
When the parents are going in overseas to study and leave their kids with their mother and the fathers, which is the kids' grandparents, and
We got time for
even
this.
they are in the custody of grandparents. They are taken away to state-run orphanages. And there are news reports over 500,000 Uyghur children are taken away from Uyghur
So
families.
why do you think then? Because it's not a matter of, like you said, people trying to validate the information and get it right. It's a matter of people legitimately just downloading something and then attaching a random text on it saying this is what's happening. Why is this so? Because I've had people contact me also
I
saying,
wanted to
my
pause
uncle
again,
is
sorry.
missing and stuff like that.
That's
I've gone through
straight
about
up
6 of them
Tim
so
Pool
far,
right there.
And every time when
The
you look through
Uyghur
the Twitter history, the
shit,
relationship they had with them changed,
where he shows
their age
like
changed, all
people
kinds of
in
stuff
like
changed.
colored
So, without
outfits.
doubt, there's a bunch of liars.
Look what
who are
they're doing,
surrounding
it's
this. Doesn't mean
genocide.
there aren't legitimate issues. Why?
China.
Why are there so many people? We're talking thousands and thousands of these people lying about it. If
It's not lying about it, Daniel. It is.
That's right, I am
Chinese
live. Look
regime
at that.
is purposely doing that. Just yesterday.
Should I
there
mute
was
the-
this
Rob, you
young
should just mute
girl's,
this. Don't do
video
it.
was sounded like there was
Turn
a
the sound
sound
off, Rob. Fight to start.
saying some really disgusting things, and quickly other people said this is not real. So why the Chinese regime is doing that? Of course, try to discredit us. Just like this year, this Kurban festival, they released a video clip from like 2014.
By the way,
2013, like long time ago.
trying
I
to
have
talk
seen
over.
that several years
I'll
ago.
pause it real fast. By the way, they're gonna do the same thing they did that they're doing with Vanessa Beeley and Ava Bartlett, right? They're gonna do the same thing to where when Ava, like a while back, when she was on like a UN panel talking about like the same little girl keeps showing up in these same videos, or the little girl who's on Twitter who somehow speaks perfect English on Twitter and all of that. That's I don't know how popular this guy is, but like let's say they're making the same points that he's making towards like this was debunked, or this looks terrible, this doesn't look like legit or whatever. It's like that that's how they sort of get the ball rolling for the normies, because it's not for you. It's not really to try to convince you. It's the normies that will eat up bullshit. That's what it's for. If they get them, which are the majority of people, then it's over. What are you going to do? Which is why every politician says, I will build a strong middle class, lower taxes, and you know the deal.
Oh, and those who buy into it are fucking idiots.
Yeah.
The strategist, bro.
Yeah. He's not here, though. Little pussy's not here. Alright. Sorry I had to pause it for that.
And the date, actually, they put stamp, this is 2020 Kurban Festival.
Trump could definitely win. Just so you know, Rob.
So why are they doing that?
So for example, when Erkin...
Did you watch the town halls, Rob? You would see that
of the frontline COVID worker,
Trump got a lot of softball questions
she's been separated from her
compared to
child.
Biden.
And you can go to the place where he got it from. You can
It's
see
very
the video.
interesting.
And
But also
there's nowhere
that
else
Russian
anyone has ever
outfit
said this. This is just
called
something randomly made
WikiLeaks.
up.
Yeah, those
That's the
Russians
fault of
over
the
there.
Chinese government.
They kind of, you know, leaked some emails showing the, you know, the Pied Piper strategy. So, yeah. Have fun with that.
I know
Eat it.
Eat it. Are missing.
Huh?
I know there are
Rob.
so many children are missing when I travel.
Oh, did you watch my video, Rob? I sent you?
I went to Australia, Turkey, so many countries in Europe, Canada, and United States. We have so many people. Their children are missing.
How does it feel
Where
getting
are they?
owned?
Then show me. Where are they? You know,
Rob's a masochist. He likes getting his
the
ass
testimony
whipped.
thing is, I mean, I'm sure there are because I'll get to that in a
Every
second
video
with
I've
your sister.
seen them
I'm
use
sure
as
there are
evidence
people who are
of
missing, but when I've
atrocities
gone
and
through them over and over again, I'm
against
seeing
it.
that
Xi
this is
Jinping
fake, this is fake, this is
has been
fake.
debunked. One time they
to
tried
me, this is a
to
red flag for a lot
pass
of people,
off
especially when you
Taiwanese
consider
bondage
the
porn as
incentive.
human
You know,
rights
the
abuses
ex,
of Uyghur
Chief of
Muslims.
Staff to Colin Powell said that the U.S. has
Oh,
an incentive to destabilize China.
Isn't it already a problem from the jump when... I don't know, man.
And the U.S.
I suspect you're the same way, Scott. When you look at something like that, you're instantly like...
So when you pose that question
I don't know, like,
I have a business here in China.
suspicious in a way. Not, it doesn't have to be suspicious, but like critically looking at it, like, okay, let me cross-reference, let me look at this or that.
Who is doing terrible things around the world? Who did
Maybe a
terrible things in
name
Guantanamo Bay,
that I
and who
consider
has an
reliable.
incentive to destabilize Xinjiang.
But, actually got a piss too, Tony.
People are
Not
looking
gonna
at
lie.
this AMA and they're looking at what you're doing, finding it.
Trump
to
is
be a
doing
little
worse
bit,
in the polls than he was doing against Hillary in 2016. The outcome will be very interesting.
Tell me that you are using
Well,
VPN.
James has the idea,
I'm not
or
using a VPN.
well, she's talked
I'm not
about the
using a VPN.
idea
I'm
of
using my
them
own SIM card.
Why did you
almost
say
like
that you
a
need to use VPN then?
contended
I do
election
use VPN
results
usually, but yes, there's censorship. Because there's
to where it's
censorship in
like,
China.
we don't know who won,
so,
and we got to do a recount or whatever.
Why do you think the Uyghurs? What
A
do they
recount,
gain
or
from
it's contested, or one side
you
saying
know,
this, the other side saying that.
What do Uyghurs stand
Those are ideas you told me about.
to gain from lying, and what do you gain from basically the CCP narratives on us?
Pause the video. I can't hear you or the video. Really?
To answer your question, I'm looking for the truth. To answer your question, the NED.
I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna let the video play. You really can't hear me and over the video? Everyone's like answering questions and shit. Propaganda can't hear it, but everyone else is like responding to me and shit. Whatever. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast.
Has funded $8 million worth of grants to Uyghur groups in the U.S. since 2003. That's my answer to what do people potentially have to gain.
NED. What does NED stands for? That is
National Endowment for the Democracy, and its founder said
that is
and
for democracy. We don't have any kind
No,
of...
it's not. The NED doesn't care about democracy. They will install a dictator.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna pause it because I want to hear this. Sorry.
What? You got something else? Yeah.
All right, I'm back. All right, we're back. Let's play more of this. Now he's about to go in on the NED that I want to hear. Here we go.
As long as it's friendly to U.S. interests. This is
Rewind a little bit.
In the U.S. since 2003. That's my answer to what do
Natives on us. You know, I would like
to answer your question. I'm looking for the truth. To answer your question, the NED has funded $8 million worth of grants to Uyghur groups in the U.S. since 2003. That's my answer to what do people potentially have to gain.
NED. What does NED stands for? That is
National Endowment for the Democracy, and its founder said
that is for democracy. We don't have any.
No, it's not. The NED doesn't care about democracy. They will install a dictatorship as long as it's friendly to U.S. interests. This is you can go through. You can go through Nicaragua. You can go through all these countries and look what they do. The founder of the NED has said that what the CIA used to do covertly, they do now through the NED. I mean, that piece about the NED, it shouldn't even be a mystery to anybody anymore.
Well, you know what I know is Uyghur people are facing genocide, and that there are over 600 leaked Chinese documents to prove that, and that there is a concentration camps holding more than 3 million people. Millions more are used as the slaves under forced labor, and we have a complete surveillance police state. So those are the reality. So I would like you to just answer to me and on my face. Are you calling me a professional woman of color a liar? Would you say that those victimized by police here, like
bye, Karen.
What is, like what is happening in China? I'm talking about the China's genocide. So are you accusing me of being a liar? Would you say those to the victimized by police here in the United States? Would you tell them that you are lying?
I can say that. I can say that the people who have approached me on Twitter, and I have looked into their stories, or the people who are posting photos of frontline COVID workers, Uyghur women, and calling them, saying that they are.
I don't want to talk about that.
Who are separated from family, are categorically liars. For you, I'm not. What I'm doing with you here. Can I finish answering your question? What I'm doing with you here is I'm seeking for the truth. And I'm stating fact that you worked in Guantanamo Bay. You're funded by an agency that oversees regime change all around the world, and I'm saying fact. What does that mean? What does that lead to? I don't know, but these are facts, right? That's all I would like to deal with here. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm here talking to you for the reason to get to the truth. But when I'm talking about this stuff is because. One of the reasons I keep asking whether you felt you might have been responsible for the radio silence from your sister, whether it be because she's detained or she just cut off all ties with her overseas family, was because of the nature of the organization that's funding you. The NED, considering what it does, it funds political warfare and rebellions around the world. And now we're in this situation where, again, the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell said that the U.S. has an incentive to destabilize China through Xinjiang. Tensions with China is increasing. And it seems like a really risky situation for your sister, considering she came to visit you also, and she's going back to China. Don't you feel that what you're doing before she was...
It's fairly simple, Daniel. Let me speak here because we don't have much time left. Right. It's fairly simple. If they really want to prove me wrong, show my sister alive.
She might be detained. She might legitimately be detained. But that's what I'm saying. Well, I have no idea what.
Her being a Uyghur, and
so hold on a second here. So you think it has nothing to do with you working for the CIA, an organization that's actively...
I gotta pause. All right, we were watching a video about Obama fake drinking water, right? And there's this little girl who's just smiling through everything she says. And it's like, what? What did she say exactly? Like, Obama's the best, or something. Like she said some shit that, we hold these truths to be self-evident. Like, why do you know that? Why are you smiling so hard? So when I hear this, And he's like, maybe she was detained, maybe for political reasons or whatever. She's like, no, she was detained for being a Uyghur. And she's just smiling the whole time. And that shit weirds me out. Now, I have heard of someone who's a quote-unquote, I'm not considering them legitimate or anything, but they're a quote-unquote body language expert. And they're like, oh, when someone's nervous, they'll constantly smile through an interview or whatever. Like she was the body language person was going over the school shootings. Like, oh yeah, you could see her posture, and she's smiling because she's a kid, never been on camera, and all that. It's like, okay, like that was her attempt to debunk the crisis actor theory. But at the same time, it's like, it still weirds me out. And you're talking about your sister who could possibly be arrested and tortured and all that. And it's just like a smile on your face the whole time. Like, no, it's because she's Uyghur. And it's like, oh, man. Just eyesore, I guess.
By CIA, you talk about the fact. Show me your evidence that I work
The
for CIA.
NED is a branch of the CIA. The NED
Okay, so
is...
you having a brewing company that's being promoted by the Chinese government.
Well, I'm asking about you right now.
Are you working for Chinese?
I am not working. I am not working for the Chinese Communist Party. I wouldn't have to run a business.
Same thing. Then I don't work for CIA.
I do supposed to be nice.
Are you funded by the NED?
Yes.
Does the NED fund regime change operations?
NED and the U.S. government are funding our campaign for Uyghurs. It seems like why it's so unnatural thing for you, because basically
do they also
the
fund regime
communist
change
government
activities?
is more. Are you saying the communist government is more reputable than a democracy where citizens can criticize their government openly? And you are
I'm not
saying
asking
that
about that. I'm asking whether it's problematic for your sister, whether it would put her at risk, whether you working for an organization
are you
that
saying
oversees
that the
regime
Chinese
change.
government is
playing mental
punishing
games,
my sister because NED funded our organization? Is that
I'm not
what you're
saying I'm not saying that. I have no idea if that happened. I'm asking you, do you see the risk that you put her in by doing that?
Well, I am speechless on what you are saying here. This is what kind of.
You can disagree with me. You
is
can
this?
say no. You can say no. By working for the NED, I don't feel like I put my sister under any undue additional
What does
risk.
that have anything to do with my sister? What I do here? I left when I was 21 years old. I have been living in the United States for 31 years. I am 53 years
Same time,
old.
I can still hear a
My
dumbass
responsibility is my responsibility here. Why would that put my sister in a
Because
risk?
she's coming and visiting you. I have no idea how involved she was with you or not.
It's not,
Listen,
she's coming visiting me, sir. She's coming visiting her two daughters. She has two daughters.
Let's flip this around. Let's flip this around. If I was an immigrant to the U.S. and I'm living in the U.S. and I have a brother living in Beijing who works for an organization that's specifically designed to interfere with the U.S. Presidential elections, and I'm regularly going over to visit my brother
Let's
in
talk
Beijing.
about China's genocide. Those are,
Can I finish, please? Because this is exactly the situation in reverse. In your more reputable U.S. democracy, I would absolutely be at risk. My brother would absolutely be putting me at risk if he was working with a Beijing Communist Party organization designed to overthrow American governments or fund activists in the U.S. Absolutely. So from my point of view, I don't see it. Yeah.
Daniel, what I am doing, what NED is funding is a human rights issue. It's not a political issue. This is a human rights issue. CCP is a mafia. It's not even a government. Chinese communist regime has absolutely no any kind of.
I can't. It's hard for me to believe any of the shit she's saying. As like, fuck, I'm like swaying back. I'm like, maybe that's the goal of it. Is the, suspension of disbelief again.
It's easy just to fucking overhand right, just boom, you stand over them like that. It's easy.
Yeah.
So might as well just do that.
It's just.
Like, is she genuine? I don't know, but is she wrong? Yeah. Okay. Done.
Yeah. Well, I like analyzing like that, anyways. Because when I hear,
Analyzing someone like that becomes necessary when you're trying to, make the distinction between intentions and, right?
yeah,
She's a liar. Is she? I don't fucking know.
it's all very suspect. Like, he brought up a good point. Like, I don't know. I would hope a normal person would be like, shit, me working for this organization puts my sister at risk? What do you mean by that? I would hope at the least you would hear that. But she's just full on to, no way. Look, the D in NED stands for democracy. It's like, oh, man. It's like, what the hell? Like, if China is super dangerous and your sister's trapped in China and you're working for an organization that's trying to essentially play some form of like overthrowing role or espionage type role in regards to China, you'd think, like, aren't you kind of putting her at risk? I would say so. Yeah.
Respect for human beings, not for the accountability. That's why you are saying they are punishing my sister.
I don't know that. She could also have been either. This is just. There's three possibilities here, right? She could have either been legitimately detained. She could have either voluntarily cut off ties with all of her overseas family because of the risk you're putting her at, or she could have been ordered to not contact any of her overseas family anymore. That, from my point of view, these are the three possibilities.
Show me.
I don't know. I don't know, but so the point is, so I think the best thing to sum this up is that you don't see any of your activities as putting her at risk, and you see the NED as a benevolent kind of a respectable organization that does good around the world. Because if we're talking about regimes and what they do around the world, the US, the CIA, and the NED has done terrible, terrible things around the world, and they're funding you now. So let's balance this out a little bit.
Instantly denying it, shaking her head, no. It's like, what? So, yeah. Smelling worse and worse and more rotten as we go.
Are you saying China is
I don't know how the fuck he got her on his fucking show, but
better than United States or Canada?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm focused. I think China does a lot of things.
China
and they're funding you now. So let's balance this out a little bit.
Are you saying China is better than United States or Canada?
See, those are, once again, that's more red flags. Oh, so you're saying China's not bad. You're saying you love China, aren't you? That's typical grifter counterpoints. I mean, that's what that is. Now, if she's been taught, coached, brainwashed, or, she's one of the creepers herself, that's what's up in the air to me. But that is the typical response. It's like, yo, the U.S. did this, 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 and this. Well, what did China do? Are you saying China's better?
No, it's this shit. Do you have walls in your
Like, man. Very suspect.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm focused. I think China does a lot of things better than Canada and the United States, and I think the United States and Canada does a lot of other things much better than China does. But I think it's important we have a place of balance here.
Speaking of my sister and the 3 million people and the millions more who are forced to stand as slaves, they are innocent. My sister is innocent. She has not committed any crime. If they arrested her because of my activism, fine. Why is my sister being punished? Do you think that's acceptable?
No, I don't think it's acceptable.
3 million people are sent to concentration camps. And you know what the ambassador Sui Tiankai, the Chinese ambassador to the United States, said to CNN when he was asked about those camps? He said, we are making those Uyghurs are normal persons. Imagine that. Uyghurs, because of their religion, because of their ethnic identity, because of their culture, they are being viewed as abnormal, commodities. Imagine that.
I don't buy the 3 million number. I'll be honest with you. And there's plenty of documents out there that show how that would be absolutely impossible, even with all of these kind of satellite imagery. Like a lot of the satellite imagery stuff comes from a guy from ASPI in Australia, Nathan Rooster, who's funded by the military-industrial complex. And he also posts things where he says this is a QR code that doesn't that allows the police to track this seller, and it's a WeChat pay code. So I don't buy it.
Okay.
But what I want to ask you too is that, because obviously the World Uyghur Congress, they also say that because the one thing that nobody wants to talk about on the side of talking about these issues is that there's a legitimate terrorism problem in Xinjiang, and the World Uyghur Congress said that ETIM, that he said the founder is a political prisoner, and that the ETIM is an organization that hasn't existed for 10 years. Would you say would you agree with them that is the case, that ETIM is not a real organization or a terrorist organization or someone that's causing this kind of violence?
There are books are being written about that. Professor Sean Roberts just released a wonderful book, and the people can read that. I don't want to waste time on that, but let me just say something on that. When we look at this statistically about the number of what have been labeled as terrorist incidents in China, it's very clear that the disproportionate targeting of an entire ethnic group, the entire Uyghurs, is completely unacceptable. If the same logic were to apply to those knife attacks that frequently occur at the schools, to the school children in China by Han Chinese people, then all the Han Chinese men should be locked up in concentration camps.
Chinese knife attacks?
To balance this out.
This is not about terrorism, or this is not about extremism. This is about the Belt and Road Initiative. That's perfectly clear. The CCP wants unrestricted ability to take the Uyghur land and the homes, so they can, like a final solution, they can just get rid of the Uyghurs, just like what they are doing right now. The genocide they're conducting.
Whoa. They want to do like a final solution? Whoa. They want to kick them out of their house, genocide them for some sort of their own version of the final solution. Meanwhile, you just look over like, is that Israel? Are they kicking people out of their homes?
Greater Israel?
Yeah. That's very fucking...
Like, expansion.
She's smiling the entire time, too. That's a weird one. I'll play that again.
I want to see it.
Here, just listen real fast.
Uyghur land and the homes, so they can, like a final solution, they can just get rid of the Uyghurs, just like what they are doing right now. The genocide they're conducting,
It's like what? They don't like them? I don't like your hat. Genocide. What's their reasons for this? It's being like, I'm definitely not an expert on any of this, but it's like, for what reason? That doesn't make sense to me.
Get rid of the Uyghurs, just like what they are doing right now. The genocide they're conducting, because the Belt and Road Initiative is the reason that what's happening, because that is Xi Jinping's signature project for the global domination, the imperialistic dream. And our homeland sits
global
on
domination.
the epicenter. The access to the...
I mean, she could be crazy, and they're like, we'll take advantage of you. You seem to believe all this. We'll let you be a spokesperson. It'll never come back to us.
Central Asia, to Europe, to Middle East, to North Africa, actually all over the world.
Okay, is ETIM a real organization? that's
I don't
still
know.
in existence today?
I have no idea because I have never really.
Well, I mean, so the U.S. government had a press conference in 2018. The U.S. military, and it was Major General Heckler who called ETIM a terrorist organization. But since they don't have de-radicalization programs, arguably they have radicalization programs, but not de-radicalization programs. What they did was they showed that what they did with those Uyghur ETIM operatives in Afghanistan, they blew them up. They fired missiles at them and they completely destroyed them.
Let's talk about the genocide, Danielle. Let's talk about the genocide that's happening because I am not interested in what happened in Afghanistan.
Well, it's all perspective, right? Because if you're saying you don't want to acknowledge,
I am not a human rights activist for the world. I am only trying to raise
this is
awareness
Uyghur related.
This is
Uyghur related here that I'm talking about.
Okay, what I know is, let me tell you this: there were 22 Uyghurs sent to Guantanamo because Pakistan turned them into U.S. as foreign fighters, and then U.S. needed to find out who they are, what they are. But then again,
I trust them.
China at that time pressured the U.S. government to label the organization as terrorist.
Bin Laden just playing Xbox in one of their fucking military compounds.
Let's be honest, everything I say
playing
about
fucking Madden.
About the current situation, you are pushing back to Guantanamo, or you are pushing back here and there. But let's talk about this genocide. That's current. That's what's happening now. China is conducting active genocide. So
while the Uyghur population is going up in Xinjiang, right?
No, Uyghur population is not going up in Xinjiang.
The Adrian Zenz report showed that the reduction in the population was Han Chinese. A lot of the Han Chinese had moved out, but we're not seeing the numbers. We're not seeing the numbers to support a genocide. Why are there not Uyghur people fleeing to the refugee camps on the bordering countries? These places would be overflowing if there was a genocide going on and 3 million people were being detained. Your sister would not have gone back, even with this story of it getting bad after it happened afterwards.
That didn't start. That didn't come up to the surface until, let me repeat, like fifth time.
No, I know. I said that. I acknowledge that. But I'm saying I still don't buy it that all of a sudden there's a genocide happening. There's absolutely no evidence of it. The refugee camps on the bordering countries are not overflowing with Uyghurs. There are still Uyghur people who are going overseas and coming back. There are plenty of Uyghur travelers who go to the Middle East on their spiritual journeys and come back.
No, those are not
Uyghurs.
Those are the set up people. Those are the Uyghur officials set up by the
Hui Muslims also.
Yeah, of course, Hui Muslims dressed up in Uyghur dresses. We have this Uyghur traditional dress, and all these Hui Muslim women was dressed up like Uyghurs. So
I've heard that before.
Let me just.
So then what is it? What'd she say? That it was a different type of Muslim dressing up as Uyghurs? He's like, why would they do that? Like, what is it with Uyghurs that the Chinese government doesn't like so much? I don't get that. I want to hear that again.
What you were saying is going on.
Those are the set up people. Those are the Uyghur officials set up by the
Hui Muslims also.
Yeah, of course, Hui Muslims dressed up in Uyghur dresses. We have this Uyghur.
So they're Muslim too. So what? We're like, 300 years ago, Daddy Uyghur slept with my wife. This is revenge. Or what is it about them in particular that just logically doesn't make sense? I'm used to governments doing things for like these shady reasons that will lead to, a big payday or control over a certain resource or in a certain area. But just like picking a group out, very suspect. Now, don't mistake me with being like, oh, yay, China, pro-China. Nah, fuck that shit. They smell uber suspect, uber corrupt too. So, take it as you will. Pause.
Traditional dress, and all these Hui Muslim women was dressed up like Uyghurs. So
I've heard that before.
Let me just say something. There is a vow, never again, when the Holocaust happened, but that's happening on our watch right now. Even though a Chinese military officer,
she's reading, by the way,
in his speech stating, and do you read Chinese, by the way? Can you read Chinese?
I speak Chinese. I don't read it, but I speak. I speak.
You have been
Chinese.
living in China for 12 years and you didn't show respect of learning learning how to read, but that's fine. So
if you want to call that disrespectful, and I call disrespectful working for a CIA, but whatever, we'll agree to disagree on that.
We have to speak with the fact, not as your try to just distort the truth. But let me just finish this. So Nazi Germany, basically Nazi Germany kept
never again. That's the thing you said. Yeah.
Yeah, never again is happening.
Yeah, never again. Gotcha.
Just because we cannot prove it, and you cannot deny it's not happening, because there is a Chinese military official give a speech, and there is a Chinese writing, and also has an English translation. Let me send you that. So he said, they have to learn. China has to learn from the Nazi Germany and the mistakes they made in losing. Did you hear that? They studied why they lost. The Chinese officials studied why the Nazi Germany lost. And now, because they know the Nazi Germany kept extensive records of who sent where and which Holocaust and who was sent to gas chambers, what do you think China is doing?
I've never seen anything like that, but if you send it to me, I'll take a look at it afterwards. I want to ask you too, though, for never again, this phrase never again, would you also agree that the never again is also an important phrase?
That's my boy, Xi.
What happened before the first Iraq invasion, where
I call him XI.
14-year-old activist go up on stage crying, saying that Iraqi soldiers were throwing babies from incubators and letting them die. And it was one of the integral moments
Let's talk about the Uyghur genocide, because I have 2 minutes left.
You're talking about the Nazi Germany, so I'm talking about.
Unfortunately,
I'm sorry. Can you please?
I'm very sorry if there's unjust everywhere. At least we can talk about that. You can talk about.
That's fine. But this ties into why I'm doing what I'm doing about Xinjiang. This is very, very important to why I'm pushing back and why I'm asking for actual evidence. When you say there's no evidence, and I said there needs to be evidence, because I think never again is also a very important phrase in terms of never again being tricked by U.S. propaganda to go in and kill innocent people because of something.
I can't believe you are saying that. Let's go back to my sister.
Do you think that's important? I'd like to know. Why am I disagreeing with a lot of these activists? I'm telling you why now. This is directly related to Xinjiang. I am disagreeing because never.
What are you reading, lady?
It's also very, very important to never be tricked by American propaganda again, to excuse atrocities. Do you agree with me or not that that's also an important never again?
I completely understand your position, because you are living in China. You have a very luxurious life and business. You are making Chinese money, and you are being benefited from the Uyghur forced labor, Uyghur slaves.
Do you not agree with that statement? You do not agree with that statement? You think
all that. I understand you say all that. At least, you are wonderful. You are Canadian. You are in China. You can.
I understand you speak English, okay?
That's wonderful. That's true. We have to do the right thing. But what really upsets me and hurts me is how you are completely repeating the CCP's propaganda. The
CCP propaganda said what I said. They've said what I've said. I'm just asking a simple question, whether you think that is a legitimate thing that we should also say never again to. That's all I'm saying.
Never again to all atrocities.
It says Russian.
All atrocities. Never again to genocide. Never again to Holocaust. Because there is a genocide going on, and the Chinese government is destroying all evidence, because they are learning the lesson from what happened, how the Nazi Germany kept all the records. So the Chinese government is destroying and they're feeding us with false evidence and the false videos.
So do you see the dilemma here, though, that for my never again, having you coming here and saying, or all these other people saying that there's a massive genocide going on, there's 3 million people being incarcerated, but we don't have evidence. Do you see that is really problematic with my never again?
This is live when we were.
I am not saying we don't have evidence. Chinese government is destroying the evidence, but we have people are talking, the witnesses, and we have 600 pages of Chinese leaked documents. And just because, if you read Chinese, maybe your wife can read that for you. The 600 pages of Chinese leaked documents says exactly what you said. They
Are there
said,
tweets hanging in the background?
West will cry out, West will say human rights abuse, this and that, but don't,
Big green screen tweets
don't
on the
distracted by that. Keep doing what you are
Look at the
doing,
background.
because they
Awesome.
knew someday people like you will come and defend and say,
down to
show
it.
me your evidence, what you can. But just recently, the PBS Frontline did a documentary, China Undercover. A Chinese
PBS
official,
did it.
A Chinese man said, talking about this complete surveillance police state and all these atrocities that Uyghurs are facing. When the gentleman
George Bush
asked
just
him,
did documentary
isn't
on
it
China
violation
abuses.
of the human rights? And he giggled, he smiled, and he said, what human rights? They don't have any kind of human rights.
Yeah,
So what
I mean,
violation,
I've seen some of these PBS documentaries. I've seen how the BBC did it, and it's like, they go in and they report on all these things that they haven't seen, and then meanwhile they go over to Indonesia and then they cover their de-radicalization camps, and they put beautiful music over top and they cover it in a completely different way. But I think, I know you've got to go, but what I want to know is, because you were trying to paint me in a way when talking about me as a businessman making Chinese money and painting me as being corrupted by the fact that I'm making money here. That's what it sounds like. So what I want to ask you...
No, I am just giving you back your own medicine, because that's how you have been accusing me for Guantanamo and how I made money from this and that. So I just said the same thing.
I'm not working for an organization
Second.
that is known to be a regime change operation system. You are. There's a big difference here. I own a brew pub here. If you think I'm lying about that, then
I
I'm fine.
could label your attitude of profiting of cheap Chinese labor and exporting masks during the pandemic.
We do that in the U.S.
Realistic,
You should come
Prison
to-
labor,
you should
cheap
come- you should
prison
come and
labor,
talk
we
to
do
my
it
staff
here.
Sometimes they've been, some of them have been working for me for 5 years, and they're
So
making.
you are so content to attack the West while China's cracking down and brutalizing the vulnerable ethnic groups like Tibetans and Mongolians, while they're conducting genocide against the Uyghurs, and the stripping off people's religion and rights, and they demand a uniform
There's no
ideology
toilet
of
paper.
propaganda of Chinese communist
That
people's
always-
ideologies.
like propaganda,
And
like
you are
that always
content to
ends up being
promote
some of the
this
silliest
robotic
shit ever.
denial of
Toilet
freedom
paper.
and indeed
Oh,
free
we elbowed
thought.
the fuck out of it.
I think the onus is on when somebody is claiming genocide and they're being funded by a organization that
his
has
hand got
lied
clipped
about
on as he was
atrocities
saying
before in order to excuse aggressions. I think the onus is on you and the organizations to come up with the evidence that
He was
there's
literally
actually
holding
a
his
genocide
glove
going on.
I started my activism. I started working and promoting the Uyghur human rights long before the NAD grant. And they by the way, you mentioned my sister might have been taken because of that. My sister was taken more than 2 years ago, and the NAD grant just started like October 2019. So it has been just 1 year. Because I
So you're
quit
saying
my
you
job
weren't
and
you weren't involved with the NED before then?
No. Campaign for Uyghurs was established 3 years ago, and
But you were I have looked it up. You were elected as the director of communications for the Uyghur American Association in 2006. They were receiving well over $100,000 per year from the NED. They had a $280,000 grant in 2016, and they had additional. I have looked it up. You were elected as the director of communications for the Uyghur American Association in 2006.
For me, I'm like, all right, she's plant, straight up. When I hear in 2006, before they made it like headlines and shit, like I don't know. It's like it's been this long and you still don't know about these other areas or anything like that. That's very, very weird to me. Like you've been at this since 2006.
They were receiving well over $100,000 per year from the NED. They had a $280,000 grant in 2016, and they had additional fundings for their other programs. So you were involved with the NED.
Other grifter.
Because that.
Yeah, but don't you think
just like what the name said, democracy. The NED is endowment for democracy. That promotes democracy, not totalitarianism.
That's fine, but you were in fact. You just told me that you weren't involved with them. You were involved with them before.
I was not paid because I was living
That's
in
it, bro.
California. The
That's psycho
organization may
shit,
have,
son.
the project may have,
That's
but
straight
I
up
was
psycho.
not the paid stuff. I was volunteering.
Yeah.
As a
I was volunteering
director
my
of
time,
communication.
Yeah, I was volunteering. I didn't get anything from any
And that was
other
before,
organization.
yeah.
This bleach is
These
completely
connections
drinkable.
are all really
Yeah, it is.
problematic. And
It
then
is.
the military-industrial complex also, right? L3. You're working with L3, who does battlefield training and makes parts for missiles.
Is this Roundup drinkable?
Translator, and I had no idea what else they do. I just
Well, we happen to have a glass of it here for you.
workers, and the right now the main issue is China's genocide. China is
when you were
there's
being,
five elements. When you look at Geneva Convention, there's a 5 elements of genocide. If one act is happening, you can call it genocide. But China is doing all 5 right now in our homeland. So it is China's genocide, and that's what I am working on right now. And thank you so much.
This is the end of it.
Another time, it's 6 after 10.
I appreciate the time. I know you've got to wake up early, so
I know that Lomachenko Lopez fight is on. All right.
Let's talk based on facts.
Definitely send me those other things you were talking about also by
Let's talk based on fact.
Okay. Right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And I will avoid that.
Bye.
He has a Adam Green smirk on his face, like we all know what had just happened, right? He has that look on his like everybody here, we all saw what happened, right? We know what happened.
I feel like this is ultimate disrespect.
What?
It's like Japanese dudes are like, what did you do? No.
Very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That smirk right there is like, I know who you are. I know what you're about. Yeah. Maybe we'll talk again. That shouldn't happen.
It's like, some gangster buys a new car, and some dude makes pizza boxes, places out the car. He's like this.
I was trying not to laugh for a second. It just came out.
It's a handgun, right? He's like, what? Gets a Tommy gun. And Tommy gun.
Very suspect lady. Now here's the thing. It's like she sounds like she crushed herself just from simple basic questions. And just a little bit of research. Granted, he was probably ready to go. He sounded like he was ready to go in all these different directions. And she just wouldn't even let him. This is not about that. Well, you just brought up Nazi Germany. Yeah, but there's a genocide. Never again. What? He's trying to the trust fund. So weak. I think I know. Or I don't know if James knows. Like why people say things. Oligarch billionaire.
He's definitely above like normie.
Oh, I'd find something and I'll play it on here. Fucking hell, man.
Alright, got you. Play this one. Leftist that shot Trump supporter Charlie said.
Turn it sideways. See more of the Bible. It's so terrible, man.
Biden campaign admits the polls are wrong. Trump's actually winning already in some areas.
I'll play that because everyone's been. Oh, where you at, Tim Cass? Yeah. Oh, fuck! What a trash! What a waste of human life, man.
Thank you.
I mean, like, you have this thing, and you waste it. How do you know what's going to happen after you die? You don't know. Unless he does know, which would be even creepier. But if you don't know, then it's like, why? This is what you choose to do? No shit. You must hate yourself. Like, really, actually hate yourself. That debate was fucking insane. Got me all high and shit. You got high off of life? That would sell on TV? No one. Well, it would never make it to TV. That's one. I don't think the attention span's there. It'd have to be propped up and promoted as like the craziest shit ever for them to be like, oh, there must be something to this. I'll watch. Just being honest.
I'm ashamed that I got knocked down in such a way, and I have never happened again.
Trump is actually winning in some areas.
Yeah, I know. Like, are you serious? Go ahead.
We got some.
Anthony put a link down. Let me entertain you with some of this.
We got some updates pertaining to the riots and violence from the far left. The first and most important story is that the unlicensed security guard in Denver who killed the Trump supporter is being charged with second-degree murder. The family of the victim, Lee Keltner, says it is a positive first step, and I find this really fascinating. Second-degree murder is a drop down from suspicion of first-degree murder. That's why this guy, Matt Doloff, was arrested. What's interesting is that his family is okay with the charges. When it's usually an individual killed by the cops, the people demand excessive charges. It may be manslaughter, it may be third, second, whatever degree murder, and they'll say, no, we want first. Something that they can't prove. Notably in the Breonna Taylor case, things like that. Well, in this instance, they said second degree, and the family said okay. But we have another big update as well. There's a lot to this story too. Apparently, the news outlet has been hiring unlicensed security guards numerous times, and actually had to bring in an external employee to report on themselves. I'm sorry, an external reporter. But we also have this story from Jason Rance over at KTTH. Ex-lawmaker's son charged in planning sophisticated attacks against Seattle police. In fact, this guy apparently tried to bash, this is the guy who did bash a cop over the head with an aluminum baseball bat. They caught him. He was apparently planning more activities, and he is the stepson of a Democratic lawmaker. Former. This guy apparently tried to bash, this is the guy who did.
Baseball bat. Now play.
Bash a cop over the head with an aluminum baseball bat. They caught him. He was apparently planning more activities, and he is the stepson of a Democratic lawmaker. Former. Let's read the first story, though, and it's very brief. It's just the general update on what's happening with the Pinkerton security guard. The Daily Mail reports Pinkerton security guard who shot and killed Navy veteran 49 at Patriot muster protest in Denver will be charged with murder, DA announces. An unlicensed Pinkerton security guard accused of fatally shooting... literally on video, killed a pro-police protester following opposing rallies, has been charged with second-degree murder. The charge will be filed against Matthew Doloff on Monday, the deadline for prosecutors to bring charges in the death of Lee Keltner, 49, McCann said in a statement released on Thursday. She did not elaborate on her decision to prosecute Doloff, who was protecting a KUSA TV producer at the time, for second-degree murder rather than first-degree murder charge he was arrested on suspicion of after the shooting on October 10th. People convicted of second-degree murder face a mandatory sentence of between 16 and 48 years. That means if he is convicted, 16 years at the minimum. Crazy stuff, man. Well,
why is he? I don't know.
What did you say?
Man.
16 years? 16 years?
Yeah.
16 years. At the minimum. Like a normal.
Who watches this guy? Like likes it. I'm so dead, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm dead, man.
Like you look at his older videos when he's just talking. He's just talking. You didn't talk like this. I learned to talk this way. At the minimum.
Yo, who is this guy? Yo.
Cheerios with almond milk. With toast.
Oh, we're probably the biggest viewers of Tim Pool. It's amazing. It's fucking. I can't watch it by myself, but it's fucking hilarious when I do see it.
Dude, he's gonna knock him out. I think he's gonna get gas.
I don't think he's not a dude that'll settle for like, Lomachenko's like, playing with him at this. Like he'll like, all right, I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna throw bombs every single chance I get. Yeah. He seems like that type of guy.
But I'll tell you what's really shocking is that this news outlet has been hiring unlicensed guards on several occasions. I can only imagine they are going to have to pay out a hefty sum. There is no way they're winning a lawsuit in this one. 9 News investigation has found.
So, isn't it funny how Sam Cedar is like, yeah, he does this shit and he bragged about how easy it is and he makes a fuck ton of money and he's like, I know this because you've told people. I know this because people have told me that you told them that.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. Now, honestly, I don't know, but it's just like I could believe that 100%.
He also said he works harder than people with like 2 or 3 jobs.
He was making the argument for it. What's wrong with 3 jobs? What's wrong with 3 jobs? I work harder than them. 16 hours a day,
fucking
right?
real.
16 hours a day. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
That is not. There's no fucking way that. What do you do? Like jack off in the middle of it while you're typing? I type 1 word. I'm still on the clock. I'm still on the clock. Fuck out of here, this little weasel. This little fucking weasel.
Oh,
it's unreal. This idiot fucking posted pictures of his fucking house.
Oh, Jesus.
Look what I made off of swindling people.
He built a indoor skate park in his own like home gym that was his basement, right?
He tore down a basketball court. Some house that he bought, there was a basketball court downstairs.
The basement is basically a gym.
He paid people to tear it apart.
Yeah.
They built it for him.
He built a skate park.
There's gonna be snacks in the TV. I hope no one shows up. I hope he's there alone.
Like that's unreal, man.
Creepy.
Unreal. There's a civil war coming. I better buy a skate park.
I'm safe.
Make sure it's indoor.
I have guns.
No one can break the
What
law.
that shit he said yesterday? He disproved his own point.
Yesterday we were watching a video, and yesterday he was talking about, well, since all you leftists want to do all this with the cops and protest them, people in the inner cities, it's going to take longer for the cops to get there. And then he's like, and then he says right after that, and I know people are going to come to me and say, well, Tim, you live out in the woods. It's going to take a long time for the police to get to you. And I'm like, well, I have guns. Huh?
Yeah, it's going to be Call of Duty. The main house in the fucking
Yeah.
cul-de-sac?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. You're going to be fine.
It's like unfucking real. He said he's making a point. He was making a point that the protests are causing cops to take longer to get to like inner city emergencies, but then so he moves into the rural area of the state and says, and then explains how the cops are going to take long to get to his place. But then it's like, Okay, so what was the point of the leaving the inner city thing? Well, I have guns. And it's like, does the gun laws work different because you have trees around you? I have more. Look there's more floral. Gun laws are different. It's like, what?
Yeah, this guy's gonna shoot someone.
Oh, he's a little bitch.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for.
No, look at him. Like it's non-fucking stop. It's non-stop.
It's obvious. So a lot of places seem to be shut down. That's obvious. But truck stops, gas stations, along the road seems to be pretty normal. I guess it makes sense because truckers are still doing their thing. It does seem like the roads are a little bit more empty. Air definitely seems a little bit more clear. But I'll tell you what, man, it's been fairly uneventful. We've seen some, we stopped at one truck
You don't need to do
and
that.
everything was shut down. It kind of sucks because then I was hoping to actually get a shower. I was unable to do so. We do have a shower in here, but we don't have to use it.
Oh,
So
man.
I end up using what I got. The van's fully capable for everything, but considering society still exists, we'll use it sparingly. But I don't know, the sky's beautiful. Everything seems to be pretty much normal, to be honest. We'll see how things play out once I get into California because they're much different, bigger city. See how it plays out.
Christ, he's gonna get rape allegations against him. Wait, look at this. This is when he was driving to Rogan.
What's going on, everybody? I'm on the road. I'm in the van. And many people have correctly deduced why I'm doing it. I am heading to Los Angeles to go on.
Is he driving or someone else is driving? Oh, yeah. Mirror images.
He's all alone.
It's cool. I talked to Joe. We decided to do an episode. It was actually planned.
My tit is hanging over the seatbelt. No big deal, though. David Seaman. Oh man, that would have been the thing, man. You hear me?
What?
If he got on Rogan with Pac-Man, right?
Yeah.
And then Pac-Man doesn't really knock him down the way.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh, to give him more legitimacy, like he's actually taking on an actual leftist and winning.
This is his van.
Yeah.
That's his van.
All right, I'm gonna stop playing the video here. This fight's about to fucking start.
Look at that. You're fucking rich, dude. You're a rich bitch. That's his van.
Yeah.
Athletes get that shit, so.
Yeah. Excuse me. Let's turn this audio up. And I'm gonna turn that right back on.
Where Brooklyn is at is right here, right now.
Why is this so corny?
Brooklyn-born Teofimo Lopez will walk first. The IBF.
I'll leave this up. Turn this down a bit. That's the song you picked?
I can't do that.
Dude, like, do you guys remember fucking Tyson walkouts? What the fuck? Where it's like crowds around, like that shit, arena shit. I get it, they're not, you know. Even the UFC is still like, oh, we can still do this. Or it's like an actual fighter walkout instead of little sparklers and.
I can't do that. I can't. That shit, like, don't do it, or I'm not fighting.
Yeah.
Someone fucks up, I'm not fighting.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this. There's no announcers talk, it's just music play? What the fuck?
Back up. Someone's getting fired.
They're doing heartbeat things. So derpy. You're derpy.
My favorite one for like boxing was Mike Tyson, where it's just you hear it. It's like,
Well, you should do like, yo, you're in fucking Madison Square Garden. You got nothing but crowds of people around and they're trying to walk out. The Matrix. I get it.
if he's into it, I don't give a shit. Like that really comes to
They nicknamed him the Matrix or something like that. They throw him a nickname like
Yeah, I know.
he's like the Matrix or
If
whatever.
he chose that, oh, this fucking gets me in.
I 100% doubt it.
Just saying.
Bet he's barely seen the movie. Guaranteed, barely seen the movie.
Where's your train?
Yeah, no, they're by themselves, of course.
What?
Nah, I mean their walkouts are by themselves. Yeah, it's stupid.
It's like tradition, right?
This isn't music you picked. What the freak, man? This bothers me already.
The two champions have arrived, and for the first time in the long history of the sport, we have a four-belt lightweight championship. The undisputed lightweight.
Fucking Matrix music, man. That's so whack.
Help me, help me. I got
Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so, like, oh, because his name's Mickey Gall, right?
Well, apparently he chose that.
That's derpy. He chose that? Ah, gross. Alright, I'll turn the audio back on.
And brought to you by Geico. Our judges at ringside, Tim Cheatham, Julie Letterman, and Steve Weisfeld. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr.
Yes,
Russell
yes,
Moore.
yes, yes.
And now, to the millions watching around the world on ESPN and ESPN Plus.
Who, the ref?
This is boxing.
That makes no difference to me.
Top Rank. And this is the main
It just annoys you. It has nothing to do with the fight for me.
for 12 rounds. The one, the only.
If he misses a headbutt because he's adjusting his fucking mask, then I'll agree with you. But if not, it's like, oh, I don't give a shit.
Introducing first, out of the blue corner, with head trainer Teofimo Lopez Sr. He weighed in at 135 pounds, wearing gray graphite and gold trunks. He brings a perfect record.
This should be a pay-per-view fight, and they're treating it like another TV fucking broadcast.
Way of knockout. He is a 2016 Olympian, making his first.
Well, there is no more HBO.
He is the reigning
Yeah, I know.
IBF
Yeah, I know.
lightweight champion of the world.
Where your main announcers are working on like an HBO After Dark boxing, to where like, oh, randomly a Mickey Ward or Joe Gotti fight happens in the middle of like some kind of throwaway like Saturday Night Boxing.
Across the ring in the red corner, with head trainer Anatoly Lomachenko. He weighed in at 135 pounds. Wearing
I
black
don't
trunks
even know.
with green trim. He brings a record of 14 wins with only one defeat.
If this
10 victories coming by way
fucking
of knockout.
crazy young
He is
guy
a two-time
balls up
Olympic
in a
gold
shell,
medalist, a former
I
featherweight
would not
world
believe it.
champion,
I'd be like,
a
no
former
way.
junior lightweight world champion, making his fourth lightweight world title defense.
This dude's
Considered
he's
by
too
many as the
propped.
pound king. He is the current
He's not the pound for pound king. Let's be real.
WBC franchise and Ring Magazine unified lightweight champion of the world from
This is his second test, if you ask me. He can't be pound for pound number one. Pacquiao's ahead of him pound for pound. Pacquiao's ahead of him. You know, he doesn't have enough names.
A fanless atmosphere for titans like this.
Oh, easy payday. Left hand. They're just arguing with each other. Left hand. No, no, man. Left hand. Just fighting each other. Left hand. Left hand. Straight left. Straight left. Straight left. Straight left.
Boxing history has taught us that there is nothing light.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
These 135
Okay.
pound titles, they're like stone slabs chiseled with legendary names. Roberto Duran,
Julio Cesar Chavez, Pernell Whitaker. Now we go one step further. For the first time, it's 4 belts. It's undisputed weight supremacy. The vibrant, young, knockout puncher, the American, against the unequaled skill of the pound-for-pound king. It's Lopez, it's Loma, it's winner take all.
Fucking
Let's
hell.
do this.
You know what I want to see?
Now, one thing to be noted
I want to see Baby Roy Jones knock him out in 2 rounds.
is that Lomachenko has been a slow starter. He lands half of what he lands in rounds 2.
Are you playing crowd noise?
He throws 20 fewer punches
No, they're not.
than the lightweight average in the first round.
That's like booing almost. What the fuck? Oh, it's terrible. Turn it off. They were testing it in the other one.
You know, going up to the line of scrimmage, that pre-snap read, that's what he's doing. Just want to get a look at his
Oh, yeah, it's way better than those.
before he executes.
Well, now they have people there, so.
Like what Lopez is doing in this first round, he's getting that jab going. Oftentimes, righties
Watch your feet? Shut up.
lefties, and that's a misnomer. The
Watch your
jab
feet.
can land.
It's like,
Lopez
no.
has really
That's
landed
what
it.
happens when you have a southpaw versus orthodox.
Not only is it common to not see orthodox fighters,
They're
do
supposed to
that
work
against the
around
southpaws.
that, not
It's uncommon to have any
ref save 'em.
productivity with the jab for Lopez. That's just not who he is. He looks for the right hand power punch.
Yeah.
Remember, in the lead up to this fight, all
That's right. Lopez, 3rd round, knockout. Yep. Throwing it out there. Just because he's crazy. I expect him to just throw crazy at some point and hit something.
He's shown more power than he has.
And then if he lands, like your whole night's changed. There's no like full recovery from there.
Halfway through round 1, this is exactly what we told you about Loma. About being a slow starter, about downloading the information and not firing off the way we typically see.
Like, this isn't a stepping stone or an obstacle for Lomachenko. This is like, you guys are even as far as your career paths. You're kind of even with each other right now. And
Go down to that body. You see how Loma keeps his hands up real high?
yeah.
Throw something up top and then drop something down to the body. There it is.
That noise is bothering the shit out of me, man. Sounds like a horde of bees just flying around the ring.
Loma is download information Lopez can put in the bag right now. Just keeping his hands working.
Like his father say after that right hand body. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Here's the jab again from Lopez. Sounds like more jabs than we're used to seeing from him.
Perfect round so far for Lopez. So you see all the hand gestures.
Yeah, it's just a winning round. It's not perfect. Perfect is when the other guy's fighting back and not just trying to get like a feel.
Remember, there were so many who thought that Teofimo would
Okay.
come out as the brash young bull.
So he was ready for the Lomachenko spin move thingy. Lomachenko probably registered that, and then he's probably gonna like, okay, I'll do something else next time. Yeah, it's easily his round. I hope Lomachenko isn't like, I'm just better than everyone, so I can chill. I'm just reading him out the first round, you know, no big deal. And then that other dude hits really hard, and he's not like, you know, I'll try to be a boxer now in order to win against Lomachenko. He's like, no, I'm gonna fight the same. I'm gonna hit you really hard. If I'm beating the shit out of you, I'm gonna point and laugh, like Garbrandt. It's like Garbrandt versus Cruz, where it's like young guy who just doesn't give a fuck. Yeah.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
Referee has called out Loma for as long as we can all remember, dubbing this ascension the takeover.
That's the most essential thing that Lopez is doing right now, is just sticking the jab out. He's not landing it, but he's occupying Loma.
He's not allowing Loma to get comfortable or to be able to gauge his range.
He's just throwing shit out there.
He's landing that straight right to the body.
He's waiting for a reaction to throw a leaping left hook, man.
To land that right hand to the body. But what I like about
He wants to leap a left hook. That's when he feels comfortable, and that's when he's playing with him. We'll see if he throws it. He has a short one, and he has a long, like, leaping left hook. It's very interesting. Feel that? Did you feel that one? Did you feel that? How about that? Did you feel that? Did you feel any power behind that, Lomachenko?
He felt it already.
I'm just saying. Oh, you're going to try to... Okay. When you see Lopez's eyebrows go like this, he's like in kill mode. Doesn't mean it'll work out. I'm just saying. He's ready to throw. Well, here's the thing. They can't trade. They can't. Like, he'll put you in the ground, and you might hurt him a bit, but... Yeah.
Longest career layoff. His last fight was in London. We were there.
Now, Lopez has what he should most worry about is conserving energy, because you're not gonna hit it. You're not gonna hit him every fucking time. So don't punch yourself out. But right here, just throw a little pot shot. Just make him feel your fucking power. Pause.
Of Lomachenko, just as you see here with Lopez, he's isolating.
Okay.
Left hand from Lomachenko for the first time now. You see Lopez has to be concerned with crossing the threshold as the process that Lomachenko goes through, the range finding, and he just pulled the trigger quickly with the left hand there.
And they got Lopez's attention.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a dick rider. Lomachenko's supposed to be good, so he's good. So look at that thing he did there. Meanwhile, Lomachenko would be like, no, I slipped on my front foot, accidentally threw that punch. Oh, he's very good. He's very good. Very slippery. But at the same time, it's like, you have someone who's really fast, too, and just pops you a couple times. It's like, now what?
He makes you work even if he's not throwing punches. He's so angular. All the movement. It can be exhausting. Good exchange. Got to him.
Alright. Probably go Lomachenko that round. Just for the little combinations he landed.
I'll trust you. I was like thinking about shit. It's like I'm watching it, but I'm like through TV.
And a little bit of combos.
It's like if I'm looking at you,
He's not quite settled yet.
Let's go back and watch that.
Normally he'd be like staring at you after I hit you a couple times.
Then we'll show you what happened in the final 15 seconds.
It's just a slip and a straight left, right down the pipe from Lomachenko. He tried to shoot another one. He just missed that one, but just timed it. He didn't throw a punch for a round and a half so he could land a clean shot like that. That's the way that Loma's wired. He doesn't want to waste anything. And then we see
There's not much behind it, though.
Right hand and another left right there. That also
And he got guys like Riggin out of fucking...
He got the attention of Cynthia Lopez as well, who is one of the contested few who come in here to the Vegas bubble to watch this super fight. So the last half of that second round, banking for Vasiliy Lomachenko, round number 3 for the undisputed title.
Lopez got real comfortable. You know, Loma didn't do much. But then when he did strike like a cobra, and he was pinpoint accurate.
Yeah, they're like up close pawing punches. And it was like disappointing to see a guy like Riggin out just be like, I'm done. It's like, dude.
You brought up how exhausting it can be with the non-punching.
Let him hit you with little rabbit punches. I mean, you don't have the power of Lopez to where he can like snuff someone.
It's not just a challenge of what you're up against physically, but staying focused every single second against a master craftsman. That can be so taxing, Dre.
It's like Brady or Aaron Rodgers going to the line of scrimmage and audible. Two or 3 times as a defense, you get set and then they audible again, and then you get set.
This would be unfair. Floyd would actually be the bully. Floyd would be like, I'm bigger than you. I'm the user.
And then on the other side, Tim,
he's 10 pounds above him. As far as like weigh-in weight, 135. Put Floyd at 146, 149.
You have to find a way to take full control and make him uncomfortable. You got to be a little bit aggressive.
And he's faster than both of them too. Or like young prime Floyd, he's faster than both of them. No, he's not as strong as him.
Like you can hit him and then he slightly gets out. Then he moves his head off to the side. You have to be alert.
All right, here's my round. It's not gonna happen, but.
He's dipping, changing levels. See, what Loma's doing is he's trying to test the young guy. He's trying to see what he knows. He's changing levels, dropping his head down low, trying to see if he can get a response. And if he sees the right response,
is he trying to just win rounds? Lomachenko, right? He didn't start moving until he got hit. I hit you with a 1-2.
That body shot lifted up Lomachenko, trying to get away from him.
He knew he was going to circle him. Don't get hit by him.
See, Lopez got to be a little bit more disciplined. If he's going to do the shoulder roll, he got to be a little bit more disciplined with that.
It's not time for that, Timmy. It's not time for that. It's the third round. It's not time for the shoulder roll. The shoulder roll comes when you're comfortable and you've taken charge of this fight. And right now, Lopez is not completely in control of this fight.
Well, he's in control of this round right now.
Took the first, Lomachenko's effort in the second, and then a good-looking round here around
That's Lopez's round.
Hopeful, undefeated American.
You saw not this round, but the round before where Lomachenko landed like a little comment where he's like, this combination, it's like, those are like from here to here punches. Like there's no power on them, there's no steam on them, but it's like point, and then step back and do your circle around it. It's like, oh man.
Probably thinking an out point last.
Yeah, that's what happened with his other opponents. He didn't punish them. They fucking quit because they're like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
His father and Joey Gamache, the assistant trainer. Joey Gamache, who early in the career of Vasiliy Lomachenko was working with Loma. In that third round, Teofimo Lopez is landed 11 of 42 punches thrown. Lomachenko
should look more into that Asian lady. I don't know.
Was the connect percentage in that last round for Teofimo Lopez. Let's bring in Bernardo.
Teofimo Sr. said, I told you we could get him. I think he heard him in that last round, and he landed a really good 7. He said, what's the 7? That overhand looping right. He said, mentally, we've got him where we want him. He's not doing anything.
It's a big early statement, but it's a guy who is often very confident. His father, his trainer, who is molding him.
I think it's punches.
His amateur career.
Your jab's your 1. This is your 2.
Whole lot of trainer, whole lot of hype man.
Yeah, it's jabs. Or it's not jabs. It's 1. Your jab's your 1. 2's your straight. Then it turns into hooks, I think. Uppercut. I don't fucking know.
Especially considering the way a typical Lomachenko fight goes.
See, he's respecting him. I didn't know if we'd see that. Lopez is respecting Lomachenko by moving to his feints. So it's like, did they take a bulldog and turn him into a strategist? It's like, are you Jimmy Dore or something?
He's not throwing a lot of punches. He's
Maybe.
only throwing what he needs to throw. So he should have plenty left in the tank as this fight progresses on.
Stamina also has a lot to do with being tense.
If I say for him, that'll change.
Yeah.
Like it's probably right. I get eager.
If I'm Lopez, I'm getting a little bit more work down to the body of Loma. You know, in these moments you gotta take calculated risk. Loma's body's there. You got to step in and get ripped down to that body.
Just this with that right hand to the body, but he has been willing to throw to the body. Short
Yeah,
short right hand.
younger Pacquiao would be.
From Lopez, that right uppercut.
Yeah.
I think one thing that's giving Lomachenko some trouble right now is realize that Lopez is as quick and as fast as he is.
He is twitchy. That is a big part of his success. It's not just pure power, God-given power. He has speed that creates timing, which results in power.
Good
Loma
job.
talked about the IQ of Lopez. He talked about the power of Lopez. He talked about the timing of Lopez, but he didn't mention the speed. He's realizing that Lopez has speed right now.
I could have fucking told you that. I watched 4 of his fights yesterday and figured out, oh, this guy has fucking speed. A lot of speed.
And a 4, things are really interesting.
That's Lopez's round 2.
The underdog, aren't they? The IBF champion. We have noted how much he has been willing to go to the body.
Yeah, this is what Lopez got to continue to do. Lomachenko keeping those hands up high. What do? Dig around the sides. Why not? He's giving it to you. You know, he needs to continue to invest in the body to slow down Lomachenko. You know,
Now, we were watching some of those other fights, and it's like Lopez, like no regard for the other guy's punches, really. Here, he's flinching at jabs from Lomachenko. It's like you're respecting him too much. This isn't a knock your lights out guy. I don't know if they put it in his mind that this is supposed to be like this is the major thing, and you can't just win like that. Meanwhile, he might be able to just win like that. I'm gonna overwhelm you and hit you really hard.
And looking good against the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Round number 5 here from the bubble at the MGM Grand in Vegas.
Look, Lopez, keep it like this. He's winning these early rounds. A lot of these early rounds, he keep it just like this. He don't need to rush anything. Take his time. And eventually, Loma's going to have a sense, he's going to have a sense of urgency to win these rounds. And so he's going to step to him and open himself up for a big shot from Lopez.
Yeah.
Bernardo, what do they say
Loma's
in the corner?
very cautious of his power. Very fucking cautious. More cautious than I think Lopez is being with him.
Be patient. So this is their plan.
He's a lot more aggressive now. You can see him.
The nickname for the
That could wear energy out, chasing him around.
A driven boxing mind who taught Vasiliy how to first get into
And
a
it's
boxing
not.
stance at 4 years old.
That would be very disappointing because that's not like Floyd Mayweather. Like people accuse Floyd of he's just running. Like no, punches are coming back. Strategic punches are coming back.
Why? Because Lomachenko wanted him to have the best footwork on earth.
Okay, his hands are dropping. Lopez's hands are dropping. That means he's getting comfortable and ready to wing shots at this fucking guy.
That's been the story so far in this fight. Lomachenko doing a lot of movement, a lot of defense, but keeping that body exposed.
I think the key word from Lomachenko was patience. You don't hear that word thrown out there a lot as it pertains to professional prize fighting, but when you're
That
facing
little
a guy
pity pat jab. It
in
was like,
Lopez who's strong, powerful, twitchy,
you
like
can
you
hit me
said,
from 3 inches
you gotta
away
take some
like
steam
that.
out of those punches in order to put yourself in a position.
It doesn't
to
hurt,
be
but it's
safer.
fucking annoying.
So
What
that
do
your
I do
offense
with
go.
it?
But right now, it's not safe enough for Loma to let his hands go. That's why he's not throwing.
Well, he got to throw some punches. If he don't take some steam off a fighter, throw some punches. Throw something down to the body. He doesn't mean like
Tim Bradley's fucking upset. He's like, throw some fucking punches, man. What are you doing? Throw something, man. He's too big for both of them. He's too big of a guy for both of them. He'd probably beat the fuck out of both of them.
Because even the way CompuBox is telling this is still well below what we see on the
They're not tall.
At this point right now, with a half minute to go in round number 5.
What was it, 5'7", 5'8"?
74 punches. Lomachenko's thrown 40.
I think Lopez is 5'8". Loma's 5'7", I think.
Go ahead and wait because you want
I could have fucked that up.
You want to step to this young man because right now he's easily winning this fight.
And it's not the way he typically goes about it. It's skillful. It's measured.
Has he moved on the angle yet? He hasn't even moved on the angle yet.
And that is what he is.
Oh, was that a headbutt?
offensive, aggressive counterpuncher. End of 5.
Hey, move out of the angle, man. I gotta give Lopez that round too, man.
Far in between, but every now and again he'll get something in like that and sort of let Lopez know, don't get too reckless, but just not enough from Loma at the moment. This is where Lopez wants to live. He doesn't have to stand there.
No, he doesn't want to live there. He has to live there because the other guy's not there in front of him, really. Looks a little more worried on his face, if you ask me. A little more, looks a little more like, oh, fuck. I mean, what was that 5 rounds in the bag? I mean, 5-1, man. Oh, 4-1. 4-1. Yeah.
Interesting to
He's
note
in the round 6.
Defense of Lomachenko that has been simply sublime for most of his career. In his career, opponents only land 18% of their punches on him. Lopez
It don't matter if there's no
schedule. However,
yeah.
at 130
There's a body shot right there.
bigger than his natural weight. Here's a champion 135 with 3 belts. He has been getting hit more. Opponents at 135 pounds land 30% of their power punches against him. Right now, Teofimo Lopez is landing 36% of the power punches against Lomachenko. And he comes in with a 1-2 there, a right hand that tries
he
to
can
spread
move
the
him
guard
with
here
punches.
early in round 6.
Just missed off the mark with that left hook test.
Yeah. Yeah.
I kept asking Teofimo in the lead up to the fight about the power. He said, you don't get it. His IQ is going to bring out mine. And what we haven't seen is Loma moving to his right the way he does against everyone else.
He typically
let
takes
him.
that angle mark to the right to try to get out.
Lopez's left hook is fucking Roy Jones dangerous. I'm not joking. He hasn't thrown it yet because he hasn't, settled the other guy down. Hit a guy where he's like, I can't just dance around. I gotta fight back.
He's taking that angle away from Lomachenko.
If he gets a little leap in left hook, that's Roy Jones status.
Underestimated the boxing skill of Lopez to this point, but the master is opposite him. We knew he would be a slow starter. There's a little bit of an angle in the left hand that tried to go down the alley.
I know, what the fuck was that? But the master is just being patient. 8D chess. He's keeping him close so he can expose him later.
Right now, in the end, he's getting picked apart by Lopez.
He's keeping him close so he can expose him later. So QAnon, son.
Range finding by Loma. Now he's trying to get to the inside with a short left hand.
That's where he's got to live, right there. Did you see the hook from?
Yeah, but then you got something coming back, so it's like, what do I do?
That hook can be dangerous against the southpaw because it's sitting right on top of that. Closest punch to be landed.
And that's a shot that's going to take away the jab.
Nah, they can't go 1-to-1 together. They can't.
There's a right hand to the body again from Teofimo. Counter punch by Loma. Russell Moore, we haven't said his name much tonight.
He kind of has to get in close like that, ref, because that left hook is waiting for him if he doesn't.
See, I'm starting to see the same sequence from Lomachenko.
Yeah.
He steps in, steps out of range, and he tries to get a jab off. Lopez, let me see if he can pick it up.
Oh, and a good right. That's Lopez's round again. I think because Lomachenko might want to give the illusion that he's not a defensive fighter, that he's actually an offensive fighter, so he doesn't clinch like Floyd does. Right? That could be a thing. Just throwing it out there. Not saying it's true. Just throwing it out there.
That's what you want to land. He's a smaller man. He's coming inside. Anytime Lomachenko steps foot forward, you're going to see that uppercut coming from Lopez. Beautiful.
Oh, he hit. He staggered him.
At the end of that last round.
And then he hit him again. Oh, man. This kid might just, like... He might.
You catch him coming in and you catch him leaving.
I don't know. His fucking eyes, like... I don't know what he's getting hit with.
South Florida.
Now
swelling.
Arkansas, with his wife Cynthia, does the IBF lightweight champion.
Yeah.
The 23-year-old undefeated world champion. Halfway through our 12-round fight.
Waiting. The master just waiting patiently. He's just stalking his prey.
Really tough to disagree with anything there because Lomachenko.
He's knocked out on the ground. He's waiting for his guard to drop, and then he'll get up and finish the job. Pause.
Seems to be obvious for Teofimo.
It's obvious that he's losing, but the master is catching his play. Trust the play.
Well, Senior told me, look, this guy can take a shot, but what I'm seeing here is that we're going to run him down, but he has to be patient. Just wait for the moment, but we're going to run him into a shot.
You can see some redness, just a little bit of swelling around the face of Lomachenko. Look at that focus on Teofimo Lopez. Hyper attentive to everything going on here as he fires off that back power hand again.
Yeah,
able to get out of range.
Lopez can fight at this pace all night long.
Yeah, this isn't.
You want to tire out the young man?
He'll pot shot you all fucking day. And if he connects, like, that's it. Good body shot.
See, now Lopez now is throwing.
There's that left hook waiting for you. He's catching him in between movements.
But don't you think that's
He's outboxing him. No joke, he's out. Oh.
To anticipate where he will be.
It's the Matrix, see?
You have to predict
Stop it.
where you need to be. And now you see more of the movement that he's known for. But will it turn into offense? We have yet to see much offense. It's been all Teofimo.
I'm going to let you know right now, Ted. No, we're not going to see it. This man right now is on fire. He is focused, down in. He has the heartbeat already, the rhythm of Lomachenko. He's already figured it out.
Lomachenko now trying to close the gap as he comes
Here comes Lomachenko. He's winning. He's winning, I'm telling you. I swear he's winning.
Look at Loma trying to be more on the front end now. A little rough stuff on the inside as well. Some more. He's going to say you got to protect yourself, Teofimo. He's allowed to punch on the inside.
Okay. I thought he was calling for a headbutt.
That's right.
Says the guy who often did to have pound-for-pound stats on Trey Water with short body shots on the inside. Anything it took from our partner. Just missing with a right hand.
Didn't hit me. That's a point for me, right? You have to hit him, Lomachenko. You can't just miss. It's the judge winking at him. Trust the plan. Make him miss. I'll give you every point I can. Joe Tessitore, the fucking fight night guy.
It's not what they've been talking about. Loma's going to have to commit sooner or later, and boom, just a little bit off the mark. Loma recognized that, got his head off the line. That is experience of Lomachenko.
Here we see Loma trying to get his offense going. Just a straight left to the body and a swivel right jab to the head. Nothing that was too serious, but
even afterwards, like, there's nothing there.
Take more chances, and I'm talking about Loma in order to do that. He's got to open himself up. Don't neglect defense, but he's going to have to open himself up because I think he's behind a great deal on the score.
They might give that to Lomachenko. I guess you could give it to him.
You can hear that rough voice of his father, Teofimo. And you heard it say it's a blowout. There is supreme confidence in the corner of Lopez. There always is. They're just doing it in a different way. More offense we saw.
All right, Lomachenko pushing forward. Now he's
4 power shots in that last round. But overall,
telling you, that left hook is a fucking secret nuclear weapon this dude has. Doesn't even have to be leaping. It's just short. If he catches you in, but threw it right there. I'm down. See, I said that before. Like when he wants to throw that left hook, because he's looking for a counter there. Lomachenko knows it, and he's leaping in close. You can't. If you muffle a guy, see that? If he throws left, he's already leaping in.
mean, Teofimo has to understand. It may have been clean for the first half of the fight, but with it all on the line, this will turn into a fight. He's not just going to give the belts away.
Now you see Loma pressing on the gas.
Sorry.
He is dick riding him, son. He's dick riding. He sounds like, what's his name? He's talking about the fucking Yankees. Was it Joe Buck? His enthusiasm or his dreadful.
Nice stepping around right there for Lopez. I said anytime Loma trying to get on the angles, step around with him. And you see it again.
We did it again. I mean, the Yankees did it again.
Oh, and there's a left hand from Lomachenko. And now he comes into the pocket and they're exchanging. Lomachenko's best offensive surge of the night. It comes at the halfway
Dude, let him go.
of round 8.
He gives him too much respect, man. Let him go. Yeah, let's go punch for punch. He just caught him. Now he's not throwing anymore. See? Now he's not throwing anymore. I'm telling you, son.
Lomachenko looking to dig out of the hole. Lopez trying to throw fire back with fire.
Right now, Loma starting, found the heartbeat now. He found the heartbeat, got the rhythm going. Now he's letting his offense. Being very accurate at the moment.
I see a little bit of redness around the eyes of Teofimo.
Don't pack it in for a winning round.
From the pound-for-pound best in the world.
There is no Terrence Crawford. He doesn't exist. Errol Spence, non-existent. No Tyson Fury, does not exist.
We'll go back into the kitchen.
Porter?
Lopez can't abandon the jab. He's got to continue to use that. That's what's got
him.
scorecards and has him in control.
He's trying to bank in the round. Don't let him do it.
Looking for that right uppercut again. Remember, he had success a couple rounds
I
ago.
mean, he's still controlling the center, but
By far the most entertaining round of the fight. Mark down round number
yeah,
8.
I don't know how you take a guy who's, what is he, 14-1, Lomachenko, and put him in number 1 pound for pound. Who the fuck has he fought? And Tyson Fury, who's what, 26, 0-1, or 27-0-1, or something like that. And nowhere, he's not pound for pound anymore. How about Terrence Crawford?
Beautiful combination right here.
That's going to be a whole thing that I think they're going to try and build up.
The key is
Spence, too.
He must pressure Lopez. Get him on his back.
Look at
Don't allow him to extend with those
punches that don't hurt. You got to give it to Lomachenko.
Get aggressive like he's doing. But that is the reason
See that? Those punches don't actually hurt.
Because he got aggressive and he didn't allow Lopez to think and to set him up.
They don't hurt. They're little pawing punches. It's very interesting.
Lomachenko didn't have a single round where he had
you can hit someone and then push their head back. Yeah, it looks cool.
He was 10 of 20 in power punches. Let's see if he stays a little aggressive here. Round number 9, winner take all, 4 belts, and Lopez comes out with a hook.
See how he was throwing all his punches, and Lopez hit him once, and he stopped it. It all stopped.
Get you in range, stay tight, and let your hands go. Get out of range, and then reset and do it again. So you can't lay on the outside like that, Joe.
Lopez having banked all the early rounds, but now it is on the line.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Anatoly Lomachenko said, I need him to establish that jab, get inside behind that jab, but throw combinations, not single shots.
He just pushed back against Lomachenko. That is exactly what his father wanted him to do. After that 8th round, he said he did it again. He said, when he comes in like that, don't allow for it. Push him back.
So, watch your legs, watch your legs. Let's go.
You see, Loma's in range sometimes.
It's a part of boxing.
Shots go.
Watch your
he's got
gloves.
body shots and he's got short uppercuts and right hooks, but he's not throwing the punches.
Watch your gloves. You might hit someone.
Why is that?
Watch
Is
it.
because of the danger that exists opposite him, knowing what could be coming back?
That's exactly what it is. Trust me, if Loma felt like he was in control,
Oh, what's up, Isaiah?
take the power.
I didn't see you there, you fuck. You fuck.
Oh, there's a good jab and a combination from Lomachenko. And
Oh.
Lopez comes right back.
Loma's going to have to sell out to get the kind of shots that he wants. Some nights it's just like that.
Yeah, Loma, sell out, dude. Go ahead. throw a 10-punch combination in front of this tank.
He has to sell out offensively. This is going to be an incredibly
He hit him once and he stopped throwing punches.
for the undisputed status.
Oh, there you go.
Tonight we're going to see what Lopez has inside tonight. Loma's going to test him.
Lead left uppercut from Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo is not going to give way. He is looking to pull
There's
the
that
trigger
left
on these
hook.
uppercuts.
That's the dangerous
has
punch.
to close the gap. He has to step in. And that is dangerous against a power puncher who, by the way, is showing very good boxing skill tonight.
If you're Lopez, this is not the time to mentally go to sleep. He's got to stay alert.
That punches touch him there from Loma. This is not the fight that most thought we would have. Most felt
What do we have?
Teofimo
What do we have?
Lopez's
6'2"?
only chance was to have that dynamite in the right hand.
Yeah, 6'2", I think.
They didn't think about this: the athleticism, the quickness, the boxing IQ. Looking for that right uppercut again.
That's the catch and throw shit he tries to do.
Fun to see Lomachenko with a little more
Nice body shot right there.
offensive desire. And that's because of what Teofimo Lopez put forth early on.
They're gonna give that to Lomachenko.
Loma's starting to be
I probably will too.
right here, and it all starts with that lead jab, blinding, getting Lopez out of position with that shot, that lead shot. Nice follow-up here.
He's stepping on his foot, by the way.
Lomachenko.
So he's not actually like, oh,
This is the signature shot
destroying me.
that Lopez loves to land, typically with the right hand. This time he switched up and went with the left. Not a big shot, but something got Loma's attention.
I think it has to be good attention.
Even if we lose, they'll be on your side.
I got 6'3" Lopez after 9. So basically, he has to win every round or get a knockdown.
The stoic father, the stoic trainer, keeps it simple with the instructions. Just keep with the combinations over and over again. Since he started doing that in the 7th round, he has found success, and you can make a strong argument that he has banked the last 3 rounds. Remember, early on we were all in agreement he only had the 2nd round in the first half of the fight, but the last 3 rounds you could mark down the ledger for Lomachenko. Not that Lopez has tailed off. Lomachenko has had to come on. Round number 10.
So I guess they're giving.
You know, Joe, this is why you don't see a lot of unifications in the sport, or at least as many as we should, and a lot of undisputed championships, because it's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah.
You're risking everything. You could get knocked out. You could get beat. You might get embarrassed.
So they probably have it 5'4". I have 6'3". They probably have it 5'4".
Mayweather era, when it was about managing the business of boxing. This is about the boxing of boxing. Well done by both men for taking this fight.
One area where Lopez is neglecting is the body of Lomachenko. I told you
He's
guys
kind of
earlier,
rushing him to stop.
if you got a guy that's coming in being aggressive, you start hitting him down to the body, he's going to start protecting that rib cage.
Yep. Watch Lomachenko's feet.
Trying to work his way up the jab and a good
He's going to do a hard step outside the leg of Lopez and throw his left hand from there.
Some shots and they start to get heavy. I'm seeing them wearing
He should change the angle back.
You see from
Lomachenko, see his front foot? He's going to take a hard step outside. See that?
he's not going to lose easy.
He does that to throw it straight so he can turn after he does it.
And win some more rounds.
not used to
See that? That's him constantly stepping outside of the outside foot or front foot of Lopez.
And then becomes the fastest
See that?
ever to be a 3-division champion. He lands the left hand on the face of
Lopez is not recognizing it. He's just stepping outside and throwing right down the middle and then turning. You can't hit him once he's outside of you like that.
Can't give it up right now just because Loma decides he wants to come forward. What championship boxing is all about.
Lopez needs to occupy that space.
How bad you want it. That's what it boils down to.
No, he doesn't have to throw anything because Lomachenko will back off if you just occupy that space. Right now, he's sitting down. See that? Sitting down outside the foot of Lopez. Oh! Those are little baby punches. Because I don't want to commit too much to a heavy punch.
You know, he keeps his hands real low. He can easily block those shots if he brings his hands up. No, that's a body shot.
Oh, Bradley's saying a body shot here. I thought it was a low blow when I first saw it. Let me see.
You be the judge. Let's see. Belt line.
I would have hit him there. I don't know about you. I would have hit him there.
Referee 570 professional fouls.
I was like,
He was the referee for one Lomachenko fight. His pro debut. Last 3 rounds we have seen.
So I have 6'4". They probably have 5'5".
See Loma coming with that right jab. That's what he needs to do. To keep Lopez off of him. Lopez just missed that uppercut. But then you see Loma coming for it with his signature punches, leading with that left, coming back with the swivel right. Here we see the jab again. And Lopez is trying to block those shots, but they're coming fast and they're coming at awkward angles. And that's just a mental lapse right there from Lopez.
Yeah.
You know, I talked about him not falling asleep right now. He's got to maintain his mental focus until the fight is over. He can't give up these rounds.
Listen,
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez came
In the UFC, no chance.
And we think it was pretty easy to score. But you could make the same argument for the back half of this fight as we arrive.
Lopez better step it up or he's fucking lost.
6 minutes.
The judges will lean in Lomachenko's favor to me.
Reads exactly the way that I just
Yeah, they have it.
described
Tied
It's
5-5.
5 rounds apiece, according to Andre Ward. Of course, what matters is what
Did that
he
low
said
blow
with
count?
Julie
Of course
Lopez
it did.
and Steve Weisfeld, the 3 judges here.
Everything is riding on these next 2 rounds for both fights.
Lopez is now backing up and letting Lomachenko get inside. He's stepping hard outside. You see that? In order to turn.
Look at these exchanges here in round number 11. You think they want it?
Lopez should settle down and just throw. Go ahead, hit him. Like you normally do. Like he's a bum fighter. Do like what you normally do. You would never let anyone walk you back like this.
Loma can't forget the body.
I don't care what angles he's stepping at. Step the other way.
Lopez is exhausted right now. Loma stepping on that gas, and you can see he's letting those straight punches.
He said, I want to take him to the deep water where he hasn't been. I want to drown him there. These are the championship rounds where the veteran does that.
Get him tired first, then fight.
You see him holding on, trying to get himself together.
You can see more pronounced swelling around the eye of Lopez as well. Look at Lomachenko right into him immediately. Closing that gap, a short left hand and overhand right as well. And then an up jab.
Don't try to block it. Just hit him. All you do is hit him. Hit him really hard. He'll back up.
Lomachenko's looking for a knockout, gentlemen. He's looking to stop Lopez.
Big 11th round here for Lomachenko. Right hand to the body for Lopez.
Yeah, Lopez is still throwing, and he's still dangerous. Make no mistake about it.
But he's not throwing enough, Trey. And then that big miss right there took a lot of steam out of Lopez.
Lomachenko, that southpaw jab. There's a body shot. Left hand to the body from Lomachenko. And now the break from Russell Moore.
We said in the first couple rounds that this is what Loma had to do to have success, is close the distance, take more risk. He's getting hit, but he's willing to get hit so he can get his offense off. Well,
Lopez is tired.
It's like they didn't even notice it happened. That was weird. Another one.
We talked about how exhausting it is to just be in there thinking about every moment, the hyper focus and
Another one.
attentiveness to every second against Lomachenko. Now you see what it looks like, but the body shots still have effect, don't they? He has committed to that from the start. It was a good
Another one. That's another one.
Good, but a good finish to it from Lopez as he's stalking forward here. We have
That's a tight fucking round.
In a razor-thin, close fight to see who will be the undisputed champion.
That's a tough round.
You don't need a pull deduction, okay? Last round, clean round.
These last 4 rounds from Loma have been sheer will.
Let me see some of the replays.
And you just see him
Benefit of
pressing the
replay.
issue, doing what he has to do to land shots like that.
Yeah.
He's in the line of fire right now. He's in the danger zone,
Yeah,
but he's
I know.
still letting his shots go. He's getting there first. He's starting the combinations, and he's ending the combinations. And Lopez is landing combinations, or excuse me, shots, but they're far and few in between.
According to CompuBox, it was the best round that Lomachenko had. He was 29 of 62. He landed 19 power punches. Those are high.
6'5".
Lomachenko in the
For them, it's 6'5" the other direction.
And final round. Winner takes all. First half was Teofimo Lopez. Second half has been Vasiliy Lomachenko. This will decide it. 3 minutes for history.
You tired him, huh? Or, I guess that was the game plan? Make him tired? And then I'll start fighting, like aggressively. There's that left hook. Dude, he hasn't utilized that at all.
This fight would typically be in front of
Good body shot.
next door in a big arena, or Madison Square Garden, or Staples. The roar to start a
Here's the
12th
left
round.
hook.
But it's just them. And it's just 100 people here in a COVID-protected bubble. The chain
Gotta let it go now.
And this is the way they're going to do it.
Don't be something where you could have let this go the whole time, but you were worried because his name's Lomachenko. I can't do that. You know, he's cracking the shit out of him right now. Another one.
It looks like the son is not trusting that, and he's going out to win this fight. This is Andre Timothy.
There's reason to believe that.
Another right hand. Another right hand. Another right hand to the body. Another. Oh! What are you stopping him for? Nobody stopped him. He cracked him 4 straight times. Yeah. Nothing. Another body shot that moved him. Oh yeah. Another body shot. Another hook to the body. Dude, that's to him that fights like when he's fighting a scrub.
Body language. Who wants him more? Sometimes that persuades a judge.
He's being playful now. Hey, dude, where you been the whole fight, man?
Let's see if he can close the show.
Nothing, man. Lomachenko looks a little slower now.
Think about everything they put forth. Their whole lives.
Pure adrenaline. Just go fucking fight him. Fuck him.
You can become an undisputed. The first 4-belt lightweight champion.
It boils down to these moments right here.
No. Judges they're gonna give this fight to Lomachenko. They probably are. Left hook hurt him. That hurt him. He can't punch with you, kid. Just keep throw. Let it go. Let it out. He can't punch with you. Let it out. Let it all out. There you go. Throw fucking fastballs. Throw some fastballs, man. Throw some fastballs. He can't punch with this kid, man. He can't do it. What are you doing? Dude, I'm dead, son. What are you doing?
It's the cut on the right eye.
There's 10 seconds left.
He had complete momentum before.
Oh. Well, he's like, time. Judges, do you see this? He cut him, right? You see that? He's bleeding. Oh, it has to. They just... The time clock has to wait for the ref to say, time out, and then they stop the clock. It's not...
10 seconds to take it home.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, he's hurting him, too. That's Lopez's round. Easily. Yeah. He won the fight. To me. I got a 7-5. I don't even know how he cut him. I didn't see any great punches landed or anything. Could have been a headbutt. It could have been that looks like it could have been a slice, or the side of the glove hits you, the stitching or whatever, or a plastic rubber.
Judge from New Jersey. He has judged over 2,000 fights. He is widely considered to be one of the premium
Ref's like, time. Judges, look, he cut him. He's hurt.
Errol Spence, Canelo Alvarez, Triple G. He is usually a very fair judge. Tim Cheatham has never judged a Lomachenko fight before. He was one of 3 judges for Lopez's pro debut.
They might call it a draw.
The world title fight last week.
That's the kid's fight, and he actually took it in the last round. He paused. He didn't like. All right, chilling. No, he went after it. I'm gonna throw fucking heavy fucking punches at him. I'm like, kid, no fastballs, no fastballs. Let it all out. That shit fly.
Against Diego Chavez, but she is a well-experienced judge.
I forgot which way it was around. There was one where I'm like, that's triple G's, and there was one where I'm like, I can see it drop, but if you give it to someone, it's triple G's. There was one where I was clearly triple G. I forgot which one. The first one or the second one? The first one. Okay. That's dad. Brooklyn, bitch.
When Lomachenko decided to be offensive, was it enough?
I hope he's thinking to himself, like, if I just went out and did that, oh, chilling. If they give this to Lomachenko.
The new superstar of the sport. Or can Vasiliy Lomachenko get what he always wanted to have?
It can't be Lomachenko's win. It can't be. 100% cannot be.
Right now, and hear from the 3 judges.
It could be a draw. Maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside MGM Grand, after 12 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Tim Cheatham scores the bout 116-112. Julie Letterman scores the belt 119-109.
What?
Steve Weisfeld
What?
scores the bout 117-111. For your winner,
It can't be Lomachenko. It's Lopez's.
and now the undisputed lightweight champion of the world, the Takeover, Teofimo.
It had to be him. That's a stupid score. As soon as I heard 119 to 109, I think. I win then, right? As soon as I heard 119, already leaping too far. As soon as I heard 119 to 109, like, whoa, what fucking fight were you watching? But that could only be in one direction. That's a stupid fucking score. But it could only go, even the 116, 112, I'm like, that's too much. I heard 115, 113 in favor of Lomachenko, or in favor of either one of them. I'd be like, that makes more sense. 116, 112 is too off.
But there is no doubt the early half was all Teofimo Lopez. Even some of those middle rounds, you could still make a strong argument that Lopez met him punch for punch, even though the great Lomachenko came out. There is no doubt how the fight finished. That 12th round was all Teofimo.
Yeah. Yeah, I did want him to fight. And I want him to fight as far as, like, if we went 3 more rounds, who's winning? Like, you got to give it to him. That's how I ruled. That's how I went with the Triple G Canelo shit. It's like, he kind of rocked you right there. Twice. It was like twice or 3 times in those later rounds. It's like, we kept going. What happens? Yeah. You have to control it right. Huh? Oh boy. At least, oh my God, part of me was like,
I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to see more of, like, more shit out of Lomachenko.
Yeah. Part of me was like, if they scored it 119 to 109 in favor of Lomachenko, I would have like it's everything's rigged. I'm done watching. I would have quit watching boxing. Like, I'll watch, but I'm not scoring the fight. I don't care who wins. I'm not paying for it ever again. He's got a cop mustache. And then his wife, she threw a tit right in my hand. Oh, she did not. You grabbed her. I saw you.
Did the dog thing.
Everybody get on the fucking floor. Shut that dog up. He's like, just stand there, like not moving or singing. Shut that fucking dog up. Oh, Chappelle Show, man. What the freak. I bet there's a bunch of people that don't even know Bill Burr was on that show. Yeah. Because he has a perfect voice for shit like that. Somebody shut that fucking dog up. And the blood looks so fake and stupid. They did shaky cam, so it doesn't look so bad, and it still looks terrible. Like, if we shake the camera, the bullet effects won't look so bad. It's like, oh shit. Damn, my prediction was way off. Damn right it was. Hey, take a powder. Grenade rolls up in front of the dog's face. What the freak?
It was.
Yo, son. Shut that fucking... They cut to the dog to show you it's not making noise. Shut that fucking... It's so bad. They shot that brilliantly. Oh, Jesus.
The camera shot.
Yeah. Dave Chappelle's on the right. Gotcha. Dave Chappelle is moderate. I love you too. That's from this fucking stand-up. It's when he's on the stand. Yeah. And his wife.
It's like, how's it a stream going?
To be honest, that whole part isn't that funny to me. It's the other one. Everything, all the funny shit happens in the other one. Shut that fucking dog. It's like fucking Bill Burr, because you know Bill Burr has dealt with like cops at some point. Like he just knows their mannerisms. He's like, and then his wife, you know, she put her tits in my hand. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. The way he acts it is fucking.
This shit. What's that? There we go.
He points the gun at us and he tells his dog to sick us. It was at that point that I fired upon the canine and we were able to subdue Mr. Jeffries. Upon further search of the mansion, we were able to locate this. Colombian heroin.
It's a fucking judge.
But it certainly isn't mine. Then his wife threw her titties in my hand. That's weird, Your Honor. You grabbed her titties. I saw you.
Dude, it's fucking brilliant.
Mandatory minimum.
Dude, me can still record that shit every fucking day, son. You're just like, you fuck. Oh shit.
You big lip beast.
We fucking. Oh shit. Convert to Islam. Oh shit. That's right, Blue. Everyone is a moderator. I'm probably leaving soon, Anthony. What is it? Let me see. Let me check it out. I still have the Robert and Lakesh video that I think Tony put down. Yeah, it's just not as funny as the other shit.
It's still fun.
Do you have anything to say in your defense? Well, all right. Oh, it's the same video. All right. Oh, you put that down, not Tony. My bad. Holy shit.
It's like, come on, that's fucking. The mustache, the fucking furrows.
It's the tongue to the cheek thing. You're the worst guy.
First of all, right, that's enough. You're the worst scum on the face of the earth. You're an animal. A filthy, big-lipped beast. I'd like to congratulate the jury. Here's the minutes of the court record. All your possessions will be seized immediately by the court. You will receive the mandatory minimum of life in prison.
It's just... That's one of the best, underrated, less known Dave Chappelle show performances ever. Is that fucking judgment? Where you can go lift weights and convert to Islam. Get him, when it's bleeped out, it's just as funny. It might even be funnier because it's just like, beep. Son, I'm dead. All right, guys, that's it for us. Thanks for checking this out. It's a pretty good fight, I'd say. I mean, I probably opened more from the Ortega Korean Zombie fight. And also this fight, I was expecting a little more action from Lopez, to be honest with you. But he did what he did. It is what it is. Thanks for watching. Huh? Don't forget. Don't forget to subscribe if you feel like. Only if you feel like. Don't forget to donate. Devon's Journey to Recovery. GoFundMe link in the description box. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down. Islam.
Say you wanna get in.